Or...
Wait, where's my game? I guess so. Hello, Fru. Hello, Raptor. How's everybody doing today?
Alluvion could be another idea, too.
Yeah, I don't know what that is.
It adds cold and lightning melee damage, adds a lot of spell damage, adds cold and lightning resistance, and you cast a tidal wave every melee attack every 2 seconds. Once every 2 seconds.
That's pretty cool. What level's that one?
72.
That's not bad.
It might be another Lagan drop.
Of course.
But it's a non-empowered Lagan drop.
Oh, it's not bad then.
And it's a 50% chance to drop.
That's pretty good.
Let's see, any cold axes? Now these seem more physical or acolyte based.
I guess that makes a lot of sense. Anyways, so I hope everybody's having a lovely day. I'm having a lovely day. Head west to the lake. You should follow with me through. We gotta catch up the raptor.
Okay, I'm done taking a look at the weapons now.
I will take this time to eat some fried chicken.
Yum yum yum! I love fried chicken.
Let me know if you'll find a lizard or a nemesis, and I'll join for that.
Yeah, that makes sense. As well as the primal beast too.
Also, I was just thinking that other hammer we're talking about was the Hammer of Lorent.
That's what I meant by lizard, was the primal beast.
Oh, okay. What is the other thing you threw?
A Hammer of Lorent was chill on hit, percent increased melee damage, and 1 melee physical and percent stun chance per level.
Okay. I mean, I don't really care about the stun, but it's pretty cool. Roar.
I just want my dagger. Can I have my dagger, please, today?
Well, getting the battle mage will also be a nice thing to get in the beginning, too.
Yeah.
You know, I always forget that we actually come through here earlier. Roar! Is it me or stream buggy?
Oh, here, lizard. Back towards the waypoint.
I don't know. Somebody else will have to corroborate that.
I don't see any lag, but I'm also not listening to it.
Okay, I killed the lizard.
I just got here. I
noticed.
Teleported to you.
Yeah, I don't know why you didn't.
I don't know. Nothing good for me, unfortunately. Hi, Ren. How are you?
I ran.
Oops, wrong button. The only button I need to worry about is Q. Q. Not that way.
So there's that side area to the right side we didn't go through yet.
Does it matter?
I don't think so.
I don't think there's a quest.
Yeah, I have no idea what the point of that area is, because there's no, like, quest ever that goes there. It's just there.
Oh, that's kind of weird. Not the best, but okay.
Yeah,
I'm
for a
trying
later
to
time.
hear. Maybe? It is kind of weird that there's just... Like, every area in the game tends to actually have something, and then there's that area.
Also the hole.
The what?
That one area, the one area that is literally just a hole.
Lizard.
And 3 chests.
Lizard!
Oh, I see a unique drop too, but I have to kill this lizard first.
Kill the lizard! Nothing great
please
again.
Be the dagger, please be the dagger.
Hi,
It's a
Ren.
belt.
How are you?
Hi, Ren. Sorry,
It's a
wasn't even
stupid
stupid,
build.
I still couldn't talk.
What fruit?
It was a stupid build.
Oh. Oh, I see. Avalanche doesn't have a cooldown, so I can just spam it like that.
Yep. Assuming you have the mana to
It's
pay for it.
Lizard. Not lizard. Sorry,
Lizard?
beast.
Where?
Up here.
Wait,
To
I
the
thought
left
you
from
were
y'all.
hanging out with us so we could catch up in EXP.
I teleported when you all said loot lizard. Because loot lizard.
Yeah, I guess that's fair. Sorry for catching up the raptor, I see.
Yay, 52.
If you all want, after the beast, I can teleport back to town and wait.
That doesn't matter. We'll all catch up eventually anyways.
Oh, you're all definitely going to bypass me tomorrow because I got D&D.
Oh, that's true.
And D&D starts at 6. With how long we're running, that'll be like 3 or 4 hours of me not being here, so...
Hmm. Oh, I didn't realize we were going to the ancient era.
We have once again cornered a
Hey, guess
Can
what
I
this
get-
means?
God.
Can I get a spell
I'm getting
this
the T-Rex here.
time?
Makes me eager for our next hunt.
Oh, yeah, because you were close to the T-Rex one.
Yep. This
I
area
am
is
nowhere...
about.
I am nowhere near mine. At all.
I mean, I still need 20 levels for mine, so...
I mean, mine's gonna be the ring, but I haven't even picked up a single petal yet.
Ooh.
Well,
Can
I
I
haven't
drop
gotten
petals
any
for you?
petal drop. No.
Actually,
They're basically, they're the equivalent of keys.
and keys are account bound when they drop.
Yes. That's a good thing at least. At least they're account bound.
Key.
Yeah.
So I mean, it's like, yeah, there's
Okay.
that. It'd
I
just be
have enough
nice
bones.
if I could get the items. Oh, hi, first.
Hi.
I saw you teleport over there, so I thought you were an enemy. Hello, Kitty. How are you? I hope you're doing well.
Mine, my rift beast again.
Not me just dropping a whole bunch of, Can you see what I did, Drew?
No, I'm guessing you're talking about the avalanche.
What set of boots are
The,
you? What set of gear are you looking for?
Like, unique-wise, or...
Yeah, for set pieces for Buki. I just
Oh.
found a boot with 155% freeze rate multiplier. Increased physical spell damage if you directly cast a cold spell recently. 20% chance to gain haste when you kill an enemy with a spell.
What's the set
Use
bonus?
that.
That's the only thing we...
Like,
Plus
what's set
20
is it?
spell code damage and physical damage, and 3-piece is 100% chance to cast avalanche builder at target.
Yeah,
when you
that's the
quickly hit
boots that I need. Yeah, those are my boots. I appreciate that. Yes, those are the boots that I require.
I'm gonna apologize for my beast if we get it.
Why?
Deadly, if not damaged recently.
Ooh, well, to be fair, it's not like a
Ooh.
Hey, look, a T-Rex! It's a big T-Rex.
Oh, that was the finish of a lineage for me.
Your lineage is done?
Yeah. Remember, I tried to
Wait,
push ahead a
you-
little bit.
Oh, okay, so you also... Okay, I see. Increase spell damage if you directly cast a spell, so I don't get a benefit from that. But I do get the rest of them. Move speed. I guess I don't really need the shock on lightning. I'm still doing lightning damage. But I get the cold damage and cold spell damage. The plus 20 cold spell damage, is that? Apply to... Oh my god.
Anything
God.
that has the spell tag will get that damage.
Hey,
Alright.
guys,
What's up, Raptor?
the amulet I got is even better than the one I have.
Nice.
It even has legendary potential.
I saw your avalanche double DPS, by the way.
all the way up to 41k.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a lot of DPS.
Oh, spooky. I have a relic for you.
Hey, I have an afro. Now it's 51k. I can't
Yeah, my
use that
damage
relic.
is bad now.
And?
Still.
No, I'm using the because wait, that's actually a free up. I actually can use that one. If it was lightning critical, well, if it was cold critical strike, it would be better. But it does give me the ability to gain maelstrom. I'm glad that's kidding. You're doing well. But yeah, so I need 35 petals and 1 heart, which means I need 65 petals and 20 horns. And I have no horns and no petals.
Oof.
Right? I do have 43 fangs and 57 feathers.
Probably could just start converting some of the ones that you know you're not going to need into those, at least for now.
Oh, you mean like how I could buy, right now, 4 bags of uniques?
Oh, I forgot. You know what?
Hey, Brushy!
Hey, Brushy.
Hi, Brushy.
Presuming you want me to
What?
buy a bag of uniques. See what we get.
Oh, no, I was going to see what...
I'm buying 2.
You know what? I could buy 1. I'm going to buy it. Why not? Give me a dagger! No.
I believe
Heirloom
in
of the
you,
last
you will find your
nomad.
dagger eventually.
No, it's actually not a half decent ring. It's a level 63 ring.
I got apogee, though.
Oh? What's that one?
Oh, that was the
Lizard.
minion sword. The cold minion sword.
Oh! Wait, it's still a cold sword, right?
It's a one-handed sword.
I mean... Not the worst right now for...
It's also
Wait,
level
is it-
65.
Oh, never mind.
Yeah.
How you doing today,
What
Brushy?
unique are you trying to go for, Spooky?
Battle Mage's Endeavor.
Yeah, that.
The other one that I think is gonna be better for you isn't until we fight. It's a boss trap, so we have to kill Lagan for it.
I meant
Hey,
what
I got
primordial one.
Volcano. The
Sorry.
Volcanus
My
wasn't the
bad, I
one
should
that
have
I
phrased that
needed.
better. Which one from this guy were you trying to go for?
The ring. Apogee of Frozen Light. There we go. That's the one I wanted, right?
Oh yeah, that
Oh,
was the one
Legendary
that I had you were
yeah.
talking about. Yeah.
So Apogee of Frozen Light's the one that I wanted?
Well, no, that was the one that I just got now. The one you wanted was
Oh.
at least the temporary for now was Battle Mage's Endeavor.
Oh, I don't. Oh, because you were talking about Apogee. That's right. Hi, King.
Oh, I
How
see.
are you? I am coming.
I do see you got a paladin build scepter though.
Are you talking about this one or the other one? Oh, probably this one.
The one you have on the top row.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, Colvinar's Claim.
Hey, Charlotte. So, spell fire damage only applies to fire spells, right?
Right.
That's too bad.
Well, actually, no, because
Oh.
the wording for that one it just adds spell fire damage.
Okay, so it'd make my spells also do more damage.
Right. It will add damage to your spells.
Yeah, idiot.
So
Why did my damage go down? Weird. How's everybody doing today? Sorry, I'm just
Sad.
looking at a bunch of stuff.
Hi, King. It's not my birthday yet. Soon, but not yet.
No, I have a lot of unique. I just spent all of my stuff on unique to see if I could get anything that, like, to get the weapon I wanted. The answer was no. And it's not like I need that stuff anyways.
Did you get one that I wanted?
You're welcome to look through my inventory.
I was kind of taking a peek, but I was some of them I was kind of hidden by the Foogies.
Okay.
Doesn't look like it
that's fair.
though.
There, now none of them are hidden by the Foogies. What's my crit chance right now?
Oh, that's a meteor belt, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. No.
Hi, kitty. Mwah. Hi, kitty. I like how you guys ran off without me again. Ice cold blizzard today? Not yet, but we'll get there.
I'm still a cool cat, but I want to be a shocking cat.
I mean, I wanted to do shocking damage too. But, it wound up not being the case. Ah, a Mirage Champion, let's go. Oh, it's even a Crafter guy.
Okay, the T-Rex I think hits pretty hard.
Hard to tell. We all hit very hard. So I'm not gaining as many of the, I do actually hit really damn hard too. The big crab.
Was a big crab.
You got big crabs like that taste like garbage.
Also, too bad we can't summon one.
Oh, that was the wrong button.
Granted, nice to see that fruit does a lot of damage, eh? It looks so cute. Charlotte does look cute. Don't you, kitty? Mwah! Kiss the kitty. Yeah.
Fluffy kitty.
Oh, I forgot something.
Lucky. What's
And when we
that?
get to town, I'll do it. Patch.
Ah, yes. I mean, we're almost at town.
Yeah.
We can do it now. We got
Okay.
you covered.
We got what? Oh, yeah. I think it's more
This
if
is
Fruit doesn't want to
technically
get
a
left
town.
behind.
Mainly that.
Fair. Completely valid. Not that I have literally
Crowded
any reason to
Steve
talk.
Gollum.
Okay, so the T-Rex cannot jump with me. Good to know. Also makes sense, because it's a T-Rex.
Oh yeah, because it wasn't listed as a minion that was pulled with Fury Leap.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I need
I feel
one
like
more
I'm better
thing
at
for my
killing
build.
bosses than I am at killing small things.
There. I need one more thing for my build to come fully online.
Blah 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 blah.
Raptor sword.
Okay, now we can go do her side quest. Wait, Bookie, come back.
Oh, at her at the tower. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, now while I zone, there's one patch.
And 2 pets, and 3 pets, and 4 pets, and 10 pets.
Oh, I only have
and
2
100
patch.
pets. Well, I know you only have 100 pets. 450 and 360. Damn. Bum, 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 bum. Oh no! They're all attacking! What will we ever do?
Unleash the dinosaurs!
Where do you get ice beetles there, Raptor?
There was an ice beetle shrine on the first floor that everybody walked past,
okay.
so I just decided to grab it.
Well, I've been leaving Beetle Shrines for you since your minion stats. Because it seems like the minion
Yeah,
ones
makes sense.
only give it to one person.
Yeah, that makes sense.
We have 2. Then why are there 4 of them? It's only supposed to give 2.
They're
I think
all
2 is
yours.
normal.
No, it's a random
Oh, they're all
number.
dead.
Yeah, it's a random number how many you can get with that shrine.
Yeah.
So there's 1, 2, 4.
I actually always thought there was just one.
I thought.
And now we can teleport back to the road.
Yeah, I always thought it was just one of them, not up to 4.
I guess you've always just gotten unlucky.
Apparently. Hello, how are, no, I was going back into the tower. How you doing? It's Mom!
Oh, Hamabuki.
No, it's not
You're not my mom.
It's just her name. How are you?
I know.
hope you're doing well. No, I'm talking about a raptor.
E-
Oh, I am really not keeping up with you guys anymore.
I have to keep reminding myself I have to use teleport.
What's funny is I actually
What do you
swapped
mean? I'm
when I was
slower
swapping my
than
leg.
you, Brew.
I lowered my movement speed. That's the only thing this amulet had worse was the movement speed.
That poor man.
Poor guy.
I just spammed all my mana on avalanches. You are my mom?
Shadow Strike
I
upgrade.
mean, I doubt that.
Everything's getting upgraded.
What's getting an upgrade?
All my stuff is getting upgraded.
Oh! That would be awkward if you were. Ooh. Oh, stuff. Oh, mana regen and cooldown recovery speed. Let's go.
And we got a nemesis.
Is
And I had a
dead.
unique drop.
Come on, give me a dagger. Not the dagger. Well, a body piece with plus to mana strike. I can upgrade that.
Where'd he go?
Hell.
My T-Rex ate him. Ew. I'm getting hit.
What do I want for my scorpion? I mean, I guess I might as well give my scorpion the bleach
Oh, we got a
over to frost.
beast up ahead.
Beast.
Hold on!
And I
Chill
leveled up.
out, guys! Chill out! I'm swapping a lot of my stuff over to frost now.
That's fine. I
Now
actually
my
have
gathering
to
storm does ice damage.
I need to open up the build. Oh yeah, I should have.
Like,
that.
Good night, Raptor. Good night, Buki.
The heck happened?
I was in a different tab.
Ow! How? How? How?
I think this was mine.
Probably.
Where am I? Why am I so far back
I
here?
gave mine a heavy tail swipe, and I feel like I regret it. Yeah, I feel like I regret giving mine a heavy tail swipe
Oh wait, what?
a lot.
Oh,
Well,
it's here again.
I had the choice to give it heavy tail swipe, or heavy tail swipe, or enrage at half health. I didn't feel like making it enrage at half health, so I gave it a heavy tail swipe.
That's fair.
Apparently, that was not the way to do it.
He
Hi, Aaron, how are
hurt.
you? Right? And we're gonna fight it again at the very least.
My poor dinosaurs have to hide in
I'm
town.
glad you are safe.
It's
I
cool.
did that
We're
would not be
people here.
wise. Liath's been known to be tense.
Gods be with
Oh, I guess I have to buy another stash tab.
She will consider me as a
Yeah, I haven't bought a stash tab yet.
Should probably stop picking up literally every idol I see.
Why?
May I help you?
All idols have their
Because-
uses.
Farewell.
True.
Well, not all of them.
Every
You know.
idol has their uses. My God.
It's just with the
Oh, because we're trying to find somebody to sail us
Yep.
over. That's right.
Yeah.
So we should probably talk to the one that's obvious too. I didn't mean to leave just yet. Oh, okay. Oh, I didn't mean to leave just yet.
Time to have it. I've had one of these in years.
Because I know some of these do have side quests to do too.
Just one of them. I think.
Huh?
That 100% chance to cast Avalanche Boulder at target when you crit is going to be divine.
Yep.
But I need that ring in order to get it.
Oh, Lagan, oh, you're gonna be fun to fight again.
I think so. I don't think Lagon's gonna be that big of a deal. Melee attack, aspect of shark. Bum, 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 bum.
Well, at least soon we'll be able to start getting our prophecies.
That'll be nice.
I also did see that they did change the prophecies a little bit, where when you first unlock it, they did give you enough of currency to actually buy a prophecy.
Oh, that's actually really nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, actually being able to use one of the prophecies is kind of cool. Rather than, starting with nothing. One gold.
I do wish that prophecies were account bound instead of character bound.
I mean, I kind of get why, but that's fair.
Like, it makes sense why they did it that way, but for me, I just find it a little annoying when you have multiple characters. And then you have, like, different prophecies for each character. And then you get so many, you forget who has what prophecy, and then you don't know what to farm anymore.
Understandable.
Oh yeah, there's that one side quest in this area that starts in this area also.
I can't understand what you're saying, Raptor. You're kind of muffled.
Am I still muffled? Hello?
Hello?
Can y'all hear me now?
Yes,
I mean, I
think.
can hear
I did
you.
literally nothing other than talk louder.
I mean, sometimes that's all you need.
That's fair. I said isn't there supposed to be a side quest actually in this area? Starts in this area to take out the possessed sailors or whatever?
I think so. There's not health regen. Attunement, cold resist.
Ooh,
Ooh, 43% increased cold damage on my chest piece?
Nice.
nice.
The DPS of my avalanche crew is getting to insane levels.
Ha, I stole the beetle this time.
That's fine.
Not the beetle!
So what's going to be your next hit song?
Oblidi Oblidi.
Kidnapping the beetle?
That was one of the Beatles songs, right?
I don't know. I actually don't know what songs they made. I couldn't name a single one off the top of my head.
I'm like 80% sure that was a Beatles song. It was Oblidi Oblidi.
Okay.
It's a song.
Oh,
I know that one.
No, you don't.
I know that one. I know the Blue Mage. It's because it references the Blue Mage.
right.
Okay, you know what? Okay, that could be fair then.
Final Fantasy 14 references it as their level for the
Oh,
level up,
okay. I
but-
thought you said the song referenced the Blue Mage. I was like, wait, didn't the song come out years before Final Fantasy 14?
Cosmic! Hello, hello. Nah, that's the extent of all that I know about it.
That's why I'm giving that to Boog. I'm like, you know what? Okay, that's fair. There was an achievement or quest related to that.
Yeah, that's the extent. You know, one thing that I'm a little sad about is that aside from the Shadowbringers, where are you guys going?
Killing things.
Killing. Looking for a
Okay.
nemesis or a lizard.
Aside from the fact that I haven't done any of the Shadowbringer Blue Mage stuff, I never finished the Stormblood Blue Mage stuff. 'Cause my god, is it hard.
Yeah, I think that's where my Blue Mage stopped too, was on the Stormblood ones.
Isn't that like the tournament or whatever? Or?
No,
Yeah.
the tournament starts
Well,
right away.
that was a tournament one. Yeah.
They're all tournament ones is the thing.
Oh, yeah.
It's just, they get so difficult. Wait, was it the Stormblood one? Which one's the Stormblood one? Is that the one where you fight, the Mimic?
I honestly don't remember. I always know you went to Kugane and you were like the guy was like a
No,
very
that is the
strong
Mimic
Blue
one.
Mage.
No,
or
I
something.
did do that one. I did do that one. What's the one? I guess it was just the Shadowbringer ones that I didn't end up doing then. Because I know that I did the Mimic one. Because I took pride in the fact that I did all three of them and they were brutal! My god, are those difficult missions to do. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that there's nothing here.
Yeah. Same.
Yeah. So do you want to go left or right this time? The first side.
Left is where that sailor quest is. Right.
Well,
is where the whole
there's a
thing
side
is.
quest to the left and to the right. So whichever one we do, we have to come back to do the other.
There's a door
This is right
right
here.
here.
Yeah, I
this
guess
one's
we're going right
here.
first.
That's always been my thing. Like, I love the Blue Mage thing. Isn't the Beastmaster supposed to be coming out soon though?
Yeah, it's supposed to be.
Because I think that's coming up with this pack, right?
Oh, I got 5 of them this time. 5 beetles.
Wow.
So I guess you got Yoko Ono. I guess the band's gonna break up now. I hope you're happy about this.
Up with the old, with the new. Time for heavy metal.
That's literally what killed the Beatles, when they tried to bring in new.
Yeah, I know. Oh, ooh, what is that? That's
And Nemesis
Oh,
is
it's
over
wonderful.
here, Ret Crew.
Alright, hang on.
and the mage.
I made a lot of friends, and they're being mean to me.
We'll bring them over here.
Well, come and introduce them to my Tyrannosaurus.
Crew, I thought you were the one who never separated from us.
Yeah, I don't know what happened this time.
You separated from us.
Well, it's Yoko's fault, okay? It's Yoko's fault. Yoko drove me away.
Who's Yoko?
I'm carrying on the Beatles
Oh, you
reference.
left. I don't know why you would assume that I would get a Beatles reference.
Yeah, I don't actually know the name of the Beatles either, so I didn't even get that one.
Oh, I guess I'll have to drop some like 1960s, 70s lore on ya.
Okay.
So, Yoko Ono was a woman that one of them started dating that wanted to take the band in a new direction, and it literally destroyed the band.
Ah,
Oh.
As Mama Fru just said, she sucked.
fair enough.
Dead.
Wait, was it McCartney that she that was dating? Oh yeah, okay, it was Lennon.
Next.
And Empower.
Nothing I need.
Okay, so you got rid of yours?
Yeah. Well, I'm getting rid of it now because timing. But yeah. Didn't have anything I needed. There's 2 uniques I'm not
I mean,
going
that's
to use.
fair. Yeah, they're crabbing. Oh, we're making stew tonight, everybody.
Okay, you know a bit about the crab eggs is they're not on the map. You just have to like look on the ground. You'll see the sparkly.
Yeah.
Well, you can have that. I'm allergic, so I won't be having it.
No, you're allergic allergic to crab. Are you sure you're allergic to crab egg?
Well, if I'm immune to what comes out of the egg, I'm probably immune to the egg too, because the
I
contents
don't
of the egg are
know.
what comes out of the egg.
I don't know. That is a good question,
This is
though.
weird
I
egg.
wonder.
What?
I wonder if people that are allergic to crabs are allergic to crab eggs.
I would say yeah.
Not necessarily. I guess it depends on what chemical they are actually allergic to in crab.
Yeah, I don't know the exact chemical. You know, I just realized I probably shouldn't be grabbing the egg because I don't have the quest.
Oh yeah, no, the quest is over, so I can turn this in now.
Oh, okay, good. Want to make sure.
That's
it
why you
wasn't
didn't have the quest
throwing
number,
me
because
all
we got
off.
enough eggs.
Oh, I completed this before. That's why I was saying I
Oh.
didn't have it. That's why I was like, wait a minute, why am I grabbing these?
Yes. The proteins that trigger allergic reactions in humans are present for the entire organism, including the eggs.
Okay.
Well, it was a legitimate question.
That's fair. That's fair. Unfortunately, it also means I can't ever try squid or anything like that because apparently they're close enough. They have the same compounds.
Huh.
I looked this up because I was really curious. Because like, oh, octopus, squid, I want to try
Meyer
those. Those
alert
sound
cake
cool.
incoming? Yep, we're getting Meyer alert cake. Yum, 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 yum. Where you guys keep going?
We're killing
I'm
things.
like looking up if you can eat crab eggs if you're allergic to crabs and you guys are all just gone.
Speaking of Mirelurk, did you all see the trailer for the new season of Fallout?
Absolutely not.
Apparently, the end of the
I know
trailer
it-
has a death claw.
That's actually awesome. I know it's supposed to be good, but I actually haven't watched the Fallout.
I mean,
I've seen like the first episode and that was it.
I'll probably just look up the death claw stuff on YouTube after it comes out.
Yeah, I haven't really watched it either, but I was never really into the whole like Fallout game series either, so that's why I kind of like sit off my radar.
I mean, that makes sense. There's like more ice beetles. Amelia, how are you? I hope you're having a lovely day. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, so we have to go up through the shrine and then around and back down. I'm annoying?
Yep.
Well, I think the other door is like right near the store anyway.
Oh, yeah,
Yep.
it is.
It is.
So kind of just go to the other door now.
You were told not to come here. Okay, bye.
Okay, fine, we'll leave.
Bye.
I
Uh-oh.
did the exact same thing too.
Alright. What?
Oh, I said I did the exact same thing when I was running through, trying to get a little bit of get cushion in case.
Hello,
Or
Alexander.
Beast.
Can we get, like, raptors this time? I'd prefer to fight raptors, actually, now.
The one that has
I mean,
literally
mine shouldn't
nothing
be
on it.
that bad. As long as we hit it once every 4 seconds, it won't be deadly.
It's mine.
This ain't mine.
I was able to freeze it at least.
I mean, you see what I'm doing to it, too, right?
Okay, we're both freezing it then. I guess
Did we just freeze lock it?
we did
Yeah.
freeze lock it.
I walked away from it and just spammed avalanche on it.
My summoning
Just
beast
wanted
also
to-
has freeze breath.
I mean, that's not bad.
My
Wait. Who has freeze breath for you?
my rift beast.
Your what?
My beast that summons when I hit an enemy at 40% HP.
Oh, to be fair, I don't think it actually ended up helping this time anyways. Arb.
Or
Bum, 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 bum. You know, I thought when I got my weapon, I would start running out of, the storm stacks. No. No. I am not. It's pretty nice.
What if I could make it bigger?
Oh, okay, here's the stranded crew.
You're getting really quiet again, Raptor.
It is not on purpose, I assure you.
I'm just letting you know. The ability to
Thank you
hear
for letting
you
me
is
know.
very,
Abysmal.
very little.
Yeah, that's why I picked up the new headset I'm going to set tomorrow. I'm pretty sure it's got install instructions, so I have to actually set it up for connecting and stuff.
Yeah, you
It's a
say
Razer
that.
headset,
A lot
so
of headsets that I've... Like, my microphone has that install set up, so I kind of just plugged it in and it worked.
Yeah, they're all like plug and play anymore.
I tried that. I might try pulling it out later than it's on the box. It's supposed to be it's a Razer headset, so
Oh,
If it's a
yeah,
Razer,
I
it's
use-
plug and play. I can guarantee.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because that's like one of the brands that I would use as well.
I have a Razer camera and a Razer mouse.
There's a Nemesis here
My
somewhere.
my options were Walmart brand, Razer, or Turtle Beach, and this one's a Turtle Beach, so I decided to hedge my bet and go with the Razer.
Can't freeze this one for some reason.
Oh, this one gave me no drop. I got
Oh,
Yeah.
I just got one of my dream. I have a dream idol for my lightning build.
Oh?
It has the 2 mods I wanted.
Oh, nice.
Lightning critical strike chance and the chance to apply spark charge on melee hit.
Oh, that's really good.
I might
but you're
try.
doing
I might
cool.
try some.
Yeah, so it's not good for me right now, but once I get the dagger, that's one of them I needed.
I see.
I mean, I technically could change if once I swap out my sword to be a different sword. Okay, there's a
Yeah, the
Nemesis.
Razer Barracuda.
That sounds pretty cool. Barracuda, Barracuda,
Barracuda
Barracuda.
X Chroma.
Barracuda, Barracuda.
I might just gotta go ahead and plug it in now. See if I could just plug and play.
Barracuda.
Full stop.
Come on,
Yeah,
did you give me
nothing wrong with that.
exalted? Yes, the body
And then-
piece got +3 mana strike. It's tier 6. Okay, this will be good.
Nice.
Ooh, it comes
Which
with
means, according to Fate so far, I'm getting items for my lightning build.
I mean, you're doing pretty good with
Ow!
that.
I should not have stood in the poison.
That hurt.
Oh, I'll have to. I can't plug and play it. I have to charge it first.
That, never helped.
It would help if I decide if I had charged it at all. So yeah, I will be using it tomorrow.
I mean, they don't tend to take very long to charge. I mean, like, it's probably not going to be the same as my headset, but my headset actually takes 15 minutes to charge.
I'll probably look at it.
For 6 hours of use. Which, by the way, is really nice considering the fact that I can just charge each earpiece individually.
Wait, hold on.
Really?
That's weird. I don't have a nemesis here.
Wait, what?
I have no nemesis here.
Odd.
Really odd.
I remember it happened to Fru a couple times last season. Usually when Fru pushed ahead.
Yeah, but you didn't really push ahead this time. Well, you didn't
No,
really push
I
ahead.
did. I did this time. A little
Yeah,
bit.
not really.
Yeah, not really.
Alright, so now we'll have to go back to that other area to turn this quest in.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because this guy's
Oh, well.
outside of the zone.
I just teleported back.
I will teleport to you.
I'm walking back because I wanted to kill things for experience and loot.
Okay, well, there's a harbinger around here.
Oh, I see the door anyway. Okay, I'm close enough. I shall be there in a second.
What item do I get? Stormside Claws.
Ah, that's what I'm wielding.
Oh, you're using this
On dagger, not dagger.
It's unmodified, but yeah, that's why I've actually got as my current gloves.
I'm gonna vanish.
Yeah, I still don't have one. There's
Alrighty.
none there for me also. This
Okay,
is
well,
actually
that's
kind of
kinda
weird now. That's
weird.
twice in a row. Yeah.
Yeah.
Now it's charging.
Oh, true. That's a hide ability. You said that I would cast hide every time I use a melee attack, right?
Once every 2 seconds.
Okay. I was wondering if that counted as a spell.
It does.
Oh, God.
Tidal
Isn't
Wave
Tide
is a
like
spell.
Yeah, isn't that an upgrade for Maelstrom?
Tidal Wave is just a generic spell. A lot of different things can trigger.
Okay.
No, the only reason I was asking is because I'm looking at doing a 100% crit, right?
I don't think we're able to get you to 100% crit, but with some changes, I think we should get really darn close.
You mean like the sword that I'm currently using?
I think the way I had your build, I think I had you at 50% crit.
Yeah, but we also had me using a completely different weapon.
Oh, that one I did put in the crit chance into it.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Another Glyph of Envy.
But I mean, even with only 50% chance, you should be critting at least once every 2 seconds.
No. The reason why I was wondering is because if I'm critting with every avalanche is a spell, and if I crit with a spell, I cast avalanche. But avalanche is a spell.
Trying to get
So,
self-sustaining avalanche.
and more like an infinite avalanche is the question. Would that be a thing?
I would assume so.
Because that sounds terrifying. Because my lightning bolts count as a spell. The thing is, my maelstrom's a spell, my storm bolts are a spell. My melee attack causes spells, and then with the tidal wave, my melee attack would cause more spells. And then that means that my spells are causing spells, which means that my spells also cause spells. So at what point does it end?
Mana?
No, because how those ones cast it is it only drops one of the boulders, so it doesn't actually cost mana.
It might be direct cast only.
Nope.
Yeah,
Because
since it doesn't specify direct cast, it should count.
it only says when you crit with a spell. That's what I'm getting at. That seems like a ridiculous amount. Technically, at that point is when I could also make my war cry into a spell, because then my war cry would also be casting meteor. Well, basically everything I would do would be dropping avalanches. I'm pretty sure though that the avalanche probably won't drop avalanches. I'm gonna increase my crit actually with points.
I think there was some crit in your trees, but I don't think as
Yeah.
much.
There is under druid, but it's near the end of what I'm allowed.
Hmm.
And then there is under beastmaster, and that's it. Shaman itself doesn't get crit. That takes a long way around. Why don't we just take the short way?
I mean, I guess we could.
I'm sorry, I just don't feel like going through an entire another zone where we're not getting anything except for the EXP. Because we're gonna get more EXP later anyways.
Yep.
I wanna beat up Leon. Hello, Opti! How are you?
Hi, Opti.
Hi, Opti.
You were told not to.
Any attempt to follow me will force my hand. Leave this
Okay, well, I'm following you.
now.
I like that any attempt to follow me will force my hand. Okay, well, I'm going with you.
So I'm assuming we were picking kill.
Is there a reason not
Is
to
this
kill
the
her?
boss where we can actually reason with them and not kill them?
Yeah.
That's in the monolith, I believe. This one you have to fight her.
Okay, I couldn't remember.
Okay.
Oh yeah, it's because the Lagan goes completely insane in the monolith.
Yeah, while Lagon's not technically completely insane right now, but still insane.
Just less so.
Yeah, less so. Less insane. The Buki amount of insane, right?
Yeah. Because he targets
Pew,
friendos.
pew. Here we go. Kill! Kill everybody! Focus only on the kill! Boom, 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 boom. By the way, I do like how we're also beating up Lagon right now, too. I'd like to also
Yeah.
point out that I have yet to actually hit anything because you guys kill everything before I get there.
Behold the power of dinosaurs.
It's actually more because I don't have a traversal skill anymore.
Yeah, that doesn't help.
So you guys both move way faster than I do. I
I'm
also
still
don't
gated
know
on
if-
mana for my teleport.
Yeah, you say that like you're not outrunning me, though. Other way, other way, other way, other way.
Oh boy, can I jump through this wall? No. Don't. Shot.
Yeah, like as soon as I like cast avalanche or something, everything's like already dead. Okay, we don't have to focus on the kill now. We do not need to focus. I mean, obviously still kill, but we don't need to focus on it. That's fine. At least we found the right direction.
Yeah.
Boom. Level 30 rogue weapon. So finish chapter 8, chapter 9, and then the new chapter 10. I can't wait to see what the new chapter 10 looks like.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, considering it's primal, and considering they added T-Rex sprite, I'm highly expecting to see T-Rexes in it.
I mean, that'd be pretty cool.
It's a totally sprited out and everything.
Are you sure T-Rexes are sprited out?
Oh,
Beast.
I mean, it's definitely not a blob, so...
And a nemesis somewhere.
And a champion.
Well, let's take out the champion first. So we don't have
Considering
the
it's a Mirage
champion.
champion?
stuff.
Yeah, we should.
It's dead. Oh, wait, wrong one.
No, it's
My
not.
bad. Now,
Now it's dead.
that was the wrong thing.
I like that though. It said, wait a second.
Hey, Buki.
What?
You forgot the beast.
No, I didn't. There's a shrine. Goodbye, whatever you were. Dragon Silver
Okay, so-
Amulet of Purity.
Because I don't have mine set up, I don't know if it's because of how many times I've reset or because I don't have any abilities on it. It's actually dropping me a couple hundred bones each time.
I don't mind drop bones right now.
Yeah.
Because the 5th upgrade, I had to pick a bone one.
Yeah,
I'm hoping
and
I can pick up a petal one this time.
this is reset. This next one is reset.
Yeah.
Because Yeah.
I know, Raptor. Don't worry.
Hey, Buki knows things.
Yeah.
Yay, 56.
Yeah, I'm like a full bar behind because you both had to do stuff without me. Like, how sad.
Pookie, you were half a level ahead of me yesterday.
Look, bro. I don't know how that happened.
I honestly thought I wouldn't be back yet.
That's fine. It's fine.
Why must these gods have such
I think this is the quest I have.
An open field was more than
Yep.
your
This is where I stop.
That's good. 56. I realize that I'm not picking up any of my normal level stuff for quite a bit.
You.
Why are you hiding in this?
Again,
Get out of there.
hear me. Lagon might take no.
I actually don't know what the Twitch drops are.
Portraits,
and stuff like that. New
swipe,
scarf,
cosmetic, and a staff, I think.
I think so.
Okay.
Oh, there was also a title, but I'm pretty sure we got the title.
Yeah.
Where'd you go?
Some crab. Show your power.
Man! Did you like
Stop teleporting.
moving? I'm trying to drop
Yeah.
rocks on her head.
And this is how they nerfed Lagan. Look at all those resistance shards she dropped.
I didn't even notice.
Yeah, there were quite a few.
So, here's the thing, guys. Do we test our builds against Lagan individually again? Because I know we did it last time.
Sure, I guess. Does that means we'll have to break apart the party. It also means worse drops.
Yeah, I'd say no. Let's just go in.
There's what... I mean, it's fine, whatever. Whatever. It's not like it's that big of a deal for worse drops, though. But sure. I hope they fix the glitch that they had last time with Lagan. Meow, Charlotte! Meow! Meow! Yeah, I'm pretty sure we're fine.
Well, we're already at the end.
Meow! So they didn't fix the glitch. That's really good. I didn't think any of us were gonna actually have problems with Lagan.
No.
Yeah. Where's my scorpion?
Is it dead?
No? Meow! Oh, I see it. Meow! Meow!
This is certainly a trial, I guess.
Lagan's too hard, guys. He has to be nerfed.
Enough! Take my portal back to the surface before I change.
Oh, no good.
yeah.
Oh,
Does he not actually? Oh,
blah.
Oh,
Yeah,
it's
loot.
not.
Oh, it was over here by the portal.
it really sucked.
I'm just saying, I don't think it matters that they nerfed them.
Like I said, that was all the nerf was. They just added all that resistance for people who couldn't have resistance because they were stupid.
Or they had really bad luck.
Or both.
No, that is not luck. That is literally you are ignoring upgrading any defense the entire game.
Who plays like that?
A lot of people.
Yeah.
It's actually
A lot of
very
people are
common.
dumb.
Very common.
I'm storing stuff that I will pick up.
Meow! Meow! Meow!
You know, I'm just gonna stop. I already have one.
He's cat.
How did you enjoy there I go. It's they follow a
Blah 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 blah. This is no new dialogue yet.
You would have to ask someone more knowledgeable to hear more.
Soon I will care about what you have to say, but not yet.
Yeah, and
Why do we
Act
care
10
about
we will
what she has to
definitely
say?
care.
When
Act
we get
10,
to the new act.
there's new stuff.
Oh,
Actually, I don't think she'll
yeah.
show up in Act 10 because Act 10 is primordial times. We might see more goat person like that one guy. Like our hunter friend.
I like how you guys just completely left me alone again.
It's a
Oh, I
city,
thought you had rushed
Buki.
ahead.
You left the Buki alone. I'm lonely.
I'll hold
Wait a
on
minute.
to.
Oh no, Fru, we left Buki alone. Quick, check for fires.
Nah, I don't care.
Yeah,
Fair.
that's fair.
Oh, actually, no. I'm gonna give you this this belt. I'm not gonna bring it down, Buki. Here you go.
What
It's
else?
a belt with cold damage. Oh wait, it converts
Yeah, I like it.
potion to ward. Never mind. I don't know. I'll
I
give it
don't
to you anyway if
care.
you want it.
I mean, the potion award kinda. It's only 11% anyways.
Yeah, so it's not that bad.
I mean, surprisingly, 39% increase in cold damage does not increase my avalanche's damage very much. You think it would?
Can I help you?
E?
Stay safe, traveler.
Do I have any other, runes of ascendancy?
Yeah, I don't have any yet either. I'm sad.
Damn.
Yeah, just make sure you don't ascend that sword that you have.
Why
Since,
would
you
I
know,
do that?
T7, you don't want to lose that one.
Oh, you know what the assassin split greatsword I'm currently using?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not worried about it. No, I was looking for, different stuff. No, unfortunately, I downgraded to the worst possible two-handed weapon. But it just means next time that I upgrade it, it's only going up. Hilariously, I actually got really lucky on the forging potential. Because I actually upgraded the sword 6 times. And it still
Oh.
has 39 forging potential left.
I'm actually very surprised at that.
The fact that I managed to upgrade a sword 6 times.
That has that much potential left.
Right?
We're also missing a raptor.
No, that's fine.
I will catch up shortly. I decided I want to buy a supporter pack real quick.
Ah, okay.
Oh yeah, because I think they added like Primalist set stuff for this one.
Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, I don't really have much money. Increases the frequency of expending storm stack. Ooh, hello. It is by 8%, so it's actually pretty bad.
Yeah, this is actually one game I'm actually not that upset about spending on their cosmetics because I actually like this company.
They're actually a very nice company. It'd be nice if they would have gotten back to me about joining the Creator Club, but, you know, that's a different story. That one's a slightly different story. To be fair,
Yeah, that's why
Oh,
yeah, they probably don't. Yeah.
yeah, they probably don't check lurk it very often.
Yeah, so that's why I bought my cosmetics last season because I was so happy with all those changes that they did.
Oh yeah, and even the changes that they're doing now, like, I get that I also realize that we have to wait for quest stuff for Raptor. Because,
Don't worry, I'm already done. I'm on my way. I'm teleporting you now. I now have a little lizard shoulder pet.
cool.
We're not in combat. You can look. It's a permanent shoulder lizard.
You know, normally when you try to show somebody, you show them and not the other person.
Yeah.
Oh,
I don't see it. I see it. It's cool. I like it. Oh, I like it.
I will hereby name it Buki the second.
No. No.
What about if I give
I
it a
am
knife?
Buki the second. What?
What about if I give it a knife? Then can I call it Buki the second?
Yeah, sure, fine. I'm okay with that. Ooh, temporal
Loot.
sanctum key. I like that. A temporal sanctum key is always nice to have.
Oh, these are very nice boots.
Oh?
There's no forging potential on them, but I like the mod. It's got movement speed and cooldown reduction.
Wait, what are we looking for here in the crossroads?
You went all the way back to the start. We had to keep moving forward.
Oh, I have to manually enter. It says travel to the crossroads. Is this the crossroads? Am I supposed
We're
to
in the
manually
crossroads
enter
right
here
now.
to progress the quest?
No.
Oh,
Yeah, there's-
no.
I think...
Yeah, we have to go all the way to
I
the
think
end up here.
Yeah, I got confused as well. I saw a arrow back at the beginning, so it's like, oh, well, why don't we just go
Yeah,
over
that's the
there
side quest
first?
turn-in arrow.
There we go. Fight off Oscar.
Not that they're that big of a deal anyways. Ooh, golden resonance for crew.
Oh, wait. I have a better backpack. I now have a back sloth.
But the lizards are better. Oh,
And
yeah,
now we
I
can go
I
back to
also
scrap.
have the lizard. I have the lizard and the sloth.
So, what,
for
you
one
get like
special.
2 pet slots then?
No, it's a back attachment. The sloth is a back attachment. It's called a back sloth.
Oh, okay.
And yeah, you do get 2 pet slots. by
Yeah, you do
default.
get. Yeah, yeah. So the pet it gave me was a toucan.
Not a free can?
No, also not a lizard.
No.
Which feels kind of weird that they didn't actually give you a reptile for this. And the shoulder lizard is not one of my pets.
Teleport to Peru.
I support there is now this like I said, it is part of being chieftain.
Teleport to fruit. Got it.
Alright.
Boop. Boop.
Well, Peru was next to the quest people, so I was like, oh, wait, I can just teleport over to Peru.
Yep.
What level do I need
So I
to
technically
bring
have
this
4. I technically have 4 pets and my
I
horde
got
of
level-
dinosaurs.
for? Hmm? Wait, I thought you can upgrade things to tier 5, not tier 4. I must be out of critical multiplier shards.
Oh yeah, you don't have any shards. That's why. I looked over and I saw. Yeah, you don't, there's no number
Can I help
there.
you?
So I have a sloth, a lizard, a capybara, and a bigger lizard. Oh.
And now we wait for Buki.
How many shards do you
It
need
looks
to...
like the sloth is alive. It's a sloth with a
Oh,
tiny
I need
backpack.
3 shards, right?
On upgrade now, you just need 1.
Oh, wait, I need multipliers, duh.
Can I help
I
you?
grabbed crit strike chance, not crit strike multiplier.
Oh.
No. I have a sloth upon my back.
Okay, it doesn't look as if there's any crit
Stay
strike
safe,
chance
Bravo.
stuff there. No. Nope, no crit strike chance. Hydrate, I shall do so, Crat. How are you?
Hey, Krat.
Bum, 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 bum. Roar! Bum, 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 bum.
Go, Mr. Crab.
Go, Mr. Krabs! Nada! Name! Ew. Hey, look, a backpack!
Backpack.
Backpack, backpack.
Oh, sloth with the backpack. What is thy wisdom?
Hurry, you have to give us what we need now. Hey, look.
I don't know what we
okay.
need. Do you know what we need?
Corpses! We need corpses!
Oh boy, corpses, my favorite.
I hope you don't carry corpses in your backpack. That's my job. Wait a second. Oh, you do carry a corpse in your backpack.
Okay,
Different
I can
game.
100% say it now. I can 100% say it now. The bee gloves are this season's version of Calamity for me because I have just found another set of bee gloves just randomly.
But you
To be
need
fair,
more
the bee gloves are a
bees.
very common drop.
Bees.
Too bad I can't throw the bee gloves on the T-Rex. Just imagine the T-Rex bite somebody and bees just start clearing from its mouth. That'd be
Alright,
horrific.
we're heading to the ancient era.
Yay! Time to upgrade my thingy.
We've once again caught. Ready to trade.
I am home.
Aggravated honey.
Impossible.
I
Is
guess
that
this is what
you, or-
happens if you shrink the kids, right?
I suppose.
I don't know if
love
I
the
forget it.
aggra- I've actually never seen it, so.
Really?
I haven't
just
seen it
know the
either.
title.
Really?
Yeah.
I haven't seen a lot of classic movies. Like, I haven't seen any of the Rocky movies. Or any of the Back to the Futures.
Well, okay, Rocky I can give a pass because it's a boxing movie. Who watches boxing movies? But Back to the Future, too?
That's a legend. You should watch that one.
Maybe if I find it on disc someday, I'll buy it.
You will not find that on disc.
There.
I'm pretty sure there's pirate copies on YouTube of those you can watch.
Yeah.
Hey, you probably could actually rent it on YouTube.
Oh, Red 100%. I was talking about someone at some points. There's probably like an actual copyright
I
infringing
would
copy
not-
up there.
You should not pirate videos. Ever.
What about Nintendo products?
You should not pirate whatsoever.
What about if I lose a leg? Then can I
It
still
does
be?
not
Can I,
matter. Well, okay, you can be
can I
cool
pirate
and
a peg leg?
You can, yes. I will allow this.
See, start
pedals.
new lineage. And there's another copy of this necklace.
I'm actually... I would... If it wasn't for the fact that these creatures are sadly useless, I would almost be tempted to use mine.
You know what? I'm gonna grab the bag of uniques. I'm
I
gonna see what
almost
get.
have enough horns to buy.
How do I use the bag of uniques?
You just right click
Oh,
on
you
it,
just right click it. Yeah.
and then it
Okay,
throws a
frozen
bunch of
ire.
uniques on the ground.
Fortune of Pontifex. I got my helm.
Nice.
Artor's Legacy.
Did you get a two-handed sword?
I got a two-handed
By the way-
mace.
No.
I
what
got
does it do?
3 two-handed maces, in
What
fact.
do they do?
Stormbreaker, Torch of the Pontifex. Oh, I only got 2. Never mind. I also got a
Mhm.
stuff. And I got a Sentinel relic with Weaver's Will.
Yeah. I got green form. Not very useful, unfortunately. Cool as block chance.
Do I spend 6 bones to buy a unique?
What
Well,
you
the
need.
unique bag. The unique bag.
Oh, I mean, why not?
Yeah, I still have a while until I need to spend the bones for my necklace anyway, because that's still 14 levels away. I'll probably get those horns back. Right?
Probably.
I'm not super worried about it. Right now, I'm buying bags of unique because that's really about all I can get.
I'm probably going to start buying bags of unique so I can try to get that sword I'm looking for.
Oh, 10,000 gives you a bag of primordial materials. Cool.
Come
Why does it sound
on!
like these bags are kind of a pity system?
I got my hopes up and I saw a catalyst. It's wrong catalyst.
You get
Wrong
everything
two-handed
you need?
sword. No.
Mhm.
Well, I mean, the two-handed sword we got is actually a decent sword because it gives us a way to break the final boss.
What do you mean?
We can ignore the last 90% of the fight.
What does that sword do?
Instantly kill enemies that are left below 19% health by a melee attack.
That's actually pretty cool. Kill bosses too?
Bosses too. The last
Damn,
phase of the
that's-
boss. This is how I bet the boss because the last phase is brutal.
You bet the boss? What'd you bet him?
I bet him his life. He lost.
I have footprints. Do.
These parts will not go.
What do you do? Is it you or is it the T-Rex that has the footprint?
It's me. It's me. It's part of the supporter pack. I got.
Okay. Oh, that mage is on the other side of the wall.
Actually, is this sword better?
Time to test something. I can't jump it.
No.
It's worth a
Yeah, I
shot.
kind of figured that you're not jumping for that.
It's worth a shot because there's been some walls I thought I couldn't jump that I could.
No, that makes sense. But that wall's actually kind of a big wall, so it kind of makes sense that you can't. What do I need to upgrade my sword again?
You need a crit multiplier.
59. Well, I also need to be level 59.
Ah.
Because I'm also on like the cusp of just keeping my weapon level up. Hmm.
I think the only unique I'm missing from my build is the sword.
Yeah. You want to know what unique I'm missing for my build?
Yes.
Yep. All of them.
Ooh, necklace upgrade for me.
Nice.
Let's re-roll this dodge rating into something else. Looks like I need dodge rating.
Yeah, I don't see any of the stuff that I need annoyingly.
Actually, I am listing a couple more.
Physical resistance,
pieces of
okay. We can use that. I don't care about shredding armor. It gave me
also-
dodge resistance!
build. Oof.
Chance to
That
shock!
matters.
Okay. I don't need chance to shock, but whatever.
It's not necessarily a bad thing to have dodge resist, right?
And I went to get rid of shock and it gave me dodge rating back. And now it's capped.
Sorry, my weapon has ignite on hit, which I don't want, but I don't really have much of a choice in it.
Wizard.
Where you gonna go?
I'm going for
I
the main
teleported to
stuff
you.
here that we missed. Is the wall?
So, let us know when you're there, then I guess.
I'm here. I'm
Oh.
already here.
You're the wizard!
Rule over their people and do nothing to help them.
Boy, stop dodging the avalanches!
Ward gain on kill and plus 61 ward decay threshold.
Neat, but nah.
I'm gonna say hi to Manus real quick.
Hey, Manus.
Hi, Manus.
I'm just
Hey,
running to get the
Manus,
loot
here.
that I missed because of Raptor.
I don't have the up arrow for the crit strike. Did I not get the crit strike multiplier then?
Probably not, no. 'Cause it is random what shards you get.
That's too bad. I think there's a gun right away. Wait for the monkey!
Nemesis.
Yep.
Yeah, I was just running from, by the way that raptor went because I wanted the loot.
Makes sense. Raptor just carried on without us.
I feel I should mention that I got like 3 hours of sleep last night because I had a cramp at 4 a.m. in my
Oh,
chest.
that's always rough.
I don't
On
think I
dagger.
Need,
No.
I'm banishing. I don't need bleeding heart.
No! And as much as I like bleeding heart, I really don't because it will just murder me.
Yeah, I'm gonna banish too.
I banished mine. I had Cinder Song, which seemed pretty cool. Yeah, but
Man,
I
all
need
this gold on the ground and
something.
we can't actually get any of it.
Levels of wealth.
Oh, Temporal Sanctum Key.
I'd love to clear them out at some point.
Those aren't
Oh, I didn't get a
broken.
key.
Super fast. I have a temporal sanctum key.
Well, we got one, but Rebby got a second one.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is my second one, huh?
Yeah, I only have one. I have two of the other two keys, but I only have one for temporal sanctum.
Really? I only have one of each key.
Hey, Allie. I do only
I have 4 lightless arbor keys and
Seriously?
one of the third of the keys. Yeah.
Man, you guys have got lucky with your key drops.
However, I haven't gotten a rune.
Oh.
Oh, I just got a rune of ascendancy. Literally, as I mentioned, I hadn't gotten one in a long time.
What do you have to do?
Hi, Hallie.
Hey, Hallie.
Congrats on your freedom. Hey, do either of you have any one-handed swords by any chance?
No.
No.
I'm holding
I need
onto
one
the
hand.
daggers for Furu.
How many rune of ascendancy do I have? 1.
Alright, they're all just leaving without me. They don't care.
I was leveling up.
So was I.
I did my level up also.
Go home, no longer have a talking for you, so I can finally clean the house in peace. Hi, Manus! How are you?
Hi, Manus.
It's Manus! It's Connor!
It's a Hallie.
How's
I know
everything?
the exit is there, but I'm killing these few things I was right near
Oh,
the level.
supposed to
And there it
have
is.
attunement.
Ooh, obsidian resonance for Buki.
Nice.
Ooh, nice. No, like,
Wow.
steal instead.
Wow.
Yeah, if you can't lick, just steal. And if you can't steal, just steal. That's not an act.
If you can't lick and you can't steal, then lick their wallet.
Mm-mm. Actually, can we, like, this is the town, right?
This is the
Yep.
town now, yeah.
And there's the key
Oh my
vendor.
god. Why is this hallway so long?
Right?
The attention has been stolen.
It's basically just exposition.
Unskippable cutscene.
Why? That's my lunch. I actually already ate it, so I don't know what you're gonna do with it.
I can take this time to see what that work ping
May I
was.
help you?
Freedom will be
Just
our
news.
future. My
Stay safe,
future
traveler.
at any cost.
Farewell.
Alright, I'm going to, because I'm gonna head
What?
back, I'm gonna do a quick respec at the end time.
Can't we respect here? Or,
No?
Oh, the NPC's not here.
Yeah. Sneak! Sneak! It's a thing.
Do this thing. I
What are
like
you
this.
doing?
Cool.
Yeah, I can't respec until I change out my weapon,
Mmm.
which is right now where where my largest DPS loss is. I'm still using that sword we got at the start of the game.
Oh no. By the way, I respect 1 point. And I didn't even actually need to respec it.
Yeah, that's the only thing I would need to respec right now would be that, unless I wanted to move some other things to some other stats that I skipped.
So I'm going to take a wrong path to go over and see if I can just grab my clan. Yep. Okay, we can grab our thing now. Merchant Guild.
No, I'm
That's not
actually
Merchant Guild.
wondering if I want to.
You've been trying to get it started on your weekly homework. I might as well get it done early before
Yeah.
you forget. Not a post on forget, not supposed to spider. Please do not post the spider pic.
I am, however, going to change out my skills.
Circle of Fortune unlocked.
Spiders. No, do not post spider pic. No.
What about the Spider-Man?
As Jane Jonah Jameson said, give me more pictures of Spider-Man!
What do you say? Do you wish to have fate on your side?
No spider pic.
Welcome. Prophet Goat. What?
You can, I mean, you can just send the spider pictures to somebody else.
Prophecy Goat. What? And speak with Galila if you wish to purchase lenses and other items that may.
Let's see. So okay, so they give us 500 favor to start.
Circle of Fortune. A great deal, traveler.
Oh,
Not allowed either. Not allowed.
Hmm?
Manus.
I see a meow.
Meow. What do you mean a meow? Where's a meow?
Cute, fluffy, and non-fluffy. Snake, cat, frog, toad thing.
Snake, cat, frog. Snake, cat, frog.
Welcome. Is there anything you'd like to ask me?
I decided to spec into Monostrike for now. It's not going to be as good as the Dream build, but I'll just do cold-based Monostrike for now.
Yeah, no, it's obviously not allowed. Obviously not allowed.
I'll swap to this guy.
I don't
yeah, I don't have my
need
chest
no
armor, right?
rules. Oh, you
Eh.
have to get a prophecy for the sci-fi. Okay.
Yeah, I'm probably just gonna grab.
And we'll
Something.
spec in
Most
some
Most of these
poison
prophecies are not
resist.
that good.
Most of these
This
prophecies I
time.
can't even do right now.
Yeah, I found one I could do. I just didn't have the points to get it.
Well, then
It
you
was go back
obviously
and kill the
don't.
ass
I
again.
should have left you as Vitality. That's stupid.
Oh, defeated Exiled Mage. Boom. There we go.
Rare enemy in any dungeon. Majasa. Not enough points.
There we go.
I-
Did you
I
like the
don't
cat
have
speaking
enough
grass?
points.
Meow.
I thought they said they would be enough points.
They said there was to be able to buy one.
You
I've
get, like,
only got 550. Sorry,
Yeah?
504.
Yeah? Sneak, get, frog.
That's okay. I'm gonna go
Only-
grab mine now too.
The only prophecy I can afford is Lightless Dungeon.
Hey, look!
Like-
It means
sorry,
that you can
temporal
afford a
sanctum.
prophecy! They didn't say you could afford a good prophecy.
Oh, it doesn't say you have to do it either.
No?
Okay. Okay.
The-
I thought it
the
had
only
to be
thing
a
they-
prophecy you could complete. That's my bad.
Oh yeah,
No.
well you have to complete at some point, but for this quest thing, this is teaching you, hey, here's how you do prophecies.
Hi, Finn. How are you? I hope you're doing well. What are you up to, Finn? The Oasis.
Hello,
Yeah,
Finn.
okay, we want to go to the Oasis. I'm gonna hang
No,
out at the Oasis.
not the Oasis yet.
Well,
Yeah,
I
we need
can
to head to
figure
the
out
slums.
Yeah, we do a lot of slum stuff first.
Slum. So we're gonna slum it?
Yeah.
We're gonna slum it right to the graveyard because that's where we're putting everybody.
That's their problem, not mine. Doing alright. Been a while. Hope you've been doing well. Doing as well can be.
See, is there a dagger prophecy? There is not a dagger prophecy.
Lower district is where we're going.
The temple is closed.
Okay.
Leave. I don't.
Was it just me, or was... if you... I am not sure if we can trust this friend of yours, but I trust...
Oh, that's right. I have to do, Derek's, chatting stuff first.
And hey, if you're looking for little details.
I'll grab the
Okay,
diamond
yeah.
agent because we're gonna be finding those soon.
So what?
I did all the talking I could to him. There we go.
What are you doing, Fruit?
Oh, I was just grabbing my prophecy.
Oh,
Where did you go?
Stinky, stinky,
I was still in the
stinky.
observatory.
I took a wrong path and went right back out.
Well, yes, Tabu. We know you are.
And now I'm going back to talk to the quest people, and then I'll be down in the slums.
Okay.
Taboo needs a bath. Probably with a bit of
Mm.
herb, maybe some potatoes, some carrots.
Raptor, maybe not move on just yet? You'll be listening while you stuff your bit. Ooh, what you eating? Yum, yum, yum. 5 points gives me the increased mana regen. That's good. So
That's
1,
fine.
2...
I have currency now. If there's anything I'm
So
interested
I want
in.
to get up to here. Your melee attacks have a chance to for Thunderbolt, which will result in a 50% chance to cast Thunderbolt on melee attack. And then indirect Stormcast will have a 20% chance eventually to double cast, which means more storms. Alright, we can go now, Raptor.
Okie dokie.
Ow? Ow? What the heck? What the heck?
I guess they
almost-
decided they didn't like you.
I almost died just walking in the area.
There was an elite with deadly, if not damage resisting error.
Oh, that could, if they started the attack and hit me, that would actually
That
make
was
a
one of
lot
the, it was
sense.
one of
Yeah.
the one with range attacks, the poison range attacks, I think.
Mm,
Obsidian Resonance for
Sliced
Fabuki.
potatoes in a delightful...
Oh, we gotta go left
puree
first.
French fry. Yeah, French fries and ketchup, yeah. Yeah, check that. You make it sound good, though. What's that, Tabu? I wish you could most of the animals I feed during work, but you don't have the space, in the trucker trap. Are you ready for Halo Helldivers? Yeah, we'll be playing Halo Helldivers. I presume we'll be playing Halo Helldivers, right, Brew?
Oh, we
Doesn't
will
that
be.
drop like tomorrow or Sunday?
Is that tomorrow? I don't know. Well, I have to play Helldivers at some point.
Okay. Dagger?
What's
No
up with that
dagger.
crossplay?
The 26th, so 4 days, yeah.
If possible, I
Uh,
might see if I can join if it has crossplay.
It does have trust.
Yeah, I'm gonna banish.
Okay. The only weird part is I actually have Helldivers 2 on disc,
What's weird about that?
which is kind of weird. Do we know how much the Helldivers bonus, the Helldivers pack is going to cost?
Probably the same as the last one.
I
Even
don't
if they're
know how much
actually,
that was.
I am worried that because they're calling it a legendary pack, that they're going to increase the price.
100%
I've got
they
it.
are, because they did that for the Fallout one, remember? Not Fallout. Was it Fallout?
Hellzone.
No, Killzone, yeah. That's what
By
it
the
was.
way, if
I-
you
I-
look at the have you guys seen the difference between a normal pack and this legendary pack, by the way? Just wondering if anybody's seen the difference.
Isn't there
Was it like
like
double
a
or triple
lot
or
more
something?
stuff?
That's the neat part. It was less stuff.
What is it? Goblins? Is it
I'm
goblins?
talking about for the new.
Sounds great. No, I'm just wondering. Does any... Okay, so you guys think it's double or triple, right?
Well, I know Killzone was like double or triple or something like that.
Killzone was not double or triple. Killzone actually, it's a war bond. It is a normal war bond. Just like Killzone, it's a normal war bond. It's going to have 3 pages of stuff, and that is it.
Okay.
$50.
Yeah, that's what I'm dreading. I'm thinking it's probably gonna be around 50.
I don't think it's gonna be like that much. I don't know the price difference, but I know the difference between like the stuff difference is there's absolutely no difference.
Yeah, one of my housemates was saying it should be exclusive.
No.
Yeah. Or at least
We're-
a timed exclusive according to them.
No. All
Yeah, that-
exclusives of all kinds are trash.
The worst part was they used a comparison that's really bad. They compare it to back when Destiny 2 had weapons that were locked to consoles.
Yeah.
That was not a good
Either
idea.
way,
Right, because
you
that's
can-
totally not a balance concern with crossplay.
Right. But even without it, I wholeheartedly believe that
Hello.
consoles, like, exclusives need to die.
They really do.
And I don't care if it's the
Well-
company that is the king of exclusives that needs to stop. I want to be able to buy one console and play all my games. And that is it.
So a computer.
Exactly.
It would actually have to be an actual console. Computers.
Alright. So, not to rag on, consoles do have their place. Consoles do have their place. The good thing about consoles is that you can plug a game in and you know it's gonna work. Unless your
Yep.
console's busted,
You-
that's a completely different problem. And, unless you have a problem with your console.
Actually, I can't say that. They're actually... Speaking of things like that, have you heard about the Elden Ring Tarnished Edition?
Yeah.
Elden Ring is going to be coming out for Switch too. If what I've heard is true, the performance is so bad at Gamescom that they were forbidden from showing it, from recording it. The performance is that bad.
So I'm gonna state this. Whatever Nintendo does doesn't count. The reason why is because it's just bad.
Yeah, fair
Okay?
enough.
Ignoring Nintendo and their low power problems because they're making handhelds, labeling it as consoles.
Oh, the power of a PS4.
What Goblin said is true. Like computers are terrible for new buyers. They're annoying to set up, but they have the accessibility. They tend to cost more, and you can mod them. Like, they have a lot of great stuff. But if you just want to be able to set something on the ground, plug it in, and call it a day, that's where consoles shine. And that's where consoles should be.
I don't have the knowledge to do a lot of the setup for computers, so...
Exactly, nor do I. Okay, we got our
Why I
own next
usually go
beast already. Yeah, and there's nothing wrong with that. But I do think that exclusivities for consoles do not need to be a thing. Because
Oh,
I
it does seem
would
that-
love... What?
I was gonna say, it does seem like both Xbox and PlayStation are slowly moving away from them also.
Which is what needs to happen. Now, I don't know what's going on with Xbox and their handheld. Did you see the price of that?
Wait, Xbox has a handheld now?
Yeah, it's going to be called the Xbox Ally. It's supposed to come out later this year, early next year.
That's not actually happened. The only issue I have with it is it's $700.
For a handheld?
For
It's
the
supposed to be a competitor to the Steam Deck.
For the cheaper version of it, the better version is $1,000,
Dude, just buy a laptop at that price, Jesus.
right?
Yeah.
$1,000 That's ridiculously expensive.
Yeah.
Like handhelds are supposed to be dirt cheap for the convenience factor.
Yeah.
Unless you're Nintendo.
I saw the price $1,000. Like, oh my god. Like, I'm not buying that. I'm not buying it anyways. I'm always
He's
sitting at my
winning because Steam
computer.
Deck is cheaper.
And, like, everything is cheap. And that's why I might as well just buy a Switch. Now it does.
Yeah.
It is nice because you get both Game Pass and Steam games on it. Like, let's be real. It's got the most games. This really does expand inside every time you go here, doesn't it?
Yep.
Oh, we got the skull over here.
Yep. Nom 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 nom. Nor tasty crunchy bones. Nom 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 nom.
Perfect. I got the strike multiplier shard.
Nice.
But 450 for Steam Deck to 1,000. Well, remember. Before calling him out on being a fat, one sec, guys. I gotta grab the bone thing. It is also, I don't know the difference between the more expensive and the least expensive version, so I can't tell yet, but it's quite the difference.
It's mine.
That's not.
You can tell
It's
because it
the
has
normal one.
only feathers on its tail. I think.
Okay, ooh, what are these? Grows flowering vines from its shoulders that release poison pods. Grows flowering vines from its shoulders that spit needles. Oh.
It was feathers to buy uniques, right?
No,
Oh,
feathers and
feathers
fangs.
and fangs. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I guess I'll add wings so I can get feathers to buy those.
Oh, yeah. How's Raptor doing up there with the Raptor? You don't have Raptor Squad yet, do you, Raptor?
I only have one. I just got a new one-handed axe. Tempest Maw.
What's that do?
That's
Melee
a
lightning
stone
damage,
totem
spell
one, I
lightning
believe.
damage, totem, minus totem mana cost, 4 strength entombment, whenever you summon it. Okay, yeah. Nothing really that great. I also got Liraka's Claws, which is true.
That's cool.
Yep.
But yeah, like, I don't know what sets the Xbox Ally apart from the Switch other than the fact that it can have Game Pass games.
I do know one thing about it from what I heard when it was first revealed. It's not pure Microsoft. They outsourced it.
I mean,
It's an actual tablet company working on it, I believe.
It's not a
It's in partnership.
thing. Question mark.
It
could be a good thing.
If I remember correctly.
What?
Right, Nemesis. It's I don't remember the name of the company they're working with, but I remember that it was a big thing that was in collaboration with, not just, in-house.
Yeah, as I said, not necessarily a bad thing.
I kind of want to get that just because I think it'd be really funny for a build, but it's useless to me
I'm
right
gonna
now.
banish.
Plague
I
Bearer
banished
staff.
mine.
I'm probably gonna banish too.
I have no Dachi in mind. It made me sad.
Oh, we have 2 objectives here.
Yeah.
The contacts. Which can't we buy stuff from them? Boop.
What brings you here?
Oh yeah, we can actually just sell stuff to them if we want.
Brings you here?
Oh yeah, Frank does sell stuff.
Nothing I want.
There's a dagger.
I don't have any ascendancies anyway, so it doesn't matter.
Aha! One-handed sword.
Yeah.
I need that. Boop. Boop.
Farewell.
Boop. Boop.
Well,
Rainbow Edge.
it'll be interesting to see what sets it apart from other handhelds, though.
Yeah.
But I mean, I'm
PlayStation
not gonna
handheld
get.
is not that good.
PlayStation has a handheld.
Yep.
The Vita?
No. There's one that could connect to your
yeah.
PS5.
I know they're might be
It's just
releasing the
not
Vita 2 at some
good.
point. They actually did state that they'll be releasing a new Vita. So that's kind of cool. I like the Vita.
Yeah, the Vita is.
Oh, you need the PS5 for that one. Okay.
You actually need the base system to be able to even use it. That's why I said it's not
So
good.
it's not even really a handheld, it's just a glorified console.
It also doesn't work when you're too far away from your base PS5. But it's like I don't want to move to play my PS5.
Yes. Okay. So it's
Oh.
it's like the Wii U.
I guess you got the sword.
It's level 64. I can't equip it yet.
I made this
My build.
Nice.
Oh, come on. Where is that fighting spirit? It's going to
It's too high level though.
It's not like you've got any other options.
Boy, it'd be nice if I could get my build weapons.
I know what you mean, Fro. Well, I'm missing mine too.
It looks like the luck has traded hands.
I mean, I haven't had very good luck this entire time.
I met Fru.
Oh. Yeah.
Because Fru was having really good luck near the beginning. I can't equip this for another 6 levels.
Fix it.
Actually, no, I got a couple seconds. I'm gonna check something.
I just realized that the necklace for the beast is only level 11 to equip, no matter how strong it is. Which means that even though we're making stronger and stronger ones, they're going to get more and more dangerous.
That is also true when you put legendary potential in it. The legendary potential does not change the level.
Oh, okay, that's not bad.
Oh.
I looked at the price for the Helldivers thing. It's supposed to be about $15. It's a 1.5 times the price of a normal war bond.
Yeah, for the exact same amount of stuff in a war bond.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the issue that we were getting with. They called it legendary so that they could increase the price by 50%.
They're claiming
literally nothing new.
They're claiming it's to pay for the collab.
Who cares? That's their problem, not ours. That's the thing. The thing is, yes, it is to pay for the collab, but they're still increasing the price by 50%.
Yeah, this is why I haven't really wanted
$50.
to play it anymore, is because of their microtransaction policies. They've broken every single promise related to it.
Yep.
The only reason I'm playing it now is because it's on my list. And might as well at that point. I'm not buying the new pack. As much as I like how it
My
looks...
brothers will nag me about it.
What?
I said I might buy it because my brothers won't nag me about it.
Well, then your brothers can buy it.
Unfortunately, you can't cross-buy on PlayStation. For some reason, PlayStation is the only console where you can't buy stuff for friends. It's so weird.
No, why don't they just buy it for themselves?
Lizard.
Loot lizard, loot lizard, loot lizard.
Yeah, they can buy it for themselves and then they can use it. Lizard! Yeah.
Lizard. Product integration.
Lizard! Because you don't need to buy it for them.
I'll be honest, I am tempted to buy it because I really like the Halo weapon.
The shotgun, the energy sword. Oh,
What?
the energy. I might buy the energy sword only because the energy sword is supposed to be in the market floor.
I didn't even know that was supposed to be in there. No, I just really like the Halo assault rifle.
The SMG is actually supposed to be a silenced weapon.
Yeah. It's supposed to be the
They're finally
SMG from
adding-
ODST.
Yeah, I don't get why they're using ODST to introduce their silence pack.
They don't have silence weapons yet?
Nope.
No. They've only been teasing them
Oh,
since before the game came out.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. Yeah, no,
Oh,
they've
well,
been teasing
we're gonna have the
them-
silence weapons. Pay us money if you want it. This
Yeah.
is stuff that I cannot support them over. That's why I've quit the game.
Hey, look,
That's
I got
fair.
one beetle.
Oof. Oh,
Andrew, I
hey,
wonder
dude.
if the number of beetles
Goofy.
is based on your maximum companions. Yes.
I think it might be.
No, because I've gotten
Yeah.
4 on my mage before.
I don't know. I've only
Might also
ever
be
gotten
RNG.
one.
It doesn't want to give Buki too much food because lizards eat beetles.
Yum, 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 yum.
All the other beetles Buki eats. The Buki's max rolling every time. They're just going in her stomach.
Yum, yum, yum. Look! They're delicious. Beetles are really ugly. I don't actually like beetles.
Fried chocolate covered beetle.
Wrong way, Raptor.
I was gonna go grab fast travel.
Especially
The
bigger
quest is
beetles.
literally right here.
Ah,
Lizard!
there.
Oh, did we already do it?
Wave's gonna start spawning in behind us.
There we go. Oh, now for the alpha. Wow, the alpha's a lot bigger, right?
Ooh, a Sepel.
That
Pebbles.
lizard is
Oh,
trying its
Xerix.
best. It's trying its best. I like what it looks
it's
like.
here,
How,
okay.
when the primal beast
Food
is in
delivery
the
service.
same model,
Yum, yum, yum. Yum, yum, yum.
the problem with that
yum.
delivery service is you never get your food. Buki gets your
You'll
food.
get some of it.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
get
you
the
get
bones
some.
of the chicken.
No, I wouldn't do that. You might get... Ooh, Ring of Ascendancy.
Level up.
Do
Do you need a sword?
Yeah, I need a two-handed sword.
I'll keep an eye out.
I thought you asked because you had one.
I was just opening my loot thing to see if I had any.
What sword are you looking for?
I'm looking for Battle Mage's Endeavor.
If I see it, I'll let you know.
Yeah, that's why every time you got a legendary, I asked about it. But if
Sometimes
you
they're
see a
even
two-handed
useful.
sword on the ground, just let me know.
My loot filter actually hides those.
Of course.
I mean, so does mine, but every time
Number
whenever I see loot, I just turn it
675.
off so I can see
I
it.
am willing to screw
I'll
things
probably
up
do the
for
same.
everybody.
If I see big piles of loot, I'll just press the
I
button and check
am
real
willing to
quick.
screw things up for everybody. How'd you know? I didn't realize that I figured I'm still shocking enemies.
Except, you might have something that is giving you just innate shock chance.
I do. Blood for the blood boogie, skull for the boogie throne. I feel like a skull throne, as long as I have a cushion, I think a skull throne would be fine. But if there's no
Blood.
cushion, not really up for a skull throne.
Blood for the blood lily. Skulls for the Reaper's glamour closet.
Lizard.
Lizard.
Lizard!
Ooh.
Unique ring.
Unique
Hey, I have
idol.
a paladin build ring at least.
Is anybody using mage?
No.
Raptor.
It's runes.
Oh, okay, no, that's a different mage.
Also, I got another bleeding heart.
Lizard.
It's another unique lizard, too.
Oh, wrong way.
Down here. Ooh, I got
Oh,
two
dagger,
unique
dagger,
lizards.
dagger! Dang it. Wrong dagger. It's the it's another build item for one of my builds I did put together. It's
Buki,
for
do you
the
have the gloves for your build yet? Because, oh, nope, never mind. These are necrotic. Never mind. Wrong build.
I don't have any. Alright, crew, wish me luck.
Good
I
luck.
also am free to use SMC shards if you want to send me daggers to try to do it for you.
Do you have-
Also,
Do you have one?
I
No,
have a
it's Orb Weaver's
SMC shard.
Stay.
I don't have any daggers to upgrade for you though.
Now you do.
Okay.
I got an Orb Weaver's
Crouch
Stay
release.
and Dreamthorn.
What is it?
Dagger. Drought's release.
Don't care.
Yeah.
Oh look, my
Yeah.
nemesis has Drought's release.
None of these are that great. Banish.
Finish.
Hey Buki, mine has an Odachi.
That's fine.
Dun, dun, dun.
It only matters if it's no Dachi with crit chance.
It has crit multiplier, unfortunately.
What's the crit on the Odachi? The base crit on it anyways.
170.
I will be back.
That means that this weapon
Well, I mean
has
170
a-
crit multiplier and an extra 33% crit multiplier. There is no innate crit chance.
Oh, it's only a third. Oh, wait, I thought it had an innate crit chance. Well, crit
It has
chance,
innate
too.
crit. It has innate crit multiplier.
Oh, okay. I mean, it's not that big of a deal.
I'll banish it.
If you're using a one-handed or a two-handed weapon.
One-handed.
Because I have an Orb Weaver's thing. I was wondering if you wanted it.
Mouse over it again? No, I can't even mess over it. Let me see what. I forget what that one does.
Stats on the item are doubled for 3 seconds after hitting a boss or a rare enemy that's low health. 58 melee damage, 7% crit strike, 9% move speed, and then 137% dodge. Well, 30 dodge.
You know what? I think it'll be a damage upgrade for me right now. Heck it.
Sure, why not? It's also got 18, so it's actually half decent, too. Well, as long as you roll the stats that you need. Posture check? Problem why? Why? What do you have to today foil, by the way? I'll take the Hydroid. I'm pretty sure Raptor's still a little bit ahead of us, so... Impossible! Hey Goblin, how's the videos going? I'm only asking because I like to know progress. I like to know the progress. Wait for notebook part to arrive. What kind of notebook?
I have returned.
I'll have to go back to my stash to swap out my idols now.
I should really give you a preview Sunday. Ooh, that's exciting. That's exciting. We'll have to judge you. Good.
Oh, I have a set item back here.
Nice.
Played good.
Isildur's Revenge. No, it's not a set where any of us are using.
Yeah, I think there was a set item not too long ago, but none of us is... Actually, I think I'm the only one using set item. Hard
You are.
the charger since yours blew up. To be fair, technically I'm supposed to be using as many set items. Hey, Fruit.
Yeah.
Would I be able to just make a rare item that's like 4 different set items?
I don't think so. I think those are limited. You can only have one set.
Yeah, I remember we worked to try that last season, and
No,
we
I
could
don't think
only
we
throw
ever
on
tried
one.
that.
No, we were trying to move a set item over to a legendary potential.
Yeah. Kill everybody! Oh, this is like only the boss left. That was a lot of stacks of 3s that I just had on it. Hard drive in the car. Oh, I see what you mean. Ooh,
Oh,
hello.
we got Beast. Oop. I think.
No, that's mine.
Yeah, this the Poison Thorns. Mine had that
Mine-
too.
Oh, yours actually shot?
Yeah, mine actually shoots
Yeah, but
the
yours-
thorn.
Yeah, but yours should have had 2 upgrades. That one only had 1.
Oh, I thought the
And-
feathers were another upgrade.
I know mine. I put my wings on mine.
I didn't put wings
Oh,
on
yours
mine.
will be definitely easy to test.
I got another one that launched cast an avalanche motor on the nearby enemy on melee attack.
I
If you want
want. I need those.
Okay, because it's actually got a secondary effect I'm not using.
Nice.
Oh, wait, are you still in the area?
Yes, I'm in the area. I'm just killing things.
There we go.
See what Weaver's Will did
Yeah,
I
the
get?
poison-
Void
The
damage.
poison damage doesn't matter, but the rest is
Poison
actually
doesn't
really nice.
really work for me either.
Yeah, I do lose a lot of cold damage, sadly. But being able, okay, so I have a 38% chance to do that, and then we can.
You know,
put
when we get back to
the-
the town, I think I have a couple. I might have one or two of those in my storage. I'll have to check.
Oh yeah, definitely do, especially if you have ones that are. Because the ideal thing is to have them at max percent.
Mhm.
Because they go up to 28%. And if I can get one at 28, well, if I get 2 at 28%, woohoo. That'll be
Well, I
nice.
know of the Weaver's mechanic from last time did give us the option to re-roll the class-specific idols now.
Oh, so I can take the 14 that I have and then reroll that higher?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, my beast
Also-
that guaranteed drops a class unique idol each time I kill it.
Nice.
That was one of the upgrades I picked.
Oh,
sorry, not
that's
unique,
probably
but,
why it dropped. Yeah, only mages actually have class unique idols.
Let's go thin their numbers a bit,
Unless they
shall
add
we?
some new ones.
Well, when it said class-specific idols, that's the
Yeah, that's what I meant.
your
It's
class
specific,
idols.
Yeah.
not unique.
But yeah,
I
man,
normally get one unique ones for 'em.
I got another
yeah, the only class-specific idol would be for mage. There are unique idols, but only mage has class-specific ones.
Thank you for petting Charlotte,
am-
Fumi. Fumi, how did Guild Wars go?
Hi,
Ow,
Fumi.
I'm taking a lot of
Fumi.
damage.
Hey, beast ahead.
Yeah, for
Good,
a
full
defensive build, I'm still taking tons of damage. Oh my God. I mean, I guess I'm not at the tanky part yet.
Yeah, it's still a little bit to go for that.
Handsome Maelstrom
Mhm.
and spell damage increase.
The final event made you want to never play. Ooh, what happened? Cause that sounds brutal. Ow, I almost got one tapped by a magic enemy. Oh, it's just a, I'm sorry to hear.
Oh.
I remember watching you do the one boss guy that ended up killing you, but I don't know much about Guild Wars, unfortunately. I've never played them. Oh, increases armor. I don't have a lot of armor, I see.
Oh, unique body armor, but it's not the one I need. Dang it.
Speaking of guilds, I wonder if this game's ever going to add guilds.
Probably not.
Like player type guilds. Or maybe squads or something like that.
Probably not.
Yeah, probably not. It'd be
You've
cool
been
though.
told that the event is hard anyways. I mean, that kind of makes sense, I guess.
Try not to fall off. All we got to do is steer down towards
I mean, it still sucks.
We're almost through stuff.
Oh, hold on. One sec.
Well, this is just a way of defense anyway, so.
I'm not sure I actually need to attack anything. That's okay.
We're hit. Grab onto something.
Lizard. Lizard. Oh, while we're waiting, I'm gonna go back to town real quick.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna do that too.
Grin, thank you
Oh,
for
never
joining
mind.
the guild. I do apologize. I got a text message from Mama Boogie. It was not
Everything
great.
okay?
She's fine. She was having a massage and a car came through the wall.
Oh,
Oh!
okay.
She's fine. I need to know which, actually, hold on. I need to give her a call now. One sec. I am now paying attention to my phone. Wait, where did you go?
Oh, well,
Move back
I'm
down real
back to
quick.
town. Yeah.
Oh, okay, okay.
I was gonna swap
Yeah,
around
it
some
turns out
idols.
I had 2 of those idols that give avalanche. One of which is a 20% chance.
Okay.
Yeah, I just figured I'd go
Yeah, I
back to
don't
town
know
real
if
quick.
she's like
Or-
fine, and nothing happened, or if she has to go to the hospital or anything.
Oof.
Farewell.
So it's kind of paying attention to that. Other than that, Raptor, do you have more of those, well, a different one of those idols?
I just took you 2 of them. One took a resonance.
Casting and... Oh, they're both spell casting ones. I can't use those ones.
Ah.
Yeah, it's only the melee ones that I can use.
I didn't realize they were melee. My bad.
No, they're casting.
Oh, yeah, yeah. You know what I mean.
Yeah, I know. I'm just bugging you.
Also, I swapped out a artifact because I realized I had an artifact that was actually messing with Froo's build a little bit. That was equipped. Sorry, idol.
Oh?
I had an idol that whenever I was hit, I had like I think a 9% chance to cast Healing Nova on self,
How would that...
which I looked it up. It actually does heal allies.
Oh, okay. I was confused. I was like, okay, I'm pretty sure healing yourself is fine.
No, it's an AOE heal for 30 points of health a second or something like that.
I gotcha. I gotcha. Crit multiplier. Cast a chill on hit, melee physical damage.
Oh, wait, so I can use that necklace now.
Oop, not you. Alright, these ones. These go there. You and you. Let's see. Oh, did you end up getting anything good from your, the sword I gave you?
Kinda.
What do you
I got a
think,
lot of
then?
void damage, which is useless, but there's crit multiplier, which is okay for me, and all attributes, which is not too bad.
Okay. Oh, I gotta return to the Oasis to let person know.
Oh, you have to do that too. But first, I have to
Oh,
go
yeah,
to end of time
same.
real quick.
It'd be nice if Mama Bookie replied to me.
Good day, traveler.
Sorry, this is the same thing that she complains about. She complains that we don't really answer our phones when it's important. And then I tell her all the time, it's like, yeah, but you don't either.
Yep.
And she's like, no, I do. No, she does not. No, she does not. Waiting on information, can you?
I'm doing good. How are you guys? You very tired, but other than that, good. I just realized I got a cosmetic that I can't use right now because I can't dodge right now. Oh, I didn't even realize I actually already had one of those. Interesting.
There we go. I think that's enough respecking of these guys. Oh wait, no, I have to respec enchant weapon because that's not cold anymore. You guys are going to the lightning side.
Got it. Neither one of them are gonna reply to me. Cool.
Fun.
Love it.
Oh yeah, I think you're still at the NPC hangout. I have to go there too.
Oh well. I still alive after you scurried away from a bear and its cubs. Wow, everyone's just having a rough day today.
Yeah.
Like my god. Is everybody having a good day today? Seriously.
I'm playing games with Pookie. It's a good day.
You know what I mean?
Wait, what are pet
Oh
augments?
my god.
Drew, what are pet augments?
Wait, what do you mean?
Under the cosmetic menu, there's pet augments. What are those?
Mhm.
Or are those not implemented yet?
Wait, pet augments. Which
Yeah,
slot is it?
you see the pet thing, the square at the bottom of the pet? If you click on that, it'll open up a menu, but there's nothing to put in there.
Right, Goblin?
I guess it's
This
an
makes
accessory
it
for the pet, or
not
something that makes
good.
the pet look different.
Maybe. I wonder if it'll eventually be like auto picking up gold or something like that.
Oh, I doubt that.
Oh, so do I. Because this game
Um,
not, annoying.
I'm trying to find out information, but it seems like Mama Boogie says she's fine, but she's getting massaged and a car came through the wall. But I don't know if the wall of the room she was in is the wall of just the building in general, if she's fine, meaning she's in the hospital, but she's okay, or she's fine, meaning that it came through a random wall in the building, and she's unaffected completely. She's just not picking up her phone anymore, which is amazing. Absolutely fine. I would like to know more about what is going on.
Fair. Speaking of things about hospitals, my stepfather, surgery went well. I don't remember what the
Nice.
surgery was for, but apparently it went well.
But that's always good. It's always nice when surgeries go well. Granted, I'm hoping that it was the kind of surgery that tends to go... Oh, hold on.
Lizard. this gonna be better? Yeah, you're gonna be better. Now we play the waiting game. Hope it's okay news.
Yeah, hopefully. Good news is the best news.
Cool. Okay. So she is fine.
Okay.
She's happy. She got a free massage out of it. The car stopped 5 feet away from her. It went through the room she was in.
Oh.
Yeah. But
Dang.
That explains the free massage. Ooh.
That's what I was like, oh, alright, we're going. Yeah, she's fine.
We've once again cornered her. What can we make?
Well, I'm glad she's okay.
Yeah.
Yep, no, I completely agree to that. The massage place, Dandy, I guess a car went through the wall.
What are the golden resin?
Yeah.
Lizard.
Lizard.
Well, Mama Bookie was getting a massage. But yeah, so Mama Boogie says for you all I'm presuming the local one? Because, that's where they go. But yeah, so she says if you guys want a free massage, just make sure somebody drives to the wall. She's pretty chill about it. So that's good. Noted, right? She wanted you all to know that's how you get a free massage.
Just make sure the vehicle through the wall can't be traced back to.
Yeah.
Well, yes. Glad she's okay? Yes, so am I. Yeah.
Pookie, are you shooting? Do you want to shoot more lightning at enemies?
Yes. I shoot plenty of light.
24% chance on 10. 24% chance on 10 or more mana spent to cast lightning at a nearby enemy.
I don't cast lightning. Like, I don't actually use mana. Actually, I do use mana. Wait, how does my mana work?
Anytime your mana goes down is when you spend mana, so.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, does it have to be 10 or more on one spell?
Per cast. So it has to be 10 on when this thing is used, you cast it.
Yeah, anytime you spend 10 or more mana to cast something.
Sure, let's see it.
Okay, the secondary effect is kind of meh, though.
Oh, I might not even be able to equip it as a thing.
It's a square.
Yeah, I can't equip it.
Oh, too late. Already done. Also, I got another summon wolf helm.
That's funny. Yeah, the reason I can't equip it is because I have 2 4s equipped already. Probably doesn't happen. I doubt it will happen within a short amount of time twice. I doubt. It's not a guarantee.
Oh, fight.
Give me my pill.
Rogue added physical throwing damage while dual wielding shard. That is a very lot of work.
Mm-hmm. Oh, okay, so that one was mine. Mine was my shot poison pool. That's what it was.
Okay, mine's also getting horns now that will shoot lightning.
Cool. Mine's getting more thorns. Back to lurking? Yeah. So now mine has thorns that shoot needles and thorns that shoot poison pools. Which is pretty cool.
Mine now has a chance to cause a lightning storm every time I attack.
That kind of stuff.
Well, remember, I'm actually going to be summoning mine later on, so
No, I know.
I actually
It's
want mine to
actually-
be strong.
Well, we all want them to be strong. Naked Monday just received a message just saying patch ago that said total crash.
Oh,
Both drivers were okay.
That's
Oh my
good.
god.
Yeah.
What is going on today?
Uh,
Chill out.
hopefully.
This is not your week. This isn't anybody's week. Can we just remove this week from the calendar?
No, because that would delay the release of Last Epoch update.
No, sir. You know what I mean. You know what I mean.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh, hello.
It's under 2 weeks till my birthday now.
Yay! And
The
like,
second
no.
of June.
All what I mean is, as soon as it hits Saturday, like, as soon as it hits Sunday, we just remove the week from existence. That's what I mean. Everyone just agrees that the week just never happened.
How would that work with me having D&D tomorrow?
Well, I mean, whatever happened in D&D still happened. It's just the weeks just no longer exist. That's all. Okay, true. I found the last laugh you were talking about.
Oh,
It's-
yeah,
it's,
that sword.
it's an okay sword, but yeah, we definitely want to make sure we hold on to one of those when we do eventually get to Aberath. The fun part is trying to change. Oh yeah, you find it like normal, and then once you get to like the last phase, you swap to the sword.
And then you just bonk him and he's dead.
Yep.
That's pretty funny.
The hard part though is going to be equipping the sword in combat while you're still trying to dodge everything.
Now I'll handle it. Technically, we all have it. We can all try it. I'm pretty sure one of us will survive. Well, the good chances we'll get another one.
Probably.
We actually picked up quite a lot of last laughs last time.
We did, yeah.
It's just we never used them.
Also runs counter to my whole build.
What?
I would lose my raptors.
Your raptors don't matter when it means one-shotting the hardest boss in the game.
Yes.
fair,
Well, it's not going to be a one shot. It's going to be a
Yeah.
1/5 shot.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Snowblind and a hummingbee.
Oh, Hummingbee's actually a good sword.
Yeah, it has buzz nerds. Like, some of the next one before the dragon is gone. The lizard thing is gone.
You know what? I got 2 rings in there. Let's see if we can get some good modifiers on the wings. Because I got the unique is nothing to write home about. It's Thorn Shell.
Okay.
Mine is trash.
Ooh, that's actually not a bad one
What?
for Sentinel. I got a good idol for Sentinel.
I'm going to banish
Nice.
mine.
47% increased melee damage for 4 seconds when a skill echoes. That's really not bad. for Echo.
Come, Boogie. Oh.
Spooky's awesome. I wonder if we could get Vince Manis to join us today. Actually,
The only
Vince is probably
downside
pretty
with
far behind.
that's the big thing. Like, obviously, yes, I want Menace to join. The only thing is, though, I don't know how far behind Vince is. But I am all for
hard
Menace
carry him.
joining. Yeah, but I hate doing that because that's no fun for anybody.
That's fair. That's fair.
Over here, Raptor!
Here I am with my dinosaurs.
Yeah, he's not anywhere anymore.
B summon on potion use. Both the belts had B summon on potion use.
That makes sense. They tend to be, like, the same thing. Quite full diamond matron of rage. Okay, she got a lot
mentioning
faster
the
than I
D&D
thought she
party
would.
dying is actually kind of ironic because one of our players is actually trying to swap characters soon.
Okay, then why does he just swap characters?
Wants to not do it out of the blue, so setting it up in game and making a backup character, another character first, because has to get stuff approved by the DM. Because wants to do some homebrew stuff, so it actually needs to get approved first. Level 60, 4 more levels.
You're level 60? Oh, that's right. You were ahead of us.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Shadow Cascade.
Yeah.
I still have 24 forging potential on this sword.
Now, you're getting really lucky with the. Like, how much potential does Envy use?
1 to 18.
You are so lucky with that. Because isn't that like the 7th one you've used?
Ah!
Oh, whatever. Oh.
Oh, but I have
Ooh,
another
raptors.
Halvar's piece for you.
A what?
Halvar's boots. 143, 8, 50, 29.
Oh, 143. What and what and what?
8, 50, 29.
So the first two are lower, the second two are higher.
Do you want them or no?
No, I think I'd like to have, I think I'd like to have the higher freeze rate.
Let's see. Mine has. Ooh! Another Odachi. With no good
Ooh,
mods on it.
Becky. That's too bad.
And Banish.
Let's see. 2. Yeah, so I've upgraded this sword 7 times. Because it started off with a tier 1 chance to ignite and a tier 0 critical strike multiplier. My crit strike is at tier 5 and my chance to ignite is at tier 3. So yes, I've upgraded this sword 7 times. And I can upgrade it at minimum 2 more times. Ah! I got a snowblind with legendary potential on it.
Nice.
What did the Humming Bee get?
I got an upgrade on it. I didn't pay attention to the upgrade. As soon as I saw the snowblind, I was like, I absolutely need no. Roar! Alright, that was funny. That was funny. The golem used its charge ability right when it died, so it flew off. That was great.
See that? That's cool. That's cool. I didn't see that.
it just nuked on out of there. I was like, nope, nope, nope.
Like being big and dude.
Oh, we got a beast.
I'm dead.
I should be starting a game, a new TTRPG on Sunday. Ooh.
Fun.
I hope it goes well.
We're at the very least starting our session 0 on Sunday. So I'm quite excited for it. And the people are absolutely lovely.
Oh, that's a lot of gold.
I don't know if it's gonna end up getting streamed because I know we're aside from the GM, we're all streamers.
Huh.
Ooh, area of effect, area skill. I like that. Because some bears came back from the garbage bin. No!
That's unbearable. Oh, this one's mine.
Yeah, I got another bear helmet.
Right. It says it will drop class unique idols. Does not specify there for years. I had one for mage, sentinel, and acolyte.
Is it unique or just class idols? That's the thing.
Class. It's class. Like, sorry, class specific. Sorry, not uniques. My bad.
Well, I said it could be it's a class. It's only mage that had unique ones, but it's not a unique.
No, it's the fact that we thought it was because Primal would get Primal.
Yeah, that's what I meant. I thought I'd get more primal, but I didn't get a single primal this time.
Yeah.
I think it just probably got unlucky. So normally it favors like your class normally.
Yeah. It's just funny because it dropped 3 of them, and all 3 of them weren't for me.
Oh,
I grabbed one because it's kind of cool, but nah. Are you using Elemental Nova by any
if you
chance?
burn a bear in this game, does it drop bear grills? I feel like there's a joke here somewhere, but I do not get it.
I think that's a famous survivor.
Yeah, that's the survivalist.
Rar.
Yeah.
Gotcha. What in the get-go clip? What are you clipping?
The launch of the robot thing?
No, it says roar. It says roar. Ooh, that's a really nice ring. I got a ring with freeze rate multiplier, cold resist, and cold damage.
Nice.
Nice.
The freeze rate and cold resistance are on the same thing, too.
Hey, fruit.
Block.
I have an artifact with 10% chance to gain 30 ward when hit. It also gives 15 lightning resistance.
No, I don't want it.
Okay. They start attacking. Bad snake people thing. Yeah. Nagasa. Bad Naga. Bad. No warm blanket.
You guys really just bring a whole bunch of stuff to me and leave?
No,
No,
these things auto.
it's wave defense. They
These
just
things
go
auto
out
trigger.
wherever.
When we enter the area, it's gonna hit.
Oh, okay.
I was holding down my side. I blame Raptor for leading his side.
There was nothing there, so I walked away. Unfortunately, more spawned.
Lizard.
Lizard.
Yeah, turns out I actually had some effects I could throw on, so I threw them on. I threw on one that I actually didn't need to grab. Bad.
I was upgrading a ring that I got. Lizard, yes.
Dude, these are...
Lizard.
almost in the new part.
My Avalanche's DPS is 72k now. I just dropped.
Close enough to the new stuff. I'm actually going to turn the volume back up on the in-game talking. Because isn't it like literally the end of this act?
Yeah, once
it's
you
exact time.
finish this act, we'll get new stuff.
Okay, so I turn up
Yeah.
the in-game talking a bit so I can hear it. Like, I'm curious because it's supposed to be like a more primal section of the game with dinosaurs and
Alright,
stuff.
Fur will tell me exactly what happened.
Time's messed up. People died. The end.
Oh, I know.
What do you think you're doing, my pitiful vessel maiden?
I am breaking the cycle. I refuse to be your sacrifice.
I don't blame her.
Rage is unbecoming of you, child.
This is not rage. For millennia, the vessel maidens have died so you could live. Now feel the unending abyss of their despair.
What are you doing?
Why
Guys aren't all that in this game, are they?
the torment that now fills
Only the ice guy was the only like good god.
I mean, Lagon at least has a reason. He just doesn't
After
like
needs
people.
no sleep.
No, Lagon is a spoiled child for a god.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
Why am I? What? Yeah.
No sleep for you, Raptor.
Well, I didn't get much last night, so.
Oh, no more. farm.
No, it's a good thing I bought 3
Disconnect.
energy drinks and I've already drained one then.
No, I walked in.
Oh, I didn't realize that this counted as a different area was all.
Yeah.
Where'd she go?
She goes underneath me and killed the crystals.
I
Why
got
are
the
you-
poison one!
Okay, now we
That's
go
a
to
very
phase 2.
opulent court.
God, that's disturbing. You know, at some point I should replace my gloves. I haven't decided when. I'm still using the Avarice gloves.
Yay! To be fair, I'm still using a very low set of gloves too because it has the ward version.
And
Man,
Now we
all
wait for our
these built-in
loot.
cleanses are super nice. 'Cause it kept on trying to hit me with the stone stuff and it was building up and I kept on cleansing it.
I just ignored it because all it does is stop you from moving, and I really don't care about that.
Yeah, I just kept on cleansing it because,
Do we
well,
get our loot now?
wow, that loot kind of sucked.
Yeah, same for me.
Yeah.
Like, I had one thing that wasn't immediately eaten by the loot filter. Which are y'all looking for any types of pieces of items or something?
I could probably use an upgrade to my gloves.
Yeah. I should also clarify, the only piece of loot that wasn't hidden by loot filter was also the only rare item that dropped. Everything else was a blue or a white.
Oh, yeah, we just got +1. Oh, yeah, that's right. We get +1 all attributes for finishing this, right?
Yeah.
I kind of just forget.
Oh!
Wow, we
Now
got
it's-
teleported somewhere else this time.
I'm gonna watch this to see if there's anything new
Yeah,
here.
same. I'm watching to see if there's anything new
Too
also.
Too late.
This land
It doesn't skip for us.
can feel the spirits all around me. It is beautiful.
The Observer's prison is looking like it's the end area.
Okay, there is nothing new for that.
Yeah. I was just wondering if there
T-Rex.
was.
T-Rex and raptors. So, rage to admit genocide upon traitors to my people.
What?
They're enemy raptors, traitors to my people.
I haven't seen any yet. I just see Frog.
The loading screen has
Ribbit,
them.
ribbit. Ribbit,
You know what'd be
ribbit.
really funny? Would be
What's that?
really, really funny if one of the enemies was a raptor prince.
We had to fight you. Oh, we're
Good
actually, like,
regulation.
chasing her.
Yep.
Yeah, she's haunting us.
Wait, she's hunting us or we're hunting her?
We're
I said
hunting
she's
her.
taunting us.
Oh, okay. I thought you said she was hunting us. I was like, wait a second. I saw a trailer for the new Uma season. That's Uma. What? Are you talking about Horse King?
Or the anime. Hey, look, an enemy T-Rex, and it's dead.
They respawned.
Yep, there they are. There they are. Raptors. I killed them.
Oh, a new movie coming out. Okay.
Traitors.
Yeah.
Such chaos.
Ooh.
Interesting.
Oh, this must be the Observer. Horse Team Anime! Yay, Horse Team Anime! Oh, that's cool. So the T-Rex summons raptors. Wait, does that mean the T-Rex is the raptor prince?
No. Because remember what
Or the
Tyrannosaurus
raptor
stands
king?
for.
That's
Tyrannosaurus Rex stands for Tyrant Lizard King.
I'm just saying, I'm an them. That's all. The name of the character? Yeah, some of them are weird. But I mean, considering the fact that they're based on horses, it makes a little more sense.
Nemesis.
I can definitely say I'm digging this new area. It's cool.
Yeah? I like all the T-Rexes coming after us.
But they pale before
Be a
my
dagger?
T-Rex.
No dagger.
Oh, Fro, did you want the bee sword?
Depends on what the mod is.
Crit strike multiplier.
That might not be enough damage. I do have a new sword on mine. I'm gonna see what damage it can get, though.
It's minimum crit strike multiplier. That's the downside. It's minimum. Oh, damn, that's a nice helmet.
Oops, wrong way.
Oh.
Let me see.
Helmet with
Ring.
plus 3 summon bear and 75% minion damage.
Wow.
I don't need summon bear.
Yeah.
So I've got 22 health regen per second.
Okay.
Only tier 6s, sadly.
Well, I could say one thing.
Hold on, guys.
We're
Hold
probably
on,
gonna hit
hold
math
on, hold
today.
on. Hold on, hold on. Wait. Cool. My legendary potential snowblind is worse than my current snowblind in every way.
Ooh.
That's too bad.
Other than legendary potential.
I mean, my other one has 2 modifiers on it. Bang! Which means that technically it underwent legendary potential 2. I mean, they're tracking legendary potential, but still. By the way, it's really weird not having a quest right now.
Right?
Ooh, that. And it's dead. Hold up, Dookie, stop moving.
I like how now you notice.
Out of my way.
I wonder where he's going.
Trying to escape us.
You think that with the last epoch should be able to easily escape us?
Is that an uncorrupted giant worm?
What do you mean?
The loading screen. You don't remember the giant corrupted worms we fought at the end of time?
Nope.
Or not,
Oh, yes.
Yeah, it looked like there was an uncorrupted one on the loading screen.
Oh, cool. That's actually really cool. There's a lot more shrines appearing now.
I got one ice beetle this time.
I actually thought I clicked on it, but apparently I did not.
Nah,
I tried.
fair enough. Can't blame you for trying.
Hammers.
Oh, hammer. Hammer.
As I said, there's like more and more shrines like every time that
I think we're just getting lucky on that roll.
Ah, cool. I got a femur. It's a mage weapon, apparently. Got physical damage on resistance.
Hey, ass tips. surgery.
Oh, we got a nemesis nearby.
Oh, a lightless arbor key.
It sounds like I haven't done my battle mages yet. New Stormtide boot.
Ooh, 2 legendary touch on this sword. Okay.
Wow. That's a really good find.
Yeah.
Cliff of Envy. Wait a second.
Nothing good for me.
I thought I clicked on that one. Apparently I did not. Who's next?
I'm just.
63 in order to upgrade my sword again, so I gotta
We have the
level
beast
up
up
3
top.
more times. Oh, nice. I want to see what my beast looks like.
I wonder if there's a way to change the color of the beast.
That'd be kind of cool, so that you can tell the difference between the beasts.
Mine again. And it's dead.
Well, I don't know if it's yours or mine, because mine.
The electric. The storm coming. With,
Lizard.
my brother.
Oh, you saw the electricity? Okay. The only reason I was
It
gonna
was their
say is
fault.
because that one died way too fast. Hi, Cat. How are you?
Cat.
I hope you're doing well. Meow meow.
Like that. Meow, 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 meow.
Meow 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 meow. Doing all right? I'm glad. Sounds like somebody's doing all right this week.
Couldn't be me.
Oh. Okay. Yeah, check that.
Ah,
The freak sucks.
for everybody it seems. Whew. I hope your power comes back on
Pretty sure
soon.
someone hit a transformer. Lizard.
Lizard.
Thought it was
Lizard.
somebody hitting a this place.
Yeah.
Yeah, this week. Can anybody just not drive this week? Is this what's going on? Is this?
Lizard.
In my chains, I will not let you take my freedom.
I'm pretty sure she's destroying that.
Yeah, I just wanted to see.
Old time.
Oh, she
Yummy.
goes. Okay, I see. She destroys the way to the lush grove. Lizard. That was the most
That's the wrong
memorable
way.
thing you went through? Oh no.
Oh, I guess we have something else today happening.
Can we, like, stop adding to the list? That would be, like, you know, that'd be pretty cool. Let me take these. But I'm guessing that's not how things are gonna go. So, what happened? Might as well add it to the list.
Surprise! Kaiju was the one who hit the transformer.
Or it could be the massage parlor.
Or both.
Right? The same person in 2 different countries within 10 minutes of each other. Well, I guess within an hour. Oh, okay, the bear ran away. Okay, I'm okay with that. So far, I gotta admit, this story is nothing to write home about. I am joking, by the way. It makes sense right now.
Yeah, there's nothing to the story yet. We're still trying to chase after her.
Yeah, I know. That's what I was referring to. It's because there's nothing to the story right now because we're chasing her. Where you going, Raptor?
Going stuff.
Well, I'm glad that the bear left. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, it scared away your dogs.
Wait. Oh, okay. Okay. Never mind. That's less fun. That's less fun.
I mean, I would be pretty scared too if dogs stood up on two hind legs to start.
So
like,
do we go back to
growling
the
at me.
lush grove? Kind of want to say yes.
We'll probably have a quest to go there later. Is the thing.
There's a thing up here.
Oh yeah.
Oh, who is this? The observer.
Are you able to do something? I know. You know your limitations. But this creature was a second too slow. Or a second your determination. I am the observer.
Oh, he is the observer. I didn't recall that.
Projection. A means by my true body is somewhere else. A place I am not permitted to leave. You are not supposed to be here. The two of you
Or we could get a boss fight against her.
should reach. That is enough for now. I fear indulging myself further would spoil.
I told him I can't do anything about that thing. And then I told him that I could.
Was compassionate, and he seemed to actually could be interested in it. Of course, being a third-party observer, seems to be interested in everything we do.
Right?
What's the observer again? I actually don't remember at all.
We never.
The person allowed you to use your car keys to toss the horn and the bear panicked and ran away. Well, I'm glad that you're okay, because let's be real, that's pretty dreadful.
What was it you were saying?
I
Sir?
wonder why
That's a new. That's a new person.
Okay.
I wonder why he's in jail.
My guess is it's looking like it's alien, like ancient aliens kind of thing, or God.
Lizard.
And he's just not allowed to interfere.
I mean, it could be like the Fate universe where they're the same thing. Ancient aliens are gods.
Guys!
Yeah, I'm killing the one that went down this side.
This one's dead.
I think that's all.
Oh wait, hold on. We got a champion over here. Was this actually
Okay, now we
champion?
can fix our loot. I see a unique.
The primordial jar. Yum, 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 yum.
Oh, it's a
Dookie, were you looking
spear.
for more critical strike chance?
I wouldn't say no, but that depends on what you
I
got
found a
it from.
two-handed sword with 209% increased crit strike chance, +1 to all attributes, 43% reduced bonus damage taken from crit strikes, and 26 melee melee void damage add-on.
That's worse than mine.
Okay.
Mine
Wasn't sure if it was what you were
has
looking for.
319% crit strike chance and 80% crit multiplier.
Okay.
I appreciate it.
Do you use Expanding Storm?
No, you can't.
I found a relic with 18% increased frequency of Expanding Storm stacks.
What?
18% increased frequency of Expanding Storm stacks.
Oh, expanding storm stacks.
Yeah, you said it. You said expanding.
Oh,
as in
my
growing.
bad. Sorry.
I'm so
Is that
confused.
something you're looking for?
Yeah. What kind is it though? By the way, is it a 1x3?
Yes.
Yeah, I can use that then. Because I actually, the faster my storm stacks are crit damage. Oh, and it increases cold damage too. That's actually really good.
Oh, I found another one. Oh, I don't have room in my inventory for it. It's got a 18% increased frequency of expanding storm stacks. However, its other two things are poison damage.
That's too bad.
Not worth.
As much as I would love it, I don't do poison damage. Like
I actually need to portal away because my inventory is completely full.
I'm getting there.
I
Yeah,
actually
always
cannot
forget that
pick
that's
up
an
all
egg.
the idols on the ground. So I will be right back.
I always forget about that one-handed axe that's actually a shield.
Right?
I wonder if I ever get a shield that's actually an axe.
Probably not.
It'd be cool.
It would be. Oh, Giorgio. Hi. Hi. Hmm. Let's ask Google a question. Sir Google! Last epoch.
What was the question?
I'm not asking you a question.
Fine.
Yeah, okay. You were right. You can only have one set bonus per item. It's a little too bad. If I use that ring, though, don't I want to try to have as many set bonuses as I can?
Well, you can get different sets, yeah.
Yeah, so it means that I'm gonna want basically just that, then.
We could probably get you that accessory set, the one with like the...
The 2 rings and the necklace?
Yeah.
The only downside is I think the 2 rings are useless to me.
Oh, because it's a
first off,
fire and lightning, aren't they? It's the necklace
yeah,
that's cold.
Yeah, like the necklace would be fine. And then the set bonus for the elemental cast speed is okay, but I don't need cast speed is the problem. And then I would
True,
just
but-
be wasting...
But
yeah.
it would buff your ring further, because that gets stronger with multiple sets.
Yes, that's the thing. But is it worth throwing away... Because what are all the set items in the game? That's the better question. That is the better thing.
I'll link you the link.
I'm actually looking at it now.
Because if you go to last Epoch Tools, they do have a list of all the set items. Which is right here.
Ooh, the Shattered Lance set actually might be nice. Oh, but
It could, yeah.
Because at that point, I used the Shard of the Shattered Lance with my one-handed weapon.
I mean,
honestly, because that sword is the sword itself is pretty decent. Like you could just use that sword, or even dual wield 2 swords with that.
Yeah, because if I dual wield 2 swords, then I can have... Because, and as an example, is Cynthia's set below, which is a one-handed mace. And a shield.
And you will have a lot of health regen as part of your skill, your thing anyway.
Yeah. Obviously, I would want a different set. Last
Like, either just use that
year's
sword
session-
or just use two enchanted swords with it would still be pretty good.
Yeah.
Oh,
Well,
I saw
I
something
feel
interesting
like
earlier.
What's that?
Apparently, the first person to reach 100 in the season actually put a Reddit post explaining how they did it. Basically,
Oh?
as soon as they were able to, they went to maps and ignored the rest of the campaign.
Well, yeah.
Like at level 20, they went to maps and just started just running around it.
Wait, how? You can't.
I don't know.
I wonder if they changed it where now you can just access maps, period.
Maybe. I don't know.
Interesting. Yeah, that seems kind of weird.
They were playing a Primalist, Bear Primalist at that.
That's fair.
But Primalist but Primalist doesn't get good. It takes forever to get good.
Even that person did say the first like 20 levels are relatively weak, but as soon as you hit level 20, you start walking through content with Bear.
In other words, every class.
Right.
Which there was also a post that was talking about the Nemesis and how much far they're hitting. General consensus is that's just the beginning of a season when you don't have the buffs and stuff.
Yeah, no,
Well,
that makes sense.
I just remember we were doing okay with the R's on that when we had our first characters
We
last
did.
season.
We did, like, we were walking through the Nemesis. Actually, we had a lot
the first
easier
Nemesis was
time.
brutal.
What?
The very first Nemesis last season was brutal.
No, right?
If I remember correctly.
Fruit and I walked through one, like, all of
My
that
first
stuff
Nemesis
last
was
year.
brutal. I was solo at that point because I was trying to catch up. I think. Level 61.
I mean,
I need
It
to
felt
check my
like
build
we
guide.
were... Like, it felt like having two of us made much of a difference. I mean, they have a lot more HP. Stormbolt, Stormbolt, Spooky Thought, Stormbolt. Stormbolt, Stormbolt. Everything died. Do you like how fast my Stormbolts are casting?
Nemesis.
Hey, Fru, I think they changed one of the skills that doesn't have the update listed on the build guide.
Which one?
You know how you have for me to get embodiment?
Is that the one that gave you all stats for skills?
The companions gain Sharker Boar aspects now only applies when you put 3 points into the skill, into the passive. It used to be just 1 point, but now it's 3.
Cool. Quite a ways away from being able to get to level 18 and this stuff. That's a little too bad. I'm at 38 points, so...
I noticed it after I put a point into it, the 1 point I'm supposed to put into it.
I'll probably want to put the 2 more points into Show My Confusion. I'll probably want to get Swirling Maelstrom. That 20 endurance. I don't. No, I want Thunderstrike. The 50% chance on melee to cast Stormbolt would actually be pretty good.
Oh, Humming Bee.
And then I can go right to Conflict.
Let me go ahead
Anybody
and power.
summoning
Let's
there?
see what this-
Oh,
Yeah.
no, I was waiting for you. So I said you were still in your
Don't
menu.
worry about it. And
Summon the next one.
Raptor, summon yours!
I was the one who summoned mine.
Oh, quick, Spruce, summon yours!
It's been summoned.
Quick, Spruce, summon it! Ooh, good for envy. Nice. Gloves in these.
Ooh, plus skill to enchanted weapon.
I got gloves, but not that great.
No, they're not that great, I don't want them.
They're intelligence, melee attack speed, and lightning resistance.
Armor, endurance, minion damage, freeze rate multiplier, cold resist, and void resist. They're pretty bad, but I mean... I guess that's fine. 150% minion health. Man, don't tempt me, game. Only because my
Join
minion
us.
HP is so bad.
Add your own horde of creatures.
I don't need more. It's more of just the fact that my scorpion is just so bad.
Yeah, it's not sending us down to that to the
This
lush
is a boss
grove.
fight.
Yeah,
100%.
it could
Oh,
be. Oh. Oh,
hello.
Gave me the power to change both of our
Cool.
fates. To save our future from you. You will die here, traveler.
So she's completely responsible for everything that befalls this world.
Yeah.
I mean, we knew that.
Yeah, but now it's just driving it home.
Yeah, he was not dragging it home for death.
She's still alive.
Uh-oh.
I need to find the
What is she doing? Oh, she's collapsing the volcano. Or whatever the heck we're standing on. Man, she just does not give up.
The Droll Hive. Interesting.
Ow. Go. Now the question is, what is a droll?
These, the
Oh,
egg
these.
things.
At first glance, pure chaos.
They're basically oversized ants. Kinda neat. In a creepy sort of way.
Portal charm.
What?
That'll be useful.
What did you get?
Portal charm.
Oh, lucky you.
I mean, we'll be using it for dungeons together, so
Yeah, I mean, it's still lucky you.
yeah. Boss is literally just, help me, oh great void of eternity. This is a group of lizards I'm up against. Well, honey.
Recommend Last Season? Yeah, I definitely recommend it. The game's a lot of fun. I would recommend it with other people more, but I always recommend games with other people more.
Wait, how many
Right,
points was I
poison
putting
is
into mana for this one?
Yeah, the game is a ton of fun. It's not terribly
Only the
difficult, which is really nice. Compared to other ARPGs that are just unnecessarily hard.
Or unnecessarily easy. This one strikes a pretty good balance.
Which ones are unnecessarily easy?
Diablo 4.
Oh, 3 and 4 you mean? Yeah.
3 had some difficult parts, depending on the difficulty.
I don't know, I walked through 3
Especially
when I played
base
it.
game. The base game, when it
yeah,
first
I
came
know.
out before it got patched. Oh, that was brutal.
Okay. There are times you usually upgrade them. You do like lock yourself away and grind single player. No, you say that, Raptor, but I actually walked through the game like when it came out. I played
On the
Demon
highest
Hunter, though.
difficulty?
Yeah, no, I never made that far.
That's what I'm talking about. The highest difficulty, there was like 3 people total that beat it when the game first came out.
This place is getting creepier the further we walk in.
Hold up,
Yeah.
I have to grab a legendary that dropped real quick. Cradle of the Erased with 12 Weaver Will.
Cool.
I mean, where are other people?
Oh, defeat the. Okay. This was hinted at actually in the last season.
Oh, that's cool.
This queen?
This fight was actually one of the Weaver orbs you could get.
Ooh. Yo, my T-Rex, don't get eaten.
Yum, 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 yum.
I wonder what other things have been hinted at by items that we might fight. Considering literally all of this world's timeline is open to us.
Who knows?
Oh, and I wonder when we're going to find out what exactly those pyromancers are, because the pyromancers in map, we still have no idea.
My guess is it's probably going to be part of this.
Yeah.
Since they were like the cult of the dragons, kind of. Oh, that was the other time I was thinking of.
The Drow will struggle. Their future holds
How do you find other people? Madison who plays this game. I remember, there's a few
Let's
other
play
people
that.
that were looking at getting into it. We play it. We have no problems making other characters and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Hmm.
It's the Observer.
Hello, Observer.
It is still in pain. Please, indulge me. Do you think this kindness has helped ease its pain? I see. Yet it will. Terra enjoys that she was given a name. I am content with it. Ah. Goodbye, Oro.
Oh. That's not good.
One of the few things I am permitted to do. It was cruel to bring it here. No beauty or kindness. I am
Well,
I don't get
that's
what
a
happened.
bomb.
Terra is loath to call upon my aid. She feels it is more safe to keep me contained.
I think I know who the Observer is.
I will be
Same.
alone for long. Of course you do.
Oros, you
She
mean?
already found at the pier. There will be the fuss.
I don't know what Oros looks like, so...
He named the little bird Oros, and we said we feel a familiar darkness, and he sent it to the void.
Oh, you all picked to
Well,
let
no,
him
he
name it.
named it Oro.
That's interesting because I picked to let me name it and named it Minimus. Melimus.
You
But the
always
fact
think
that-
because of your potato PC you're a burden? Nah, I doubt it. Plus, games like these always give everybody better loot.
Yeah, this game is also playable on Steam Deck, so it runs on relative. I don't know how good the Steam Deck OS is comparatively to PC, so I think it's low, but I don't know.
Hello, Turtle.
Is that a turtle?
Oh, it's the Farsight Turtle,
Oh, yeah.
which was also one of the Weaver things.
Yeah, I remember the Farsight Turtle.
I don't.
Both had a third eye. Welcome to town, everybody.
Oh, are there people?
There are birds.
Are those baby raptors? No, those are birds. Sad.
No, they're birds.
Snake people.
Hmm?
We got antler person.
Traveler.
It's the portrait person.
This time in the beating heart
What?
of civilization. Care to trade?
Yeah, this guy. So anytime we interact with him, we're just meeting him here in this timeline. That's
That
cool.
makes sense.
In this part of the time. That's actually really cool. It also means that now that we have this place unlocked, we don't have to do the going into those sections if we want to buy these once we have the stuff.
Correct. Not that
Hey.
it really makes a difference anyways. Big Boat Turtle. It actually was really nice to have earlier in the game as well. Because Big Boat Turtle there, we were able to, freeze rate.
So humans do exist at this time.
Freeze rate is your chance to actually apply freeze.
Okay. Cold resist, minion damage, void resist. I might as well just use those for now anyways. Why am I using this one?
Okay, I've noticed one thrum I'm having is sometimes just pressing to advance the dialogue gives multiple lines.
I've had that
Yeah.
happening too.
I might eventually make another character just to catch all the lore I'm missing, because there's actually quite a bit.
I mean, that makes sense.
Though, from how they're speaking, it seems that Terra is a person, not just the land.
I mean, yeah,
Isn't it
Terra was
God?
the other God, yeah.
Yes, she's currently alive and has humans up on the temple.
Yeah.
Yeah,
point
we're in
of
the
these things
ancient
are
era
surprise.
before like she disappeared.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I got a Rune of Ascendance. How did I miss that?
Nice. Freeze rate multiply. Oh my god.
So I need to.
117.
Oh, Boogie, you say you have a dagger, right?
Yeah.
Can you send me one? Thank you.
I literally had to buy it back because I didn't think you needed them, so I was just like, alright, I'm just gonna get rid of them.
Oh, look, the third Fulgurite shard.
Hey, Buki, guess what? Guess what?
What?
Impossible.
What?
Look at my dash.
What?
You see it?
Oh.
It's pretty.
Oh.
You could say it is a rainbow dash.
Hmm. Hey, Fro.
Yeah.
You wanna know what my freeze rate multiplier is?
1,000?
God, I wish. It's almost 600%.
I suggest you stay here where it's safe. The Terra will never forgive us if a human gets
Buki,
So,
there's a crab down here.
human.
There's a horseshoe crab.
Then you know.
Yeah,
Stay away
horseshoe
from
crab.
it. Oh, those are ugly.
Well, what did you expect?
They're ugly. I don't like it.
I mean, it looks like any other horseshoe crab, so.
It's still
Oh.
ugly. Horseshoe crabs are ugly. I didn't know what a
Do you
horseshoe
have any
crab
pets,
was.
by the way? Just curious.
Hydrate, you bastard! Hydrate!
Hydrate, Sheldon. Welcome to the Untamed Forest.
Lizard.
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 So yeah, so I guess we will have to go back to check out that other area.
I wonder if that area will be a third temple, a fourth temple. Actually, I could check something real quick on that. There's no new keys yet, so probably not. At least not yet.
By the looks of it, yeah, it's a lower level area, so yeah, darn.
What do you mean? What's the lower level area?
The lush grove.
I mentioned that it might be another one of the dungeons to go through to skip.
No, it would have showed a dungeon if there was.
Well,
Yeah,
what I was saying is, yeah. Well, I'm
Plus,
pretty sure
they
there'll
would have
be more
said
later on.
new dungeon.
Yeah, I checked the keys. There's still only the 3 types of keys, so there's no new dungeons yet. But there looks like
ancient
some areas
stone.
that actually still-
Bye-bye. Ooh, there's a set item over here for me.
I see
I
it.
can't wait till we start actually being able to, oh, the gloves!
Nice.
Which gloves?
The bear gloves.
Ah.
Oh, but I'm not wearing the bear helmet anymore.
Nemesis.
Harbinger nearby.
Come on, give me a dagger. No dagger.
Yeah, that's actually
Ooh.
not bad.
Ooh, that's nice.
Oh, what's going on?
You know how I got the B sword, right?
Yeah.
Its first roll is 50% increased melee damage.
Oh, wow. that is pretty nice, actually.
And that's only the first one. I can still empower again. So I'm going
Well,
to do so.
hopefully you get more. Because unfortunately, half the time you don't get anything from getting more.
Oh, if we do,
Okay,
if I
then.
get great. If not, it's still a 50% damage boost on it. That's pretty nice.
Oh yeah, no, I'm just saying half the time you don't tend to get anything, which is too bad.
Yeah.
I would like to get Battle Mage's Endeavor at some point. So I'm pretty sure there's going to be a temporary change to my sword.
Kraken.
Actually, I guess it doesn't oh no. Battle Mage's Endeavor is a two-handed sword, but I need a one-handed sword.
I do have a decent one in my Nemesis that hopefully it upgrades well.
Yeah. We'll find out. A mirror drape. That looks pretty cool. It's trash.
A human? What are you doing here? You're right. Of course you're right. You're a human. She did. Damn it, I thought if I hunted alone, brought her a dragon hide.
Okay, so they view humans as sort of
Coming out here
mythical.
alone, what? I heard humans were strong, but are you sure?
Yeah.
No, I should trust you. Just be careful, all right?
Especially since he's like, oh, you're a human. It means what you say basically goes. You wouldn't lie because you're a human. Man, is this guy just gonna have a bad time, right?
Well, it's hard to say how the humans of this time period are, considering they have the protection of the god, basically.
I'm saying humans are terrible. Humans are just terrible. That's all I'm going with. By the way, I like how we have a side quest here, but it doesn't say this is a side quest here, which is kind of annoying.
Wait, there's another side quest here? Oh yeah, there's something down
one
here.
over here. Oh, there's a lot of dragons here. Wait, the reason dragons are going extinct now?
Yes.
Okay.
Ice, fire.
Any more? Any more?
Oh wait,
here it is.
there's a couple of small ones.
Okay.
What now?
It's just gone now from the map.
Okay.
Yeah,
Sure,
that's
alright.
that's weird. That's weird. Nest.
Yep.
Too bad we can't take their eggs.
Well, yeah, I mean, to be
that,
fair, I like a dozen of them.
Speaking
Imagine
of,
stealing a dozen dragon eggs.
Dookie, you know what's funny about that?
What?
One of the store cosmetics turns the raptors into dragons.
Oh, that's funny.
And one of the skill change things. The skill cosmetics, you can make all your raptors into wyverns.
Hmm. I love how every time you go somewhere, these T-Rex are just like, roar! Roar, roar!
Mine's always weird.
Oh, hold on. I got an item. Oh, it's just another Glyph of Envy. Honestly, I liked the Glyph of Envies before. Now they're just everywhere.
Yeah. And aren't they also not as good, kinda?
Oh, they are. I'd say they're better now.
Oh, okay.
What else do they do?
Was it? They just changed the base item, so
Yeah,
gold wise
they
they're
already
really
used
good.
to do that.
Okay, so
No, they
this
didn't.
is the earliest in the timeline we go.
They would also change all the mods around. It was completely it just re-rolled the entire item
okay.
itself.
Okay. Yeah, no, I actually like how they are now. Because with how they are now, I can get the, I keep changing my sword.
This game's ever going to do like Diablo or PoE 1 right now, where you can actually get NPC companions.
We've had NPC companions several times.
No. Full game. Like, you can bring them anywhere in the game.
Theory 1 doesn't allow that.
The mercenary system that's this season, yeah, it does. That was the new system for this
Okay.
season.
Fair.
And it's supposed to be a permanent one.
All their seasons are permanent.
Yeah.
No, it's not really.
But yeah, that's the new thing this season, is you can hire mercenaries that will just be extra party members.
You know what?
You can even equip them.
The town wasn't a permanent thing. That's right. You guys gonna kill it before I even get here?
It's
Is
mine.
this what's going on?
You're here.
You can tell by lightning.
Can we, like, not fight yours as much again?
What is
No.
Dark Quiver? That's it. Bleed on hit.
Glyph for rare armor. I'll get glyph. I gave my
Here-
another pedal upgrade.
I'm grabbing a Fang upgrade because it drops an exalted melee weapon.
Nice. That's actually really good.
I'm sure we could handle a dive bomb ability.
Mine gives it a roar.
Enough trade.
Mine adds more to the blah 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 tentacly thing.
Okay.
So now when mine shoots the thorns, it leaves poison puddles. On top of the fact that it leaves poison puddles, it likes its poison puddles. Basically, both its abilities have been combined into one ability. Kind of cool,
Interesting.
actually.
Probably gonna ramp it up too.
Yeah, probably. The only annoying thing is mine just got poison damage right now.
Time to start the extinction of the dragon. Sorry, dragon.
Okay,
Thinking they're so
buddies,
cool, they're going to fly.
We got a new side quest here. There's a lot of dragons here.
Yep.
Bum, 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 bum. I like how it's not telling me the name of enemies right now.
Oh yeah, I have that pop up once in a while. It was just in a one of the minion health bars. Just there.
Oh, that is. That's a Magic Gathering card.
Hold.
It's a Tolly. That's a Magic the Gathering card. That's a Tolly, the Primal Storm. Except it's not a Spinosaur.
Well, I wasn't allowed to see its name. The
Me
game
neither.
actually wouldn't show me.
I'm seeing all the names.
Yeah, we're not.
But yeah, that one had a very familiar name to me.
That's fair. That's pretty cool, though. It's actually, that was a really neat thing. Yeah,
Might be a
I'm just
reference to that Magic card.
probably
Ruinous
not.
Legacy.
Nice. You get a lot of runes of ascendancy.
I only have the one. Speaking of which, are you all looking for anything? If so, send me an item.
I don't have a dagger on me right now. Is there one on the ground?
The Humming Bee went up to 69% increased melee damage. That's
Nice.
bad. I have a ring with 52% fire resistance
Harry Chance.
and a helm with 20 plus 20 spell damage for storm throws.
That's true. Wouldn't the one-handed crossbow be good for me for now, then?
I have one. Next one, I'll be able to send it over to you.
What?
Well, the next upgrade, I can send it over to you. Like, the one that I have in my Nemesis.
I don't even know what you're talking about.
I said I had a one-handed sword I can give you once it's done.
That's not what I was asking about.
I thought that's what you were asking about.
No? Why would I ask about that?
Because you just asked about a one-handed sword being good for you to use right now.
would a one-handed cross sword be good for me to use right now? The ice one.
If we have one, yes.
Yeah, I have the legend, well, the unique one.
Oh, I have some one-handeds in my storage, and if you want, I could let you have this humming bee I just made.
Oh my god, guys. Oh my god. Neither one of you are listening to a word I'm saying.
What unique frost sword do you have?
You
I don't
probably
remember
run.
its name. It's in my box.
If we're talking about Yurn's penance, not really. It's without legendary potential, we've way out leveled it. That's the issue I was having, where my damage was pretty low.
Okay. I gotcha. Oh, it's another one of these mirror drakes.
Which the mirror drakes just seem to have 2 heads.
Is it? Is that all it is? I mean, it mirrors the
so.
other drakes because they're both dead.
Yep. Yeah, if y'all see a dagger, send me it, and I'll go ahead and upgrade it for free to see if it gets what he's looking for.
Yeah. No, for me, I basically have to design my own items. Which means that I need rare items that have generally 3 things on it so that I can put my own thing, well, the set bonuses on them.
Okay.
That's what I have to do. So, technically I could build how I want my items to look already, and then I can find the ones that I'm after.
Wait, did anybody else just see one of the chrono worms swim past?
Nope.
Oh no, that's an actual full-on dragon, 4 legs and wings even.
That's cool. Yeah, and I saw that one. I didn't see the other one you were talking about, though.
Yeah, there's like 3 or 4 different dragons going through different colorations.
Cool. Find the chain mechanism. No. It's only... It's set bonuses are prefixes, right?
Or suffixes. They can be either or.
Ah, of course they can.
Like, can you put them in either slot, or is it just they?
It's for that specific slot.
Yeah.
So it depends on the item, and depends on the set which it's gonna be.
Yeah. Which sucks.
Yep,
This is
mine
it.
again.
This one...
Yeah, this is mine.
I'd like to fight mine! I want to fight mine! Mine has appeared once! Come on!
39 chance to inflict bleed on Colton. That's interesting.
After you keep hogging them.
Sorry?
I mean, it was the same yesterday.
Great sword with 216% increased melee damage on top of 179 increased physical damage.
That's actually pretty cool for physical build.
And plus 4 to all attributes.
Yeah,
And chance to shred armor.
It's not something I need, that's for sure.
Oh, I found a dagger.
Nice. Send it to me and I'll go ahead and upgrade. Do you think it's
Now we pray.
Rust blade.
Oh, I have 2 of them, so, what are you looking for?
There's like something called like Daggerath's Claw.
That's what I got. There you go.
Is it a good version, too?
I rolled it a little low on the chance, but that's fine. The point is I now have the chance.
Yeah. Nice.
So now I still need the catalyst, but hey, that's his progress.
I help. Is the catalyst a boss drop, or is that another one that you could just make?
Oh, it's a random drop.
Okay. You want me to start looking for that? I do
maybe.
have
Maybe we
another
can get
one of
over
the
here.
upgrade. Where are you all at? Oh, okay.
Just teleport us.
That's what I'm doing.
The dragons. Their eggs are in your way.
The same thing we do to everything in our egg. In our way, not in our egg.
Right? Yeah, they're in the way, we destroy them. Then they're not in the way.
So, yes, we are directly responsible for the destruction of the dragon.
You've made a choice, yet it feels inevitable.
So yeah.
Now back to the garden.
Okay. I see.
And I'll see if there is a catalyst on the vendor.
And now we can hand in quests to people.
I'm gonna go turn in that quick.
Impossible.
I'll
And
start
then
quick.
I should look at
Good, you'd have a
building
catalyst for
my-
sale.
Level up, level 2. I need to
Okay.
place
So if I want to build
Oh, I need to give you a residence to trade this one since they bought it? Never mind.
ornate with 2 objects. That's 1. What was I building under this one? Spellcast. So get rid of that one.
I'm just gonna see if I. Wait a minute.
Sniper. Active totem, ferocity, cold damage for active totem.
I stole this
No.
humming bee.
Here we go. So we only want ones with
Do I seriously have no physical resistance shards? How?
add. So let's see. I want item type, armor, helmet. The subtype doesn't really matter. Ooh, an ice wolf pelt helmet would probably be the best one for me. But for now, we won't limit the type. And then affixes. I don't know what type of affix my helmets are. Well, my bear stuff is.
I would have to Google it.
Oh.
I'm gonna visit the observatory and see if I can get any more fortunes.
Stormcrow, armor, bleed.
I'm just gonna head back over to End of Time to respec real quick.
Bear, storm totem, blessing, wear bear. So I don't need helmet thing. Let's see. On the helmet, we don't need melee's not there, you're not there, we don't care about those. Damage type? No.
Actually, I'm going to spend all of my favor on turning off dungeon events for prophecies.
Let's see. Minion, mana, ailment, no. Endurance? Sorry, I'm like focused like deeply on what I need here.
Yeah, I was just respecking some of my things around.
What kind of things do you want on a helmet?
What did I put on your helmet? I can't remember.
Don't remember.
This helmet can't have skill levels. I can't remember if yours had a skill level for one of your builds.
Oh! Okay, chance to gain a storm stack when using Gathering Storm and hit an enemy. That's what it has. But I don't technically think I need that one because I'm already gaining a ton of them.
Well, since you changed some of your skills around, let me see what the skill levels for the hat was. Earthquake, Tangling Roots, Summon Bear, Summon Spriggan, Summon Storm
Yeah, I don't need
Totem,
them.
Thorn
I've already
Totem,
looked.
Summon Wolf. Okay.
Yeah. So right now I have. Oh, I put endurance on, but it doesn't look like I need endurance because you don't have endurance on that one. Oh no, you have health Okay, so you have health regen.
The health regen.
And endurance threshold.
That's the set one. So the set for the hat is a suffix.
Okay. So I can have 2 prefixes and a. Yeah. Okay, I see it. Okay. So, I mean, in that case, having the attribute and having attunement. So, shock under.
You can also get lightning, or that's not, you're doing cold damage now. There is shared cold damage you could get on the hat.
That actually pretty good too. Is that a prefix or a suffix?
That is a prefix. You basically, if you don't want the storm stack one, you can swap that to shared cold damage.
Cold damage. Oh, shared cold damage would do more damage anyways. So, shared cold damage.
You could also do strength instead if you wanted.
I mean, I get benefits off of having both strength and
I mean, if you want to do strength and attunement.
Yeah. Let's see. Okay, so those are my 2 prefixes. So now I need a suffix.
Suffix, there wasn't as many choices. That's why I kind of just threw armor on there.
Armor's not a bad one.
You could also pop in more endurance to, because I think that gives you health regen, right?
Endurance?
Yeah, overcapped endurance gave you health regen, I think.
Yes,
which would pair
you're
really
right.
well with that sword.
Yeah, because if we're going with the sword, we want more endurance anyways. So
That will drop your
getting
armor
that-
a little bit, but then you'll have health regen to kind of counteract it.
Yeah. Okay, so I have 3. Total. Is there a way that I can make it so that it only has those 3? Because I don't want a 4th.
Oh, hang on. That was something they added. Let me check my options. You could do affix count as another condition.
Okay, that makes sense then.
And say maximum 1 suffix.
Okay, I see. With oh wait, affix count. I mean, having a sealed wouldn't be half bad. Because
Yeah, sealed, you can just leave that as any.
Yeah. So, okay, so prefixes I want to have maximum of 1. And suffixes is 2. No,
Other way.
around. 2 and
2
1.
prefix, 1 suffix.
1 and 2. There. So this will only drop the specific item I'm looking for. Okay, so that one will only show that helmet. Okay, so next I need... The chest piece is a prefix. So, let's see. Condition. We need... Item type. Armor. Body armor. Check. Add condition. Suffixes. We need... Gathering Storm. Ooh, Gathering Storm's actually really good. Gathering Storm. Ideally, we want to have it higher, but for now... And then we want physical resistance and health. Health doesn't really matter. Does it? Oh, wait, yeah. Actually, let's grab of the Ox. Yeah, of the Ox is the one that you have there. And then... the other one you put physical resistance. That's a high amount of physical resistance.
I think for that one, that was how I was capping it.
Yeah, that makes sense. So 3 of them with...
When it does come to like the resistances on some of those pieces, those can be swapped around depending on what stat you actually have.
Yeah. Alright, so that is this one. We will show it in a slightly different version of green. And now we need to go to gloves. Oh, but I wouldn't need the gloves. I could get a different pair of gloves. Wait, don't take the Loki. Hi, Loki. I'm doing well. How are you? So the question becomes, what kind of gloves do we want? Oh, actually, hold on. Do we want the gloves or do we want the chest piece? You know what? We want the gloves, not the chest piece. The chest piece gives... Oh, but that's 15% endurance from the chest piece. Oh, wait, never mind, because our endurance is giving us health regen anyways. So
Yeah.
Losing the health regen from the gloves is fine. But that means that we need to figure out what to replace the gloves with. Because we need a different pair of gloves. So, if we go back to our lovely thing. Doing good. What are you doing here? We are building the Boogie Loot Filter.
The thing with the...
Don't care about that.
Ooh, what about Isidore's?
Isidore's? That's funny, I just said no to that one. Oh, because I'd apply damned with necrotic. Yeah, but I don't use necrotic spells.
Oh, so yeah, the set bonus really isn't helping you, but that will give you another set bonus for your ring to make it better.
Yeah, that's why I was looking for another one that had gloves. Like, in that case, Lich's set would probably be better, because if we just grab the gloves, then I don't need the catalyst. But I'm seeing if there's anything else that requires just gloves.
Xerix would be another glove set piece. But that'll be a
But that
prefix.
requires boot.
Well, it depends if you want to get a two. If you want to get the 2 set or 3 set bonus. If you just care about getting a set completed for the ring, I don't know if you have to get.
It's
Did the ring say?
complete set.
Oh, it is complete sets. Oh.
Actually, hold on. Hold on, we can just walk over to that guy.
It is complete sets. I was just looking at them. I was just looking at the primordials. It does specify complete sets.
Okay. So we can't do Xerix. That means that we can't do Valatira's either. But that's a mage one only, so that's fair. Can't do that one. Our dual wielding raptor, is it for axes and swords?
Yes. It is.
Okay. So in that case, I'll probably end up wanting to dual wield Ruby Fang and Shattered Lance.
It is for only axes and swords.
Nice. Because that's 2 more sets. They're both 2 item sets.
That'll work.
And Shattered... Yeah, so that's okay, so...
Like, Ruby's not gonna probably help that much, but...
Gives me poison damage for the heck of it, right?
Yeah.
So... Alright, add condition... Item type... One-handed weapon... One-handed axe. Alright. Then we go... Othic. What is Ruby Fang?
Ruby Fang is going to be a suffix.
Okay. Yeah, so we can have 2 prefixes. And I guess we might as well get... There's no melee cold damage? Oh no. So we might as well get melee cold damage, right?
Well, that's gonna add as a base damage, so... It's really gonna depend if you need more base damage or just percentage multiplier.
Okay. Well, in that case, why don't we just grab crit on both weapons?
Well, definitely crit. You definitely want critical strike chance.
Yeah, because the more times that we crit, the better. So, critical strike chance for one of our prefixes.
And I would either say melee attack speed or the damage.
Oh, yeah, because the more times we're attacking, the more times we're using a lot of our stuff.
Yeah, so either you can do one, like one gets attack speed, one gets the damage. Or they both get attack speed or they both get damage.
Well, so the more times we're attacking, the more times we're casting spells. The more times we're casting spells, the more times we're casting spells. Most of my damage is coming from spells anyway, so more attack damage from melee or weapons doesn't really matter. Now,
For comparison, for mine, since mine's a proc base too, I was doing speed.
Yeah, okay, so then it becomes, what do we want for our prefix? We get mana and mana regen. That actually might be good.
If you're struggling with mana, yes. If you're not struggling with mana, you can skip it.
Right now, I'm not. Actually, no, because the more times I hit, the more mana I get anyways. So, we should be fine. I could grab one just in case.
Well, I would say that for the Exalted, or... We could, that's what I was saying before, you can have basically one prefix is attack speed, the other prefix could be the damage.
Yeah, but we don't need that.
You can have 2 prefixes, Buki.
Yeah, no. That's why I want attack speed and, crit. Crit strength is a prefix.
Oh, duh, I forgot we did crit.
Yeah, we need that crit.
I I forgot we did crit.
Yeah.
Suffix
yeah.
and penetration. That's really the only good suffix.
Is there cold penetration?
Yep.
Oh, that would actually be really good then. Okay. So we have that, and then
That's like
do
literally the only
have-
good suffix on any weapon is that.
Yeah, okay.
I mean, there's chance there's like the ailment chance, but meh, penetration is better.
Yeah, yeah. And then we do that. That's been added. Go back here. Capitalize. Now we need to do the one-handed sword, which should be easy to do because it should be the same as the other one.
It's same thing, yeah.
Oh, actually, is it? Because it might not be, depending on if the Shattered Lance is a prefix or depending on...
I think I
which one that
checked the
is.
Shattered Lance is a or is a suffix? So, yeah, I'll double check.
Yeah, it's better to, know.
Oh, you are a prefix.
Okay, so we can only have... So we want crit for the prefix for this one.
Yes.
So that's ours there.
Suffix, penetration, and that doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Like, chill is the most appropriate, but really don't matter.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, we can do chill on hit. Especially if we're attacking fast. I mean,
Well,
this
there's
one's
also
not attacking fast.
there is health on melee hit as a suffix too.
It's fine. It's fine.
See, I would say chill or health on melee is honestly doable.
Emma, thank you for joining the guild. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, okay, so chill and what was the other one again? I kind of forgot.
Health on melee.
Okay. Health on...
Oh no, you have penetration, right?
Oh, yeah, that's right. We want the cold pen.
Yeah, penetration is the definite you want this. The second one could be either or. Could be health or could be chill. Both are meh.
Now we go affix count. So we want one prefix and two suffixes this time. Capitalize, and we will make you this lovely color. And now we go to... So that's our weapons. That is the helmet. That is the chest piece. Helmet, yeah, helmets, weapons, chest piece. How you doing, Science? So, next item
Hello, Science.
should be the gloves. So do we just want to go... What does Lich's Envy do? Fast speed, mana regen, armor. Oh, okay, the top stuff doesn't matter. So the Lich's Envy is fire damage for... Oh, that just spells fire damage. Okay, for damage over time, for Infernal Shade, increase area of effect. I am...
Yeah, so the Lich set isn't going to really do anything for you outside of Ring Get Better.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, it's actually going to be really good because the ring also gives me 1 to all of my skills for every set bonus I have. So that's actually kind of nice. How you doing, Amp? If the question is... Do we want the Lich's set? Or do we want... There's another one like that. I thought there was 2 that were just gloves and something else. There's not.
Yeah, because the other gloves were 3 sets.
Yeah. Yeah, Lich's energy is gonna kind of suck to use. But, oh wait, it's not that big of a deal. I mean, yeah, sure, we're gonna get +4 maximum shades, woo, whatever. Um, but at least we can get the rest of the stuff. So, okay, what is that one?
Lizard.
Prefix or suffix? Lizard, yes.
Lizard.
For Lich?
Yeah.
Lizard.
The gloves that
I think
you
Lich
have...
was a suffix. Oh no, that was Isindor's, so it's a prefix.
Lizard.
Okay, so we want the critical strike chance again. So we will grab critical strike chance, and then the other ones you have is health. So
you'll have an open suffix.
yeah.
So after a quick test, riding the elevator is not an actual cutscene.
Oh, okay, that kind of makes sense.
It
Suffix
is
can
a
either be
travel
resistances or health regen per second.
I grabbed the yeah.
Or
well, I
endurance.
grabbed the-
Endurance. You can get endurance on gloves.
Oh yeah, endurance. We want more endurance.
Hold on for a second. I'm going to mute myself and try out that new headset because it should be fully charged now.
Sure. Because if we can get the... Yeah, there's no point in us building endurance... Well, for health regen, if we just build endurance and get health regen.
Yeah, because
And then
that's
this
going to scale up
one-
quicker.
Yeah. 2 and 2. So, obviously, and then we're going to capitalize, and then we pick our next color. Boom. Okay, so that's our gloves.
So we actually would have to build you a new relic then.
Yes, because we will need a relic. I don't think there's a... Is there a relic in these? Oh, there... Oh, no. Oh, yeah, we'll have to build the relic. That's right.
Yeah. And there is a basic one that does have cold damage.
Oh, really?
One that adds cold melee, one that adds cold spell. Oh no, I know the base you want. You want a Frostborn seed.
Hold on.
Okay.
Accessories, relic. So this one we can actually be picky about, and then you said Frostborn seed?
Yeah, because that has a implicit chance to cast Maelstrom every 3 seconds.
I don't see Frostborn seed. Oh, there it is. Oh, cold damage. Oh, okay. So yeah. So Frostborn seed. And we can be picky about this one for now anyways. So...
And... it's going to be a prefix for the Gifts of the
Okay, so
Mountain.
we have 2 suffixes. I actually don't even know what we can have for prefixes and suffixes for this.
Prefix was I had it as a skill.
Did you? Oh, you did.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, for Summon Scorpion.
Yeah, so you will want the prefix to be Summon Scorpion.
Yes. Okay. Primalist. Summon Scorpion. Perfect. Can we stay under Primalist? What other things can I get from it? Nothing.
It was basically summon stuff, so...
Ooh, but I get what is
Avalanche.
Do? Yeah.
Spell damage.
It's spell damage, but we want spell damage. Ooh.
You will lose levels on Scorpion then.
That's fine, because we're getting levels of Avalanche and spell damage. And my Avalanche, well, the spell damage, my spell damage affects the Scorpion. So...
That is true. So yeah, well, I will have to go back to the build to see what 4 levels of Scorpion to remove.
Oh, it's fine. I've already figured it out anyways. Because you have under the baby tree for Scorpions, and I'm not using those. So
that's right. Okay, yeah.
Quite figured out. And then we're allowed 2 suffixes, right?
Yeah, one is Endurance, so duh.
Yep, Endurance is an obvious one.
And the other is Health Regen %.
Choochoo.
And this shouldn't do anything with your resistances because this build that I built didn't have resistances on your relic anyway.
Yeah, it did 5 to 10%.
Oh well, okay.
It's fine. 3 of those. Now we add affix count. So we want 2 suffixes. And then 3. I love how I wrote 1 and 1. Well, 3 and 3. Then we have capitalize, and then we go to the next circle. Confirm that, and now we add another rule, which is let's do ring this time. Item type accessory ring, because we want for ring. Where are you? Where are you?
So the ring. Are you a prefix?
Fairmore set is what we want.
Yeah, and that's going to be a prefix.
Okay.
And the other prefix you want strength.
Oh, do we want the coral ring, don't we?
You want core ring base, yeah, because that's vitality and health regen.
Yeah. Hi, Loki.
The suffixes were I was using the rings as part of your resistances, so I guess just any resistance for them.
Poison, fire, poison. Actually, one of them you have health. Okay, so we want.
That was because I hit max. I kept your resistances. I'm like, well, this will go here. This will be fine.
Okay. Okay, so we want assassin.
There is also health regen on the ring, so it's gonna really the ring will vary depending on your what resistance you can achieve.
I don't know what resistance we want for it is the problem.
So I would say honestly, any resistance. Just basically select all resistances in the loot filter, and then we'll get what you get.
Actually, not all, because I should not need cold and lightning.
In that case, everything but cold and lightning, and then
yeah.
I guess slap on health regen as a possible positive for the filter anyway, so you can mix and match depending on what you're missing.
You know what? Necrotic, poison, void. Those are probably the ones that I will need the most. So.
Probably, yeah. Well, your void, I think I had fixed with a blessing, but again, blessings can be swapped out too.
Yeah. Actually, if that's the case, why don't we just keep poison and necrotic? And then... No, I'm gonna get rid of... I'm gonna put necrotic. That's what I'm gonna do. The reason why is because I don't want it to have a chance of... Not the taco! No! I don't want a chance of it rolling 2 resistances.
What you could do, copy this one and paste it down and just swap out the resistance. So it's always resistance and something. Resistance and something.
You're right. Actually, that's a good way of doing it. How's the season so far? Pretty good, pretty good. Okay, so...
Rip for the taco.
What we'll do... Okay, so it was 2 suffixes, because we're keeping the prefix.
Yeah.
And then... Select color. Here. Capitalize. Add. Duplicate the rule. Change this one to red.
Oh, that's right. Well, there was a way you could have these pop up on maps too. They added in. Where was it?
Oh.
Oh yeah, you can set a map icon.
Oh, map icon. Obsidian. You have a taco stain. No, not the taco stain.
Yeah, I'm gonna adjust mine for map icons too. Then I think about it. At least the ones that I had capitalized to be map icon, because those these are the best ones.
Yeah. That's exactly what I'm doing right now.
I should actually do that for my idols too. Now that I think about it, since I have specific idols, I do want to aim for.
Technically, I could put a sound in too, but I really don't care. That's getting a little much. Okay, so we have the ring, we have our weapons, chest piece, helmet, so we need necklace, and boots, I think are all that's left, right? Helmet, body, weapons. Oh, and belt. That's right. Gloves. So, boots, belt, and amulet are all that's left. Okay, so, let's see. What happened to being able to toggle your sword sheath? I've removed a lot of that stuff. Because we were getting cluttered on the amount of redeems and stuff. Don't relic wand. No. No, we didn't hit the redeem cap. I just felt like it was good to remove a lot of it. Oh. I could get Zarek set still, actually. We still have rooms I could put in Zarek set.
Well, might as well slap it on.
Just means I'll never be using potions anymore.
Lizard. Lizard.
Lizard.
Lizard.
Lizard. Yep, Zarek set will be our belt and boot. That means that the only thing that's not going to be needed for our set bonus crew is our necklace. That is it. Kind of funny, eh? A lot of set bonuses. A little ridiculous, don't you agree?
Yeah.
Lizard.
Item type. Alright, let's start with belt.
Lizard. Lizard.
Alright, lizard.
Lizard.
What kind of belts do we have? Potion slots, mana, potion slots, armor, potion slots. Potion slot. Ooh. The spider silk sash might be a good one. Because it gives both poison and cold resistance. Whatever. Hello, Ninja. How are you? Add condition.
Hello. Hear me?
Lizard.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, I'm using the new headset. Does it sound better, or?
It's a little echoey.
Yeah, it's a little echoey, but you sound louder, which is nice.
I have no idea how to adjust that. I'll probably have to fix that later on. Because
That's fine.
Is the echo bad, or?
It's not bad. You came in at lizard, yes. Alright, cold damage. Is Zarek on the belt a prefix or a suffix?
Zarek is a prefix? Yes. Zarek is a prefix belt.
Okay. So we have 2 suffixes. Endurance, obviously. Cold damage, obviously. And what do I want for the other suffix?
Endurance threshold.
Okay.
I had yours set to cooldown recovery, but I honestly don't know if you need that.
You did have endurance threshold. No, I actually don't cast any spells.
Well, I mainly had that for leap, but if you're not using leap, you can get rid of cooldown recovery.
Like everything of mine is cast through. I mean, technically, I could use it to Warcry more often, but I don't really need to work right
Man,
now.
in that case, I would say, yeah, endurance threshold for your suffixes.
Yeah. I'm training with Fru and Raptor.
Hello.
Hi, Ninja.
Count, so 1 prefix. Two suffixes. Select color. Obsidian. Fru Stinky? No, that's Taboo. Taboo Stinky. Add another rule. Now we go. Item type. Now we go for boots. So what is Xerix for boots?
I thought you needed boots for the, what you call them thing.
What?
The, not the last bear. The gift of the mountain. Because that was boots.
Gift of the mountain? Which one's that? Oh, you're right.
That was with your relic.
I forgot about that one. Yes. Okay. Wait, that means that I don't need the belt. Okay. We can scrap the belt. But I can
So
make
belt
the
is just
be whatever
yeah.
I
So
want.
belt is just good exalted belt then.
Yeah. Okay, so Helvar is set. I realize that I'm gonna have a lot of levels in Avalanche. Because Helvar
Does this
set
help a
me
little
at
bit
plus
with the echo?
2.
This help with
Yeah,
the echo?
Halvar is a prefix.
Nope.
Hey, Fru. I just realized that my Avalanche is gonna be level 31.
Oh, so-
You have to compete with Raptor because Raptor's was 36 for Raptor.
Oh, really?
question?
Damn.
What?
Okay,
Oh, we're talking about how Ibuki's set stuff.
Okay, I'm just trying to get rid of the echo, so
so
I
I'm trying
think
to
the echo's worse.
It is worse.
Yeah,
It is worse.
Halvar is
let
a
me try
prefix.
this. Is this better?
Okay, so
It's the same.
I'll take right. You had cooldown recovery and health. Can we get endurance on boots?
I don't believe so. Nope, no endurance for boots.
Okay. Well, in that case, we'll just grab hybrid health and what else?
Looks like armor or generic resistance.
Oh, we get resistance there too. From the looks of it, fire resist is what we want there. Because you have boots, well, fire resist coming from the boots, but I'm not going to guarantee that we're getting those exact boots.
Right, yeah. So in that case, I'll probably grab the fire.
Then we
Or you could go for Solarum Greaves.
Yeah, I know, but then I'm not replacing my boots for like ever. But you know what? That's actually fair. Because it's not like it really matters how long it takes for me to replace those boots anyways.
Is this better by any chance?
It's better
Not
than
the same.
last time.
Okay.
Okay, so we don't
I'm
need
just-
fire resist from the boot. So I grab necrotic resist for the boot. Then we add in count. And you said it was a prefix, right?
For a Halvar, let me double check, but I think that's what I said.
Yeah.
Yes.
Ew.
If you want, you could aim for an experimental affix.
Yeah, but that's gonna be a lot harder.
It will be hard. You can craft them now.
Boot. And then what do we want for a necklace? necklace.
Yeah, that was made there to help you cast Maelstrom automatically.
Oh, because it does cast Maelstrom every 3 seconds.
Yep.
So
Granted, it's not helping the lightning damage anymore. So,
yeah.
personal call.
Is this better? Can you all still hear me with this? No?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Can hear you.
I'm
I'm trying to
adjusting-
get the echo.
Before.
Yeah.
I'm adjusting input volume to try to fix it. Because I don't know computers at all.
Yeah, maybe keeping Eye of the Storm might be a good idea. So in this case, we are going to grab Unique. And then I'm going to have... Because we still want Uniques to be shown.
Yeah.
So we're just gonna... okay, it's not supposed to be show all items. It's supposed to be unique. Why does it say show all items when it's supposed to say show all unique?
Well, you can say show all items, and then show. You can add a condition for rarity.
Oh yeah, I can't just add rarity, duh. What else? Rarity! So then now we just grab unique. And I guess legendary, right? Oh, and exalted. And we want to grab exalted.
I don't know if I want to show all exalteds, but you could.
Yeah, that's fine. We'll grab those, and then I think the first rule needs to be hide, right? Or no, that's the
I have
last
my
rule.
Yeah, I have hide all the way at the end, and I just have like show my uniques I have at the top.
Yeah, okay. So
Well, that's
there,
a dumb
this is what it looks like. I'm gonna see basically nothing.
Actually, no, I have all my show all uniques towards the bottom, but that's as long as the show is above hide.
Yeah. Oh, and then we want to also there. And show the idols. Because we still want to actually see the idols. There. So now the only time I'm going to see anything is if it's an upgrade generally. I apologize for that taking for absolutely forever. So
It's fine. Gave me some time to try to fix my headset.
the set items that we are getting is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
That sounds about right. 'Cause I think when I was trying to look about the complete set versus partial set before, I did see some theory cards looking at it, and I think the theoretical max was 6 or 7 sets.
I think it's 7, but because we're specifically going for Havals and Bear, we're giving up 2. I'm doing well. How are you, TK?
Seems we've
Like, we're giving up 1 additional. So that means that for a complete set, I'll get 2 to 5 to all attributes, 2 to 5 to all resistances, 1 to all skills, and then, so that's what I'm going to be getting. So we'll be getting we can get up to 30% to all resistances, 30 to all attributes, and then 6 to all skills. So that means that my avalanche would be level, if we get everything done properly, would be level 31. No, it's 32. We would have level 32.
Don't forget that's good. It's a +4 from the relic.
That's what I mean. So we get
okay,
6
you kind
from
of
there.
okay.
The set bonus will also give us +4. Sorry, +2. So yeah, we'll have level 32 on our. That's a big avalanche.
Like I said, Raptor, I was surprised when I looked at Raptor's skills. I'm like, oh wow, 36 skill levels for Raptor. Okay.
Right. Alright, I gotta use the washroom. Weird.
Now, if I can just get my catalyst, this build will now become fully online.
Hello?
Hi.
Testing. Did that fix it?
Kinda?
I think, okay, if that was causing it, I think I know the problem. Because for some reason this headset's not working without Bluetooth being enabled, but I also have a dongle, and the dongle was plugged in, so it might have just been picking up twice.
Hello, Winter Storm. Hello, Van. How are you?
Hi, Van. What do you think, Buki?
What?
The
It's
echo.
getting somewhat better.
I'll have to troubleshoot this eventually. Is it better than the previous headset, or should I swap back to the previous headset?
I like it more because I can actually hear you better.
Okay.
I would say double check Discord, make sure it's using this headset.
That is something to check. Because I didn't even think that would be something I could do. How do I do that?
User settings, then voice and video, and then input
Okay.
device.
I've got it under there for twice. That's weird. But yeah, it's going to the headset. Let me just try this. Hello?
It's the same. It's the same.
Same?
Yeah.
Darn. Oh.
It's fine.
Is this better?
It's Friday? Yes, it is. By the way, the 4 points that we're getting in the Scorpion, we will actually be getting 2 additional points as well. So that'll be cool. My lowest level of skill will be 26.
Is this better?
Same.
I don't hear a difference.
What about the...
You got quiet. Super quiet.
Yeah, that's because I had swapped to Studio real quick. I'm trying to figure out exactly what setting's doing this. Because I have no idea.
The sky changed.
Oh, I'm guessing Buki went upstairs.
Well, if it sounds
Yeah, I
better...
went upstairs to go join Raptor.
Sorry.
Wow, I like how it gives you a little area. Hello, Raptor, I see you.
Looks like I'm having to reconnect the controller because I turned off Bluetooth to try to fix the headset problem. So I have to completely reconnect the controller.
We should check how many points we have to see if we buy any prophecies yet. Why?
Is it Lizard Bear?
Oh, we're level 3 already. Nice.
Yeah, there's a lizard bear.
Oh, wow. Oh, nice. Okay, once we level up again, I'm gonna be in heaven.
Oh?
I'm not going to be in heaven until I can get my
full set.
relic or my catalyst now. Like the dagger's a definite help.
Level 4 is the set items drop. That's what I need.
Oh yeah, because you're going to need to farm out a lot of shards.
Don't remind me.
Well, because don't forget, because we got so many shards from the last season because of that.
Yeah, I know, but I'm gonna need... The problem is making sure that I get the set bonuses that I need.
Is Buki cutting out, or is that just on my end?
You're in, and now you're kind of choppy now.
Oh, you know what?
I just cannot win this week.
Nobody can, apparently.
Well, part of the choppiness could be the because do you have Discord set to auto detect voice?
Let me check. Would that be what's causing it, maybe?
That could be.
And then I get blade.
Yeah, the input sensitivity. If you have that turned like on or off.
It was on.
So you might just have to tweak that down a little bit.
Is this better?
Maybe?
What about this?
That's exactly the same.
Okay, because it's set for minimum now, just to see.
I have to dash up these, by the way.
I have no idea what's causing this.
Well, that wouldn't cause
Fine
the
thing.
echo. That'll just cause like some of the cutting in and out.
Yeah.
Okay.
We'll deal with it for now. I'm pretty sure chat doesn't mind so much. They listen to me all the time.
Yeah, it's something I'm gonna have to look into figuring out how to fix.
There's other ways to do it, but at that point you're getting into like voice software that can help,
Yeah.
because there's stuff that actually will help with your clarity.
Okay. Well, the big thing is I want to get rid of the echo for everybody else. Cause,
no, I know.
So I
The
might
easiest
just have
way
to.
to do that, like you can, there's the clarity stuff, and then you can also reduce, like you can also try moving the mic away from your mouth too, because that could help.
Is this better then?
No. Yeah, there's absolutely no change.
I tried the really dumb idea of unplugging the mic just to see if this headset had a built-in speaker. It does not, I don't think.
That's fair. So I wonder if we're gonna go kill the, like, if we're gonna be the reason this goddess dies.
Maybe.
I was kind of hoping that thing was gonna lit. What the heck? Why did this?
What?
Oh! Wait, what? Why did the sword? Why is the sword here?
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna have to adjust settings because the game sounds like it's coming through a little bit of a tunnel now.
Oh, let me see. Take another back look at your thing here. So I see.
Oh, because of exalted items.
Yeah, you're showing all exalted items. That's why.
Oh, okay. So we want. Okay, well,
Does this help by any chance?
Not really.
Okay, because there's in-game voice.
Oh, really?
I'm checking to see if it's like an in-game voice or anything.
Oh, I didn't know it did that. It shows which rule is showing the item. Okay, that's pretty cool.
Oh, that's new.
Yeah, I like that. I like that. Okay.
Or is that old that I just never noticed before?
I don't know. I've never noticed it before. Science will tell us though that we're both stupid and should have noticed it an hour ago. Well, last season. Who knows? It's old. Exactly!
Science
Drew, get over here! Drew, get over here!
To be fair, Boogie, I did tell you probably don't want to show all exalteds.
That's true. I forgot what exalted were. Not bad. Oh, look, another mirror drake.
Yep.
Quick, kill! I hate how I have to dash up these.
What?
The chains? I'm having
You
problems
just walk up
walking
them.
up them. I'm having problems walking up them. I keep getting stuck on them.
Yeah, it's because the middle is open, so you have to walk around it.
Yeah.
No, it's the thin ones that I'm having a problem walking up.
Oh yeah. Okay, I'm definitely going to adjust some settings because I could hear some like distortion in game to the sound.
You know what? I think I prefer Raptor's old mic.
Maybe.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and swap back for now. I'll see if I can. I'll have to work on adjusting settings for this one.
Oh yeah. It could also be if you don't have the drivers and stuff.
Yeah.
Oops, accidentally I unplugged my mouse. Yeah, that's something I'll have to figure out because I don't understand any of that stuff. So I'll probably just swap to the old headset for now.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna mute myself real quick. And stop that. Hopefully it doesn't take too long.
Your nemesis.
Yeet. Let's see if there's anything good with it. So I wonder how we get to the end times this time.
Let's see, what?
No,
Oh, the sword didn't get exalted for you, Buki. I'm sorry.
That's fine.
Yeah, it's got crit chance, cold damage, and chance to poison on hit.
I didn't realize, I don't need anything from the Harbingers anymore then.
Well, because they can still give you the, like a good exalted base, possibly.
Yeah, but I have to take a look at them and check to see. Like, this one doesn't have any.
Is this a bit better?
Yes, it's
I
better.
swapped to the previous headset.
Yeah, because it's not echoey anymore.
Okay, yeah, it's probably some stuff I'm gonna have to adjust, figure out settings and stuff.
Oh yeah.
Oh joy, more trying to figure out computer stuff. My favorite. Bye.
Hello, Mira. How are you?
My brain hurt.
Anything? Anything? You do sound very loud now, though.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's because I adjusted settings. Let me see if I can figure out how to change that back.
I at least send you this sword to use for next. It might be kind of useful. Because
Is this better?
it will have... I think so.
Okay, I turned back on input sensitivity.
Because it will have the open suffix slot for you for the sword. Because the sword was... It was the sword, a prefix, or suffix. I can't remember already.
Wait. It happened again. I have no nemesis here.
Odd.
Really weird.
I can see when you all summon it, but I can't act. I don't have one here for some reason.
The sword is prefix. That's open.
Never mind, so you probably don't want the sword then.
Oh, because it's an open suffix.
It's an open suffix, yeah.
Hmm. Ow, that was annoying. Yay, tinnitus! Ezekiel! Hello, Ezekiel. Thank you for the raid. How are you? I think this is the Ezekiel I know. I know two Ezekiels, actually. Is this the Ezekiel that I know? Hi, Ezekiel. Hello, raiders. For those of you lovely people, that's right, I know two Ezekiels. That's right. For those of you lovely raiders, if you don't know who I am Fubu Ichigo, Draconic Lizard VTuber. It's nice to
They
meet
have a special
you.
shout out.
Wait.
Uh-oh.
Okay, you're the one that okay. I was calling. Don't worry, I'm pretty sure the other one thinks so too.
So, is it two Ezekiel or two Ezekiel? Ooh, named Dragon.
Yeah. I sound how I'm supposed to sound. Don't worry, everybody asks when they come in. It is something that I am working on so that it sounds less crunchy. I just don't want, like, I prefer my own privacy. That is why, the voices have the voices. So wait, that's the boss? No, that was basically mini bosses.
Yeah.
Angry dragons. But yeah, so this is how it's supposed to sound. It's actually changed, what was it, like a week ago almost?
A couple days.
I
Really
just want to make sure it's not scuffed. Yeah, don't worry, there's plenty of scuff moments happening. Anyways.
Like the last, like 30 minutes.
Yes.
Right. Yeah, if there's a problem with the other two, then, you know, that's a thing. But yeah, so, what did you end up doing, Ezekiel? Yeah. I do like the name, by the way, Ezekiel. I thought it was cool first. Marvel Rivals.
Oof.
I don't know what's with all the dots at the end of that. I feel like you're expecting me to judge you. I am, but it's not cool.
We're not going to judge you. I'm just going to feel sorry for you.
I mean, they could have also had a bad session like everybody else who's been in stream, just having bad days this week.
Right.
Including me.
No, honestly, look, I've played Marvel Rivals. Granted, that doesn't say anything. I've played League of Legends twice as much, so... Plan to hop back on the next day anyways. That's fair, it happens. Look, I played League of Legends twice. I played Marvel Rivals once.
For how
Wait,
long?
I think I played like a total of 2 games of League of Legends. It's not my kind of game.
That's fair.
And nor is Marvel Rivals, but I mean, if I had people that I like that were like, hey Boogie, I really want to play Marvel Rivals with you, I'd probably, you know, suck it up and play Marvel Rivals. I mean, I played Overwatch, so quite a bit too. Oh, but Overwatch wasn't actually half bad. You made a
Fair.
mistake twice. I do. What, twice? My god, have you seen my life? Pretty the only big mistake I haven't made. Oh. You did 800 times. You can play 800 games of League? I mean, you know, don't worry. I think I know people who played more. Looking at the latte pie there. Boomy. Oh, Boomy's a bad one for it.
Wait, hold up. Goblins played 800 games of League of Legends? So, that explains the Goblin.
Right?
This year, okay, yeah.
Hello.
I think you have ascended beyond Goblin. You are now either Hobgoblin or Goblin Overlord with that many plays.
Who do you play in Marvel Rivals? I think one of the things that I do like about Marvel Rivals is I actually, this year alone,
Didn't Blade show up recently in it?
Who?
Blade. Vampire Hunter?
Oh, Luna and Loki. Yeah, I heard Blade is in it. I like watching people, like, screw around as Loki. Quite funny. I get Marvel Rivals that pop up on my TikTok, like, all the time. By the way, Drew, I love how now that the... Wait, I just...
Where did you go?
You
You were just here with us.
You guys are following my trail of carnage.
I'm like right here.
I teleported to you guys.
Oh, I was just fighting things.
Yeah, I know, so was I, and then I was fighting more things, and I was fighting more
Yeah, there was a
things,
big
and I was
pack
fighting
that we
more-
were flying that you just left us with.
Oh, sorry.
Probably.
No, that
Why
Buki
are
left me and you
apologizing?
with.
I left.
Oh,
Yeah, we were dealing with
Well,
the
I mean-
pack and Buki just noped out.
we were too slow to keep up, despite having
Look,
transversal
I got other
skills.
things to deal with.
That's fair.
Yeah, so, for those of you guys who are new here, first off, we're playing Last Epoch, which is a much nicer version of, Path of Exile. Oh my god. But it's also, you know, its own game. It's quite fun. I enjoy it. So it's easier leveling trees, it's an ARPG, and, I ditch my allies all the time.
Speaking of which, where are you guys?
Wait,
I'm over here killing
Earl?
things.
Oh, wait, where's Brew then?
Once again, I was left dealing with other packs.
Oh, by the way, I'm the Raptor Prince. I'm one of the mods.
Yes. I am
Yeah, I should
joined by
introduce
two of my
myself.
moderators, Brew and Raptor, known as Brewhead and Raptor Prince. They are lovely moderators. So if you're wondering where my moderators are right now, busy.
Yeah, I did the shout out.
There's a joke.
Brain too small. Dinosaurs, do it for me. That's how minion builds work, right? They do the hard things for you. So think for me, please.
Who's thinking? Because I'm not.
My dinosaurs. We are all lizard brain, other than Fru.
Yeah.
Fru has big brain,
Yeah,
I have
Brew
cat
has big brain. Yeah, you
but
have
like
cat brain.
75% of Fru's
brain.
big brain is making new build. So
Have you seen my cats?
actually, no, I don't think I have seen your cat.
Oh, the stories of some cats I used to have. They are not big brain at all.
Like being full legit, I actually don't think I've seen your cats at all.
Like I said, the one cat I used to have forgot that she had a tail.
How did
Like-
you forget?
Well, you know, if you like if a cat's walking by and you grab her tail and the cat can't move because you're holding the tail, the cat like turn around and start attacking you because let go of my tail.
Yeah, I guess that's kind of fair.
She didn't. She would keep trying to push and muscle herself forward, putting her claws into the carpet, trying to pull forward. Like, why can't I move?
She's determined, kitty.
Yeah, sounds like it.
Like, no, she wouldn't even look back to see what the problem is. She just kept trying to walk forward and not get confused of why she can't walk forward.
Look, she's determined, kitty. She must do what kitty's determined to do. Oh wait, hold on. My scorpion's dead.
What was I gonna start getting now for this level?
No. You know, it's kind of nice not seeing any items. Actually, I can't even get all of my items yet.
I can skip that for now. I can skip that for
Also,
now. Let's
Fruit,
start
you know
going.
what I didn't do?
What?
I didn't put optics or suffix numbers on my items.
For this level, I don't think it matters that much.
Well, yeah. But it hasn't been done. I mean, I guess technically the big thing is making sure that I just get the items. Oh, you again. Why do I feel like she thinks she's doing a good thing for us? Right?
Well, she doesn't so much care about us. She cares about herself.
Well, she wants to change both of her. Well, I guess because her fate is to die, right?
Yeah.
I believe her original fate before the interference of the void was to be the next one possessed by her god.
Yep.
Oh, but she seems to want to change I bet my tongue. But she talks about changing our fate too. Actually,
Well, the
what
thing is,
our character's fate?
We don't have one. We've already messed around with fate so much, we're no longer directly connected to fate.
Oh.
Point in case us being able to access the end of time.
Lizard.
Oh, only certain people can access the end of time?
I think so? Yeah.
Okay. Easy. I've beaten this game like 4 times now, and I know like nothing about this game.
Well, I mean, you haven't beaten this section, it's brand new.
This section doesn't count.
And Boogie, you skipped the story the first time you played this. Of course, you're not going to understand any of it.
You know what? That's fair. I also skipped the story the second time I played this.
Oh, the second time we were forced to play it, but you just skipped all the dialogue. Come on, Enigma! No Enigma.
Exactly. Oh, obviously.
Oh yeah, if anybody has something they want to send me to try to reroll, I do have an ascendancy.
Oh, you have an ascendancy? Do you have a dagger?
Nope. Wait, you need another dagger?
Oh, not dagger. Oh, I need a catalyst now.
I don't have any catalysts, but if somebody's willing to send me one.
Yeah, I don't have it.
I have the one that I'm wearing right now.
Ah. Don't want to risk that one rolling bad then.
Oh, Boogie,
right?
you don't want to snowblind anymore, right?
I actually currently have one.
Oh.
I mean,
Is there another Harbinger over here? Sorry, not Harbinger, Nemesis?
Yeah, there's a Nemesis right here.
I once again do not have a Nemesis. I don't know what's going on.
That's weird.
This is...
Maybe after we get to the Halls of Preservation, restart your game?
I have been swapping tabs, but that shouldn't cause it.
I mean, you know, might as well just replenish. Well, like, might as well, right?
Yeah.
Plus, it's not like you're through and have an impossible time trying to rejoin.
Yeah. I wonder why Fruit has such a hard time rejoining.
It's probably
only when Boogie tries to invite me.
Yeah.
I did notice that too.
Oh, like, actually, to be fair, we don't know if Raptor has issues inviting you.
Last season I didn't.
Yeah.
I don't think.
I want to feel good about myself. Jeez.
But Pookie, you're killing things.
I am killing things. It
So you feel
doesn't
good
make me
about yourself.
myself. It makes me feel good. The difference.
Yeah, potato, potato, hand grenade. What's the difference?
I like hand grenades. Well, I like horseshoes. Because everyone says horseshoes and hand grenades. So, I know everybody's always confused though when you throw hand grenades.
Lizard.
Lizard.
Lizard! Not the kind of lizard I care about as much, but lizard!
See, any catalysts? No catalysts.
Nothing I care for. Ooh, that was cool. Wait, weren't we here in like the end time? No.
Yes.
Yeah, we were in the
era.
temple.
Yes.
It was ruined era. We were in the ruined Temple of Atera.
Which we're in the normal version now.
Yeah. I
Yeah.
noticed when the bridge extended.
Well, this doesn't scream boss fight.
Right?
Oh, it's totally not a boss fight at all.
Oh, you mean like...
Huh. This is Lagan statue.
There's more than Lagan statue.
Yeah, because I see the This is somebody. This is a new god.
Yeah, over here's a new
That's
one
the
also.
snake lady.
I think this is a terror.
Okay, this is the bird one.
And this one appears.
This is 100% that's Orobus, the guardian.
Observer.
Which
Yeah.
100% this is Orobus. 100% this is Orobus.
Oh, and they're telling us about the gods too. Ah, my scorpion's dead.
Do not let envy poison your thoughts. Humanity needs you.
The only good god we came across. I think she's doing it at the end.
Was it at the end? I thought it was once we enter. Okay.
Yeah, right there.
Do not let your gentle heart burden you. Humanity needs you.
Yeah, this is the Osprix god.
Yep. Ah, yes, the armored phoenixes, because everybody likes those enemies.
So it seems to boil down to the gods were made for humanity.
So is this Terra then? Yeah. Because she's also directly across from the one that has to be Orobus.
Mm-hmm.
That shouldn't matter because Lagan's. I guess technically. No, yeah, Lagan's across from the.
Yeah, that's a Terra.
Okay.
But knows there is still so much to do. Humanity needs me. The Observer, the god of fate and time.
Ah.
They're all like chained.
I would never want her to fear me. That is why I must stay here in the temple. Away from the beautiful world she
Interesting.
Yeah, you no, come on, dude. We know you're Orobus.
Well, he might not know that we know this.
Okay,
Well, I know
so
that we know
then-
that we know this.
but do we know that we know that they know that we know that the...
Well, I know the fruit knows this, so I know that one of us knows that one of us knows it.
I know that there's a piece. Not mine.
I think it's mine. I don't see the electricity of rafters.
You mean like
No,
that?
it's not mine. Yeah, that's definitely yours. Raptor, I'm gonna quit soon.
Okay.
I'm gonna quit soon. You're not
Oh, symbols of
sharing.
hope relic.
You're not sharing, Raptor.
See,
Actually, I
is
guess technically
there
your beast is not sharing.
no catalyst?
Yeah, and my beast just hates me so much that's like throwing Urals in the trash and coming after us.
This is why you're not getting any nemesis. You don't do nothing, right? It's annoying. It's not, obviously, it's not your fault. But man, is it annoying.
It is kind of funny though.
I mean, it was funny in the beginning. Okay, so this should, hold that key
We're
right.
gonna free Orbis and start the flood of the void, aren't we?
Yes.
Does the flood of void start now?
Well, remember, that is the Snake Lady's stated goal, is to free Orbis.
So she's probably going to free him then, not us.
Yeah, because we have a terminal case of we are always too late disorder, just like every video game protagonist ever.
Right? She'll probably also, like, if anything, she
Harbinger,
will talk to
or
him,
Nemesis.
find out that he wants nothing to do with anything, and then she'll corrupt him.
Maybe.
But I don't actually know anything about Orbis,
Okay, it
so-
just got weirder. It just got weirder. These are cryopods.
So?
These are cryopods with humans inside them.
Okay. How do you know there are humans in them?
Because you can see them.
And you can
And
click
again-
on the interact thing there, and it just says humans.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
And also, everybody
interactable.
mentioning that humans are here.
Yeah, I know, that's fair.
I wonder if it's going to be like Greek mythology, where there's different types of humans, like the men of gold, the men of iron, the men of silver, or was it bronze? With different ones having like being much more powerful, and it being the final tier is what we are supposed to be, the weakest of the humans.
Okay, let's see. Come on, Enigma! No Enigma.
I'm guessing no.
Oh, don't forget, send me Callus if you have spare ones.
Wait, what?
Send me Callus so I can try to get through his item, because I've been having better luck than he has.
I'm gonna banish. And I've been
Oh, you're
shooting
kidding
Callus
me!
the whole time.
You're kidding me!
Oh, wait, there's one.
That's
I got
3 times in a row.
So weird.
This is actually starting to become a bit of a problem.
Higher chance to freeze enemies per 2 attunement and a cold penetration per 2 attunement. So, ain't got that yet.
Loot Lizard Shrine.
Hold on, not yet.
And I still gotta give you the catalyst
sending
here.
my-
1 second.
Well, while we're waiting, I'm going to honestly Google that to see if this is standard for that.
Alright, I sent it over.
Okay, I will go ahead and upgrade it.
Oh, I'm not even there yet!
I'm making something for Fru. Fragment of the Enigma?
Son of a bitch!
Twice in a row!
Does it really matter who gets it first? If she gets
No!
it? It's funny though.
It's just literally twice in a row.
Well, now you have your items.
Now I do
Alright,
have
you guys
my build, yes.
You guys ready?
Yep.
Hang on, I have to upgrade skills now.
Oh, okay. We wait, and wait, and we wait, and wait, and wait, and we wait, and we wait. And wait, and wait, and wait,
Yep.
and
Okay.
wait.
No time.
Alright.
Go.
Man, those lizards got nowhere.
Yeah.
Now you see why I needed this piece.
Oh, what we were saying?
So the reason why I wanted this relic is +2 lightning damage for spark charge per intelligence.
Oh, nice.
102% more damage for spark charges applied by melee attacks.
Hmm. I also dropped all of my avalanches on the ones that were where you guys were. Just to make sure that they didn't get away. I feel bad for all those things.
Weaver's Will Mage relic. Perfect.
Oh yeah, I got Weaver will boot.
So let's slap this bad boy on now. Spark charge for that.
Cool.
You start going.
I got a
that
bow.
way.
Gathering Fury. When you directly use a bow ability, you have a 9% chance to repeat it.
Those things are pretty cool.
Yep.
Especially if you can get like really high amounts of range.
Mm-hmm. I wonder how it stacks up to the primal that has just can repeat your skills. I need to go drop off items because my inventory is full.
Oh wow.
Wait, did both of you all leave or?
Yeah. Yeah, we kind of walked away. I walked away first, but yes, we walked away.
Yeah, do you see how everything's starting to die now faster for me?
I mean, everything's starting to die pretty fast anyways. More health.
Well, even
power.
faster.
Ooh. Ow. Be
Ibuki?
careful of that curator. I got spawn killed by the curator.
What curator?
The champion that died. It actually spawn killed me.
Oof.
Oof.
Wait, now that one of you guys actually moved on to where the curator was, eh?
No,
I
we didn't.
Didn't know where it was because remember, I am allergic to being able to navigate map.
You have no idea which way you went, Boogie. You just once again walked away from us.
I went the right way.
Teleport to the Bookie. Ooh, Saltfire Action Key. Yoink.
Yeah, I got a Lightless Arbor Key. Yeah, no, the thing that gains power when in combat, and it has big AoE attack. As for it spawn killing me, yeah, I don't know how it did that.
The Observer's Prison. I'm thinking we'll be getting a cutscene soon.
Right?
Boss fight. I feel like there's a boss fight. Ah.
Oh, yes,
Freedom for us both. To save our future from the Traveler.
I said nothing of the sort.
Fine. I will show you. Behold the ruin that will come to pass.
So she's corrupting him.
Never seen
That's interesting.
Well, he's splitting.
Yeah, because she's corrupting him.
Yep. Because I'm 95% sure there's an isn't what's her name or whatever the final true in-game boss is what's actually causing all this.
Well, we've actually never encountered Orbis yet this entire in the game at all.
Yeah. But what's the name of the true final boss, like the Uber Aboleth or something?
Oh, Aberoth, yeah.
Yeah. I think this is Aberoth actually corrupting him. Because Aberoth was posing as Obelisk for the Void.
No, Aberoth is just the, basically one of Orobos's high-ranking general minions.
Oh, wow.
So, at this point, it has just become a self-sustained circle.
Yep.
A self, yeah.
Let the Void take all. I will not be cruel.
Wait, is he killing himself?
He also changed a bit.
Ooh, Atara!
This is where Atara died.
For humanity's sake, you must be sealed.
Raise this timeline, and we can start over. I can fix this. I can. No.
I'm sorry, brother. There is no other way.
Oh, but now he's gonna be... Yeah, so then when he gets him out is when things happen.
Yep, because he's enraged.
Yeah.
Orbis, the darkest impulses of the Observer made manifest. Even now,
Stable time loop.
the fact that the two of you are here and were instrumental to his corruption tells me he will
I
become
deserve
free
this
eventually.
fate.
Free to orchestrate this.
Oh, I wanted to watch the cutscene. Why did it skip it for me?
Their story will not end here. I will make
So
sure.
I wonder. So we're actually working with her now.
Wait, hang on. I have to watch it now.
Oh, no.
Oh, I don't crash.
That's weird. Yeah, it feels like the cutscene's trying to crash.
But fate can be delayed, even if for a moment. That will be my
Oh,
final gift.
awkward.
The
Oh,
Orbos
we're back here
corrupted
now.
itself.
Welcome back, traveler. The epoch brought you here.
Yeah, because my cutscene was quiet, so I went to. Oh, maybe I was tabbed out, so I went to click back in. That skipped it.
I really do not like how if you press once, it just rapid presses through the dialogue. That is very annoying.
This is a new glitch.
Why are you asking me?
Because it's happening very frequently.
That's the. No. Yes. Farewell, traveler.
Okay, so
What the
now we're back
monos?
into the monolith.
Yes.
Yep.
Oh.
Let me get a second to clear up my inventory.
There's no audio. Good night, Nigga.
Is this cutscene different or the same? It looks the same so
I
far.
don't know. I don't think I've ever seen it before.
No, I'm watching on Boogie's side. It looks the same.
Yeah.
Oh, they didn't change the cutscene. Oh no.
Yep.
So
They
it still
didn't
says
change
that
the
she's like
cutscene.
the final enemy too.
Yeah.
Even though she's not. That is funny.
Yep.
Awkward.
Okay, skipping now because it's the same. If it was different, I would have skipped, but yeah, it is auto skipping all dialogue whenever I click to progress dialogue. That is
That's
very
kinda
annoying.
Alrighty. Onward to the first of the monolith again.
Yeah, I have a necklace I want to upgrade it. Try upgrading a little bit.
I need to clear out inventory because my inventory is almost completely full of idols.
That's reasonable. Oh, there's the Chrono Dragon that,
How are my
that I like.
resistances? Still need physical. Excuse me.
The 58. Oh yeah, because it was level 50 before, right? For Fall of Outcast? Or 50?
Yeah,
I think so.
Yeah, they upped the level for this because of the new chapter.
Yeah, which makes sense. Monolith of Fate is still level 90, so they do just still cap out at level 90.
Yeah, they just kind of adjusted the start, and then they changed the levels of the middle ones, and then it slows down towards the end.
Yeah. I did,
Two
because before they went up
more
by 5, but now they go up between 2 to 3.
Good night, Nagasto.
Night, Nagasto.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'll
More
worry about
levels
sorting out
and-
my stuff later.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'll make this one a set tab, though.
It's a Buki. Not Buki.
Yes, we now we wait for the crew.
You like my
And then we
sloth?
slay!
You like my sloth? It's sloth.
Is sloth.
And shoulder
Talk
lizard.
to you. I'm ready. Blah
Shoulder
blah
lizard.
blah. Good
Like
night.
the Buki. The Buki shoulder
Yeah,
lizard.
taking some shocked enemies.
And
I
one.
like the area of effect for area skills because I use a lot of area skills.
Oh, wait, do we want to head to the prophecies? Try see if we can buy a couple now.
I myself need. I want to level up one more time with it first.
I need 2 levels.
Personally. For what?
Sword that I can equip to get Raptor Squad.
Oh yeah. Oh, you have that too, don't you?
Yep, I have it, and I am not removing it from my inventory.
Yeah, that makes me a little sad because I'm the only one here who doesn't have any of their equipment that they're going to use.
Don't you have to like craft your own though?
Kind of, but I can still get the parts that I don't need to craft. Like the only
So it sounds
thing
like
that I'm
Boogie's
crafting
gonna
is
be doing a
the
lot of Exalted Prophecies.
right. And I'm gonna get like trash from it. Oh, we got ambush.
We all do.
One more level. One! I will have Raptor Squad.
Yeah, I mean, basically the only thing I have to do is Exalted. Do we want to run through them, or do we want to bother killing everything?
Maybe at least get the bonus stability, then move on.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because we do need to pump up levels.
Weaver stuff now too, right?
Yeah.
We should start finding weavers, yes.
Yeah, which is something else we'll need to do. Oh, almost forgot. I need to spend my
Yeah,
points.
it's a little sad that we haven't been Yeah. Hi, Elmer!
You okay?
Hey, Elmer.
Yeah, I had a sudden bout of, like, just randomly dizzy for a second.
Oh.
Yeah, it's fine. This
Okay.
is the last epoch. I actually really like this game. I get to spend a lot of time with friendos playing it.
I like it now that I actually my build items.
You're welcome.
Yeah, well, I'll like it when I get my build items.
I like it even without my build items because I can have a T-Rex bite people. Or Velociraptor, or Raptors bite people.
But I don't have any of them.
What do you mean? That is one of your build items.
Notice I said, and Raptors bite people.
Wait, did he go die? No, he did. Oh. Yeah, I don't have any of my... Technically, I could be a lot more picky about the stuff that I'm getting to make sure that they're all... Actually, I should make sure they're all exalted, shouldn't I?
At this point, I would say, yeah, at least tier 6. I'm about to adjust my filter now, too.
Yeah, like, you're like, oh yeah, just make sure... You know, I might as well just make it so they're in my end game items anyways, right? The only downside is who knows how long it... Oh, we're done here.
Yeah, because we are going to start getting a lot more exalted items to start dropping for us.
Yeah. Alright, so let's see. Settings. Loot filter. Oh my god. Okay. So... I guess what? Just add condition, rarity, exalted?
For the AVIX you want to be exalted, you can go to under advanced options for and say minimum of this tier.
Oh, okay. Tier of individual. Okay, so I can say that I want one that is 7, right?
I would start off with 6 for now. Because 7 are still going to be a little bit more rare until we get deeper in.
So, basically, what this is going to say is as long as one of them is a tier 6, I will get it.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh yeah, is it now we can start fighting eggs also?
Yes, we can start finding eggs.
Eggs? Oh, right! Wait, more or equal to 6? Not equal to 6.
Right.
I'm honestly probably at some point just gonna look up a loot filter because
Good news! On the build planner, there's a button you can click that says make loot filter.
Okay.
Oh, really? Oh, so
Yeah.
that'll give you the items that you specifically decided that you wanted?
Yeah, it said a loot filter for these specific and only these specific tiers and stuff like that.
Hmm.
But you can use that as a base to like make minor adjustments if you want to make it a little bit more broad.
Yeah. Hi, Loki. Bye, Loki.
I definitely know one thing I'll probably turn on: being able to see legendaries and uniques.
Yes.
Just so I have stuff for other builds.
Well, that's why I can still see legendaries and uniques as well.
Yeah. Legendary uniques and set items are the only things that I don't put in filters on.
That's fair. I guess I probably want to make sure that I'm using the correct belt, which will probably want to be the spider silk slash.
I had
Or
yours
do I
set for
want the-
Praetorian mainly because of extra armor, but if you need
Yeah.
resistance more, I'd say yeah, Spider Silk.
Alright, let's go Praetorian. Let's see, Coral Ring, Crossborn Sea. Alright, let's take a look at gloves. For gloves, we kind of just want to have the bigger gloves, don't we? Like the Crusader ones? No, it's Void Resist. We don't need Void Resist.
Yours I had as the
Solarian.
Solarian because it was crit chance.
Yep, as soon as I saw Solarium, yeah. One-handed sword, I guess. Katana. Crit strike multiplier.
That works.
Ooh, a War Crystal Sword. Increase elemental melee attack speed.
Crystal Sword is one that I would tend to use when I did a different build for Spellblade for like elemental damage. So I'd say yeah, Crystal or Katana would be good.
Why not both? One or the other.
As for the axe, those I don't know.
Let's see.
Eagle Wing.
Minion.
Straight up Eagle Wing, not even a question. Because it's plus crit chance. That's changing your base crit chance. You want that.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
That'll make it even easier to hit 100%.
Body armor. Wait, for body armor we have to pick prime list only? Oh, okay.
Yeah, hat, body, and relic is class specific.
Okay, let's see.
Yeah, because yours I had...
Spell damage?
I had yours as Beast Mail for health regen.
Oh, okay. Where's that one? Oh, that's actually a good amount of... Yeah, okay.
Head was Ancestral Crown because max health as Endurance Threshold and Endurance.
That makes a lot of sense. You said which one?
Ancestral Crown.
Oh, that's only 6th one, okay.
And don't forget though, because the base you can change with the Glyphs of Envy.
Yeah.
If you have luck.
So that means that well, yeah. And
Here's what you could do. You can make a copy where one is anything, just to find it, and then the other is capitalized as this is the good one.
That's true. Dinosaurs! Yes, dinosaurs! The dinosaurs belong to Raptor. I have the scorpion.
I am in.
I am
Man,
the
this
dino.
is... I don't know if I'm ever gonna find any of these items, but good luck, right?
And yep, there is
these
a build that
items-
is legit just Dino build. And that's the one I put together for Raptor.
Ooh, alright, we're going this way. Oh, I see those set items. We'll go that way later.
Hi,
I
Liz.
actually slept instead of catching up. Whoops. Well, then it sounds
Oh,
like you
look.
should have slept. Dull.
Hey, look, join us. Get the map.
Listless is nowhere near us.
I was making a joke.
It's going to be a minute for Liz to catch up to us.
Yeah, I know. I hope you enjoyed your sleep and got good
Lizard?
rest.
I'm listening.
Go champion. Oh, it's the fire champion.
Oh, honestly, this was not so bad.
Well, it had the
Why
fire
did I have
breath.
I just want...
Lizard.
Lizard!
Hey, there's a lizard we were supposed to be listening for.
That's true. We did listen to the lizard. Funny.
Ooh,
So they
well,
can literally
physical
endanger
penetration
the
with
playtime to
puncture.
catch up. They should keep staying up to do so.
Lizard.
That's fair, that's fair.
A lizard.
I was just trying to be funny by saying join us so you can skip ahead.
Could you actually do that?
I mean, we're in map, so wouldn't that unlock map?
Yeah, but it doesn't mean that, listless can join, right?
Remember that's how that person sped run was. They got to the end line, and then oh look, they have maps now.
Unless they
Yeah,
were
I guess that's
misspeaking or something.
Let's see, how's my Weaver's Will on my thing doing? Plus levels like Frost Claw. Oh, that's awesome, actually.
Oh, so
Kind of wish
was
was.
that what?
Okay, yeah, I'm going to have to leave after this. If you all found another nemesis.
No.
We didn't
It's
find
the
a
Weaver's Will
nemesis.
item I had.
Oh,
It was-
Weaver's
I-
Will. Okay.
I had a Weaver's
As
Will.
I was about
and-
to say, we're in map stuff. My nemesis still aren't playing. I have a problem.
Like I would have preferred Surge
Oh,
instead
okay.
of Frostclaw, but I can deal with Frostclaw. That still
Actually,
feels like decent.
listless. Apparently, the person who hit level 100 didn't even finish the story at all.
From what they were saying, yeah. I don't know if they were lying or if they were talking about last season or something, but that's what they were claiming.
Well, they shouldn't have technically been able to because.
Well,
you're supposed to
considering
have
they
to
were
finish
level
the-
70 yesterday, I think yeah we can do maps as soon as you get to the end time now, which is weird.
That's what I mean.
Because it used to be that you had to have a character at maps before you could access them.
I mean, granted, the whole thing is though his maps are still, they're like level 60, so.
Yeah.
I mean, it's gonna be rough, but you could kill a couple enemies here and there, and that will dramatically skyrocket you in levels. So
I thought level EXP capped out by 10 levels.
it does, but it's still a giant XP boost.
I guess that's
Not to
fair.
mention better drops also.
Yeah.
Oh,
And
here
the
we go,
XP
Raptor.
modifiers you can slap on. Yep, there's one.
Okay. Yes,
And
we
I got
do
an
have
egg.
another chapter.
I don't
And I
have
got
an
an egg.
egg.
So I know where I'll be putting in the egg.
You know what I'm gonna put when I put in my egg?
Mhm.
Nothing.
Well, you could put your ring in the egg once you get it.
Why? I
To-
would. Oh, you're right.
I'm putting in my
Yeah, 'cause
other
you could get
evolution.
legendary potential on it or a good mod.
Oh,
Yeah,
actually, should I put in my sword or should I put in my amulet?
I don't know. Which one do you feel like giving up for a bit?
I have
I
two of the
think-
amulets, so I'll do that. Also, I can't equip the sword yet, though. I'll just go with the amulet.
Yeah, I just banished mine for now.
That's fair. Oh, my inventory is, my grounds are rather, than 100% have to do the story. And you know what happens? Yeah, no, it's actually pretty good. Kind of. The beginning of the new chapter is kind of boring, but, it's still pretty good.
Also, they haven't updated some scenes.
Yeah. That's the funny part,
But some of the stuff no longer makes sense.
right?
Oh, and there is a listless. Just there is currently a glitch with reading what NPCs are saying. It sometimes speed runs through them. I don't know why, but it's very, very
Hey, we're done
annoying.
here.
I'm gonna need a second for the next one 'cause I have levels to spend.
Ooh, Dark Stride. Ooh, that'd be really good for a Void Knight.
Sure, I'm sure you guys will like this next one.
Just don't go anywhere yet, because like I said, I need to level.
That's fine.
I want rare amulets. Nothing good.
Same.
Oh my god, I got max roll on Frostclaw.
Oh, that's awesome.
Nice.
Unfortunately,
Hey,
it got
Raptor, you're not
fire
supposed to go
damage
anywhere, get back here.
instead.
Back
Oh shit. Sorry.
here.
So what can I grab?
My scorpion was dead again.
Let's grab
I feel so
that.
bad for my scorpion.
And passive points. Grab that.
Lizard.
I'm in.
Lizard. Plus, 3 HP regen per 1 attunement. A lot.
Yeah, because that's why I had you buffering attunement and health regen for part of your summon ability, which, with the change of your build, really was a good thing.
Oh, actually, Faru, you didn't even put under the perk tree for that ability.
I thought I did.
No, that is my very last one, Iron Bark, which gives health and armor, and then at 8 points I get that.
I must have been thinking of my my totem build.
Yeah, it's better for totems, for sure.
And more spark charge chance.
Sparky. Yeah, this map is Weaver's one. As soon as I noticed it, I was like, yeah, we're going over there.
Yeah, because we will want to be doing a lot more Weavers now, so we can get our dream idols.
Yes. Yes.
I'll actually need to also get good bases, because I'll be honest, I haven't really been paying that much attention to my idols.
Ow, ow, ow. Poison is still a problem for me.
I got 7% poison resist.
Oh, astrologer's cash.
Yeah, I didn't get anything. So
Me
your
neither.
body needs sleep currently. You fell asleep before you ended your yesterday, just woke up. Oh wow.
Ooh.
Guys! Over here!
XP or lizard?
Even better. Ready?
I like how you ignored my second guess.
I mean, it's accurate.
You said better before you said your first guess. One of the lizards got away! Got him.
I think we got them
Got a
all.
bow. Yep. No idols that I really care for.
That's a cold idol, at least.
Central, east, or west? North.
Stormhide.
East? They were east. We're east, right?
I am east.
Blade direct. I'm.
Yeah, east.
Ibuki, were you doing Xeric or no?
Was it doing what?
Were you gonna do the Xeric set?
No, because I
Okay.
don't have enough room for it.
Alright.
Ow. Ow! The heck was that about?
That was a very angry guy.
Yeah. My defenses are very poor right now, except cold. Oh my god, my defenses are
Actually,
really
what are my defenses?
28, 29,
63,
167, 5, 7, 15, 10. Ugh.
Okay, I feel much better about my defenses then.
63, 78, 128, 91, 43, 43, 60.
Okay, yours
Okay,
is
rap.
decent. 72, 129, 77, 44, 42,
Hold up.
64,
I'm
60.
under attack by something else. I'll be into there as soon as I kill the thing. Whatever it is.
I don't get a bonus item for this one. We also don't get the bonus stability, so once we're done killing these guys, we can just leave.
I'm still getting bonus stability, looks like.
Yeah, the bonus stability number still goes up, but you don't get bonus stability if, once you've died.
Nemesis. It's looking for stars.
Ew.
Oh, I see, but Boogie did not go this direction.
Why would I go that way? Found the nemesis.
Oh, I didn't. Well, you didn't tell me there was a nemesis that way.
I kind of did just mention a nemesis, so. Oh, it's rolled with legendary potential so far.
Fire damage.
Empower.
Empower.
Ah! Oh no, that was chip cap. I thought I died, but no, it was the steam overlay came up.
That would have sucked.
Let's see. Mine is Humming Bee. I don't really need that for this build anymore. Yeah, I'll banish.
Yeah. It's funny, right now, technically, it's just really worth it for me to use Avalanche. Especially in this area where there's just tons of,
Lizard.
Lizard!
Yep. Purple lizard.
Yeah.
Oh,
Nothing for me.
Nothing for me.
I got shards.
Nice. Theirs would have been nice.
And one of the chests actually dropped one of the Weaver map.
Yep. I actually picked up Silver Shadows. We'll definitely want
I
to
got
make
Unclaimed
sure to do...
Trove.
Pretty good.
Isn't that the lizard one? With the lizards that actually throw hands?
I don't remember. That seems like really early to get one of those. Because I think that's one of the ones that also were the unclaimed, like the lizard one. Because
Oh, it's random what woven echoes you can get. You can get
That is the loot lizard one. Loot caches abound in this graveyard of wrecked vessels. Oh wait, no, that's the other one.
Yeah. I hope you're doing well. Yeah, because I didn't think you'd get that one, because that one requires corruption to use.
This one is in the final 2 lines. Well, 3rd line.
Yeah, because you can still get them. It just means you're not gonna be able to use it.
Yeah, it's in the 3rd center line already. That's what.
Champion, careful.
Yeah.
Oh, gauge damage would hit. Be very careful.
Ooh.
Come, my squad! I
I'm out of
can!
potions. I'm out of potions. I have a dot.
It's dead.
The squad's all here. My brain power's gone up by like 90%.
Oh, there was a lizard that went up north. We got it.
Oh, did we?
Yeah.
Oh, yep. Yeah, I can see. I'm glad you're doing well. We're currently killing things.
Yep.
We're actually leveling up a lot faster here too, which is nice. Actually, I should look at replacing the idols that I currently have. Especially
Yeah, I only have.
idols of...
Yeah, the only idol I have for this build is I only have the one.
Yeah, I'm gonna need to make some. I'm gonna need to check and see what idols I'm even supposed to use, because I've just been putting on defense for now. Then not waste time having to look through them all.
I have one idol that I have no problems keeping. The other ones, I don't like their secondaries. Like, I mean, I guess 5% increase effect for aspect of the boar is nice. I don't care about it. Poison damage, don't care about. Minion melee attack speed's kinda cool. It'd be nice if my minions stopped dying.
Oh, Conquer Tower.
Bountiful Wild.
That's the Nemesis Tower.
Oh no. Ah. I found my favorite one, guys. Great Bridge.
Nice.
Oh yeah, you're gonna need a lot of that one.
Right?
I would probably save it until you get a decent board stockpile of set stuff to break down.
Oh, 100%. On top of that, I'm also going to be waiting to... Ooh, 2 minutes fast. Cool. I'm also going to be waiting for, the waiver tree point. Like, I'm going to be building directly to the one where I can, build specific stuff. Like, where you can put them on the map, and then I'm going to be putting Great Bridge on there. So,
Your poor
I think we can do a
Scorpion.
lot of Great Bridges.
I have to just think about which direction I want to go first.
Yeah, I have no idea. I'll probably just go for loot because loot is nice.
Go to the
Loot maybe loot lizards followed by possibly going for the new mechanic, the primal stuff. I kind of like that.
Actually,
Yeah, so my primal for my weaver tree, I did put that in there as well. But I'm definitely putting the ones that to put items in to make duplicates of.
Hmm.
Oh, hey, this is us unlocking the tree.
Yeah, I know.
Are any of these worth upgrading? because I'm using Maelstrom, which isn't part of the build that Free gave me, I'll try this one.
Oh, I have Vault
Don't
of the
want that.
Barnacle King. Okay, where'd I get that?
Don't want that.
Not great. But I'll throw it on. Can we roll it once this reverse thing is maxed?
Oh yeah, you can you can re-roll this whenever you feel like re-rolling it.
Okay.
So where is the primal stuff anyways?
That was going up left, I believe.
There's Nemesis.
Oh yeah, there it is.
Real ambush.
Directly left. There's Primordial
Where?
Ambush, Crystal Growth.
Oh, okay, I see.
I swear there was
the
another
other
one
way.
somewhere. What was the other one?
Ah, there's Crystal Growth.
Cause I swear there's one that added like bones as a drop too.
You think that they'd all be near each other?
Oh.
Oh,
Okay,
there
so we're
it
gonna want
is.
Primordial Ambush.
There's Riven, Riven Gateway to the right and down. Riffies that emerge from rifts are accompanied by other enemies that drop ancient bones.
Riffies in two separate directions.
That's kind of annoying.
I think I'm going to go for Primordial
Age of
Ambush
Beasts,
first.
they're more common.
Because
I know
there's
that for my
chance to
tree,
drop-
I will have those.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm actually going to be doing the opposite of Raptor. I'm going to go towards, because I want to get the Age of Beasts as high as I can first.
Okay. Or should I just go Loot Lizards?
I
Is it-
will not be getting loot lizards for mine. I didn't have
That's a
the point.
question. Is it only the host that matters still? Or does it matter? Does everybody
I
matters
do
now?
matter.
I meant for this. Is it only hosts or others?
I don't know.
Yeah, that I am less sure. It might just be whoever spawns the mass, so probably the host.
Okay.
You think it's
Yeah, I'm just
host?
going to go
Okay.
for Primordial Ambush.
But I mean, we can take turns too.
Okay.
The Weaver has a plan for all of us. You
Dino
I'm-
Squad.
I'm gonna gun it for Sealed Riches first.
Oh, should we all put in a thing then?
What do you mean?
I mean, I'm not putting in any of my echoes yet.
Okay. That's what I
I
was
already
wondering.
put in 2 echoes already.
Fair enough.
Yeah,
I
because
put in one for
putting in the echo is for our trees, not for Buki.
Okay.
Yeah. The ones that I put in are also ones that I don't care that we use. Like, I'm saving my Great Bridge for later. But we do want to still get the echo point. By the way, I'm waiting for both of you now.
I'm checking to see what Weaver ones I can buy.
Wait, did I do YouTube patch yet?
Oh, I can't buy any. I don't have enough.
I'm gonna double check. I'm pretty sure I did. Okay, yeah, I'm on cooldown.
Yeah, I'm on cooldown also. Bleh. Cannot speak today also.
Well, that makes sense. If you've used it, you're on cooldown. We're in one of the chain areas. I hate these chains. I'm hoping that if I can get my items, my build will be really strong. But I won't know until I get my items.
I
Yeah.
think I know the next family I'll be looking for. I mean, I'm thinking it's probably time for me to replace the crab ring.
Probably.
Oh, that's fair.
It's nice and all, but the fact that it prevents me from dodging, it does give some nice defense, though.
That's fair.
So there's still 2 uniques I need for mine, but they're just like dream uniques, not necessarily build uniques.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, hey, I got a nemesis up here.
Nice, I was wondering actually where it was. Boom, boom, boom. So, Ferb, guess what I picked up on my Weaver Idol?
Ah. It only upgraded to 1 legendary potential, darn, so it's still worse than what I got. Challenge.
So, Ferb, on my Weaver Idol, I picked up melee and spell damage.
Nice. Okay, you're not doing Velatria, right?
Which one's Velatria?
It was a 2 set piece.
You don't happen to know which two, do you?
One's a staff, I know. The other is a. Oh, it doesn't. Oh, it was a crown. But no, you're doing bear.
Yeah.
Never mind.
Yeah. That's. If I wasn't doing bear, that
vanish.
crown is the one that I'd be going for.
I hear a lizard.
I see him! I see him!
It's dead.
Ooh, lots of glyphs of despair.
I got another glyph of the Barnacle King. Like, damn, okay. Kill game. Kill. Kill. Kill.
I see the quest token.
Yeah, we still need stability though.
Plus potential of finding one of the lizards.
Ozzy, hello! How are you?
Hi, Ozzy.
Did you find the thing that we
Hey,
have to
Ozzy.
steal?
Yeah, it's down
down
and to the left.
Okay, well, we might as well steal it still. Bum, 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 bum. I say as I'm going upright.
I was about to say like Buki was the complete other direction. I
Look,
teleported
look,
you
look.
because you're on the way, and then you turned around.
Look, I had other things to do. I'm doing good. I hope you are. I'm loving this idol.
I'm happy watching all my spark charges explode now, finally.
I picked up, so far all 4 of the ones that I got for this idol are, this is actually, okay, so how do I how do I re-roll the, idol?
I think we
Basically,
have to find another shrine.
Yep, we do another shrine, pop it in, and pray.
But it didn't give me a re-roll on the, frequency of expending, storm stack.
Well, then you pop it in and re-roll it again.
Wait, it can re-roll the actual implicit?
Yeah, I thought I re-rolled
Oh, the
the thing
implicit,
on the
no.
bottom.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it rolls the
implicit
thing on the
that I
bottom.
did.
It
For the
only
implicit,
it re-rolls the blue stuff.
I saw in the
Yeah.
notes it said we could, so it might be another reward token we get in the Weaver's area.
Okay. Because, yeah, like, I can't re-roll the bottom one because it's a 4 to 4 only. But if I can re-roll, because if I can get the frequency and the cold, like, if I get more of the cold damage, and, because the frequency of expanding storms is minimum, which kind of sucks. Anyways, I'm just opening the portal. I don't feel like going anywhere else. Boop. Boop.
I want gold.
And then I put stuff this way because said items are my reward for this one. Oh, hello.
Hi, buddy.
Yeah, kinda.
I'm just gonna
kinda
kill a
close.
few things around just to make sure we don't get ambushed.
Here I am.
That was probably the fastest that I've ever found one of these guys.
Yeah. It's a bow. Wait, this bow does fire, cold, and lightning damage.
That's pretty cool.
It also has puncture cannot be dodged. It deals 40% more hit damage to distant enemies.
I'm gonna
What's
banish.
Oh, my camera's lagging. What's going on?
Hmm.
Give me a sec, guys. Give me a sec.
Okay. I'm probably
give
gonna power mine to give myself a good rogue weapon. Because I think I might want to try a rogue out.
Wow, okay. Alright. Back in the left keyboard. Weird. My camera's, what is going on? Do I hear that face? Oh, yeah. The FPS is, like, super low. That's weird. Oh, okay, it's back. Weird. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with it right now. I might need to reset my computer at some point. Are you guys, good with, yours?
Oh, yeah, I'm just finishing mine.
I'm gonna go ahead and power mine just so I have a good rogue weapon for if I do decide to make a rogue.
Yeah, okay. Why not,
Because I kind of want to try out rogue this season because I didn't try out rogue last season. I mean, I like Sentinel, I really like Void Knight, but I want to try the other classes.
Meanwhile, here's me playing the same thing.
Oh, I'm going to be doing probably this build every single season. I kind of it's kind of in the name.
Damn.
Well, in my defense, I did change it because I'm using the fire aura mechanic now, and then there's that new necklace.
Yeah. So I'm a little sad because I did roll another damage on my idol. I rolled a frenzy.
Ooh.
I mean, it's annoying because it's 1% damage and 1% effective frenzy, so it's kind of useless. But, whatever, I guess. We haven't really been running into the beasts anymore.
Yeah, I'm a little sad about that.
Speaking of such.
Right. Right.
Oh, that's one of the big drawbacks about maps is if you're not exploring the whole thing, you're gonna miss a lot.
Oh, it's yours once again, Raptor. Once again.
You're welcome.
No, I don't want to fight yours. I want to fight mine, or heaven forbid, Cruz.
Wait, I have a beast?
I was gonna say, yours shows up less than mine.
Yeah, Buki's at least we've seen. Oh, okay, no. Buki's we've at least seen. Fruz is just like at the bottom of the ocean hiding from us.
Actually, this time around, we haven't seen mine at all.
Oh, we haven't seen Fruz either. We've only seen mine.
I know.
It might be because mine is slightly higher than yours.
Actually, speaking of, you're shouldn't anymore.
No, because I'm still one rotation ahead.
Oh, you're like a full rotation ahead? Like a full...
No, not a full rotation, but a single fight, single go back in time. I'm a single go back in time ahead.
Oh, but that should change once we're a full beast, like once we get up to a full beast. No, it wouldn't.
Nope.
Drew and I would go
Unless
back
Raptor
to
skips one of his.
Yeah.
Well, you'll have plenty of time tomorrow when I hop off for D&D.
That's pretty much true, yeah. So I wouldn't worry about skipping it since you're going to be missing out tomorrow.
Yeah. Because I will have to get off at 6 tomorrow, so...
Which makes sense. Rogue is OP. I actually really like Rogue. I had a lot of fun playing Rogue.
Lizard.
Lizard.
It's a good lizard.
It's the dead lizard.
Ooh, helmet.
Ooh.
Come on, be the helmet I want. Not the helmet I want.
I got 2 rings. One is Fall to the Erased, and the other is Hollow Finger.
I got a set bonus.
Nice.
Well, Fall to the Race could be good.
You want me to send it to you?
If you're not going to use it.
I'm not.
Apparently do elemental damage. Critical strike against gold. Honestly, this might be better for me for now. Melee throwing.
Because I'm always just giving me like resistances, which are good, but
Might as well.
Oh, yeah, I think we're done here.
Yep. I don't need either of those. I keep getting set bonuses that I don't need. Yeah. Blah. Blah, blah,
Yeah, I've never
blah,
played Rogue,
blah.
so I don't know how it plays in this, but I want to try it out.
Nemesis right up above.
Wow, that is still slower than the last Nemesis stuff. Because we have to walk a little further.
Anything good?
A Terra's Path.
Oop.
Yeah, I really need to get my defense up, but that's not gonna happen.
Don't worry, guys. My lizard's here to help.
Nah, banish.
My
I just
2-headed
made it
terror
going to.
lizard.
Yeah, well, your lizard can go away.
Oh, this is the one that only lasts 40
Ew.
seconds. Or something like that. Not even that.
Oh, I got poisoned.
Ah.
This is nice of them to give me my, Oh, come on! That was stupid.
Did you get poisoned again?
I don't know. I got spawn killed. Like, as soon as I spawned in, I died. It should do the physical fire, but it's not like there's much I can do if I spawn in and die.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's like I have very low armor right now. My endurance isn't actually very good. I have next to no resistances. I have no block and no evasion. So
Ah.
the only thing I can really rely on is the fact that I'm doing a lot of damage.
Ah, the glass
Which helps-
Yuki build.
Which helps because
For
apparently
now.
my avalanche... True.
Yeah. Yeah.
My avalanche is at 100k.
Nice.
But
Some of it
it's
doesn't
also
seem like it's
something-
counting my spark damage correctly now. Ooh, body armor? Not
Home
the
of the
body armor I
element.
wanted.
Extinguish is what I
If anybody's
got.
looking for that.
Buki, may I? May
Oh, you
I?
need extinguish?
Exsanguinous is the body piece for this build.
Oh. Yeah, sure.
Thank you. Would you like a veil root?
What does that do?
Veil root is the Spriggan one.
No. I don't need that.
Okay.
Or super again. Nobody cares about it.
I'm getting my stupid scorpion back up. Man, I've never had a build where I've had to get my head up so much.
Ooh, I leveled up.
I think I will miss out on the levels of Mana Strike for now. Because I want more ward.
That's
You know,
fair.
I think I might actually grab that skill that reduces war cry down to 5 seconds. Because that means I'll be able to get my whirlwind up and running a lot faster. Because I've got the plus every time I war cry I get 4 stacks of it.
Oh, because you're doing Maelstrom now.
Mm-hmm. And I also
no.
heal status ailments and all that, and buff my minions also.
Alright guys, we're done here.
Wait, is this the Weaver one?
Yeah, we finished it already.
Oh, this was. Oh, I thought it was a had a Weaver thing, not it was the Weaver thing.
Okay, now I need to actually check my build.
Sorry, that was this one. Look, I like
I will
placing
be in
them
after I
like
level up.
right next to each other.
Man, I'm gonna really hurt when I eventually swap off this chest plate. This chest armor I'm wearing. Because it gives 30 to each element, plus another 20% lightning resistance, 125 armor, 3 strength, 10 attunement, another 15 strength. It's a really good level 15 armor. Like, really good.
That's always nice.
The problem is it's not part of my build, it's pure defensive.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah. I might eventually replace it if I start having troubles doing DPS. But
Which is understandable.
The best DPS is staying alive.
You are not wrong.
Oh, I have a Weaver point.
Yeah, we did a Weaver thing not too long ago. We're doing another Weaver one too. I'll end up picking up the ability to, ow! That was cold damage I almost got killed with, and I'm cast on cold.
How much HP do you have?
I have 800.
Ah. I have a full 200 over you.
Yeah, see the thing is I don't have any of my items, and I don't even have good items.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, yeah, you have, like, mage health. I have 881.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah, I know.
Hey, I found the objective.
We found a champion.
Burning champion. Ooh, my game's lagging.
I'm getting a little lag here and there, too.
I'm not actually seeing any lag, weirdly enough.
We got another champion.
Another one? Jeez. I can't select this, statue. Oh, apparently I can. Okay. That was weird.
See, what did my font get so far? Healing effect as a mono regen. Okay, yeah, I think this is gonna be trash.
That's too bad.
Like, I can see it being okay for some builds, but definitely not this build.
I was wondering where my scorpion went again. My scorpion is okay.
Yay, Scorbuki is alive.
For now.
For all of, like, the next maybe 3 minutes at most. Not even.
Look, Scorbuki doesn't last very long. Like, it tries its best, but it's like as squishy as I am.
Oh, legendary helmet.
Oh, hey, look,
Sorry, you need
blind.
Not the helmet I
Ravager's
need.
Dart. Oh, look, another rogue item.
Oh yeah, because that was actually one of the builds I was putting together was using that.
Nice. Alright guys, we're done here. We're done here. Let's go. Nothing.
Irrational growth obtained.
Fighting chance. Don't care about that.
Next up is Primordial Ambush.
I'll take glyphs. Just give me a second to throw stuff in.
I grabbed it. Yeah, you say that like I didn't just jump into the next map already. I've already got 2 points into more beasts.
Okay.
Well, I figured the best way of doing things will be to have as much beast as possible.
Yep. Are you going to be getting the one that allows the beast to just randomly ambush you?
I mean, I gotta go the other way for that one, but yeah, that is actually actually the point.
That's what I'm heading for
Because-
first.
Yeah, I figured I'd go for the one where we can summon the beast more.
That's fair. That's fair.
Yeah, that was what I was going for too. But I want the since since I need a lot of legendary potential for mine, I'm going for the repeat drop items.
That makes sense.
I'm gonna go this way. I'm gonna go for the ambush of the beast. Then I think I'm gonna redirect to focus on going for lizards, just because I really like loot.
Loot lizards is actually the biggest thing that I need, because I need as much loot as possible.
Fair.
Yeah, I won't be having lizards in mine, unfortunately. It makes me a little sad.
I can imagine why. And I do like how high my freeze chances on enemies, which is really fun.
Champion.
Do you need help?
You mean against Mirage Champion the Exterminator? No, I'm good.
Pick up these monies.
Hmm.
Do a little scout for shrines, just in case. Doesn't look like any shrines.
No, that's too bad. Teleport. Zero. Arena key. Ah, hello.
Oh.
You know what? I might as well just use that for now.
There we go. The only loot lizard node I will be picking up.
Oh.
Opening a cache in your echoes has a chance to spawn a loot lizard.
Ah.
True, I have
That's the
swapped my
only.
weapon.
What'd you
I
get?
no longer use a sword. I have Halver's pledge of the staff.
Oh.
I will be right back.
I figured, you know what? It's funny enough, it's actually a DPS increase. It brings my DPS of Avalanche from 80k to 120k.
It was a DPS for my shock charge. Does it say somewhere?
Critting as much, which is a little sad. Especially since it's supposed to rely on crit. But I mean, I got a 12% chance. It's fine for now. I mean, if I did have it, it's a 24% chance. I'm surprised it's only doubling it. Especially with a 320% crit. But it does mean that I get the 2 to Avalanche, and I can cast Avalanche boulders whenever my spells crit. It's kind of weird that I'm now using a staff as a weapon.
A little.
Let's see.
Okay, I'm back. I have 2 arena keys now.
Nice. I was deciding where I wanted to go.
That's fine. Ooh, bloody.
Yeah, the Harvested Titan. I actually think these maps look really
Okay,
cool.
yeah, I'm just going back to my other one. Actually, no, I think I do need mana regen right now since I lost some because of the respec.
You can see more avalanches falling for me too. Hi,
Oomba.
Goomba, Goomba, Goomba. Several items is nice. Wait, I realized that I barely even need it. It's weird having a build of one exalted, well, one unique item, eh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, no, well, you will have 2 because of the necklace later.
Which necklace?
I thought we were using the Lagan necklace.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Hey, Buki.
I can't. Yeah?
I can drop full sets now.
Yeah, no, I got one not too long ago. That's where I got the, stat.
Oh, would you like another staff?
I have another one of them.
I have the full set now.
Yeah, I like this.
That's why. That's why I'm like, yeah, you're gonna want this.
Yeah, I
There's
like
that.
the full set.
And that. And that.
You know what? I should probably check to see which one to do. I only need the... 98% chance to, shred armor. I didn't even realize I was shredding armor on lunch. Hello.
Oh, my CAB's done.
Hi, Taboo.
Hey, Taboo.
Hi, Taboo. It's Taboo. I think this one's mine. It's only got one head. Ow,
Lightning
I
storm.
heard that truck out.
Did yours have lightning storm?
No, mine doesn't have lightning storm, but it only had one head.
That was mine again. Because mine only has one. This one of mine only has one head so far.
Oh, I thought yours had two.
I don't think so, unless that one was first.
Lizard.
Lizard.
Mine has wings.
Lizard.
Oh, well, that answers that.
Lizard.
I know mine has light.
Lizard.
Lizard.
Because I know mine has,
Lizard.
Lizard.
Oh, there's a Nemesis to the right.
Lizard.
Makes sense. There's like a nemesis on like every map.
Lizard.
And now I would actually
Lizard.
like to find an egg, since I have the a unique to I
Lizard.
can use in there.
Yes. Lizard.
Like, I don't want to put my weapons in there yet, because, you know, I kind of need them.
Ah, the cleaver solution.
Depending on what that was, I might actually want it. If you decide to go ahead and go for it. That's one of my 2 weapons.
Oh, well then yeah, I'll go for it. I don't care.
No egg.
Your intelligence is equal to your strength plus 1 to all skills. 47 melee, 7 strength. So it almost capped out on all of its stuff.
Yeah, that's actually higher. That's actually higher than what mine currently has. And maybe it'll roll without fire damage. That's what
Yeah,
mine
I'm gonna banish.
has. Up to you.
Big muscle equals big brain. Yeah, because it's the cleaver solution.
Big muscle makes big brain, which makes T-Rex hit like truck.
Wait, why is that? Is your...
For each point of intelligence, my T-Rex gets 1% physical penetration.
Oh, I see.
Which, you know, will help my T-Rex hit even harder. Because T-Rex is good.
Alright, I have to go grab supper.
Okay.
I'm gonna go eat supper upstairs so that I can walk around for a little bit. So I'll be
I
back.
might have some fried chicken
I'll be back, everybody.
during this intermission.
I think I'll do inventory management while you're gone.
Avalanche boulder at a nearby enemy on a melee attack. Nice. I'll send that to Buki. Okay, and I will be back. I'm gonna go heat up some chicken.
Spending so much money on tabs again. Hi, Pengu. Buki has gone away to eat, and I am sitting here doing inventory management. Yay.
It's Pingu. It's Brew. It's Raptor. Peekaboo. Hello. Hello.
Hi.
How is everybody?
Just doing inventory management.
On melee attack, physical damage. I really wish I did physical damage, but I don't. All my stuff's cold damage. It's sad. Ooh, hello. Oh, you know what? Screw it.
Raptor's not back yet either, by the way.
What?
Raptor's not back yet.
Oh, I didn't know Raptor left.
Yeah, didn't even ask.
No. No, I did not. Num num num.
Oh, we're almost done with this one already?
Yeah. I was about to send us in and then I noticed that we had the points for it. What are you doing?
I was in my aura break the pots.
Okay, I'm back. Had a small bowl of cottage cheese off inside the normal one.
Hmm. I have a sandwich. Num 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 num. Yum yum yum. Actually, how do I know? I don't. Okay, so what is it? What are crits the yellow numbers?
Yeah, crit is yellow.
Okay, one sec. Let me check something. Is it delayed when that happens?
Oh, I should probably not attack, shouldn't I?
I need to see if my spells are doing what they need to. Right. Okay, so it is delayed. Okay. Yeah, okay, so it's delayed whenever that happens. That's good to know.
Hey, I think we got a bot in the Discord.
Do we?
Well, considering they just posted a what seems to be an OC and Fubuki fan art.
Posting Fubuki fan art, except for Buki. Well, I mean, people.
No, that's someone trying to advertise, because that's also theirs.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is. So they're clearly posting it in the wrong spot.
Yeah.
Okay. Good spot. You don't put a random
There's a lizard, there's a
characters-
lizard, lizard.
Lizard. Ah, I got it. Wait, where'd it go?
Did it escape?
I guess?
But we didn't, like, set the lizard off, though.
Like, I hit him, so he should have started running, but he didn't, he just disappeared.
Yeah.
Might be the new patch drink. Yeah, I don't know how to ban on Discord. Otherwise, I would have gotten it.
I took care of it. That's all that matters.
Okay.
Is gone. No worries at all. Now, I do wish people would use the, like, if they know those bots, instead of like saying hey to us, that they would, use the.
Oh, I
channel
literally
that-
just noticed it was just
Yeah, I
posted
know.
also.
I wasn't referring to what you were talking about. I'm referring to the people who DM us.
Ah.
Because it happens a lot.
Yeah.
Defeat
have
the
so much
Imperial
stuff.
reinforcements. Okay. Gone. Warpath.
Oh, path.
Bones of the Outcast. Gone. Open portal. Go through. Grab 75 gold for our trouble.
See, now there's a
By
spell.
the way, hi Pingu.
Yeah, it's bingo.
Okay, yeah, because the belt I need drops from this boss, but it's empowered only.
Mm. Thank you. I gotcha.
Except that's why I wasn't
more
worried about the belt yet,
you.
since I knew it was a bit away. I didn't mention it, but I'm like, oh, they're doing this, but yeah, no, still gonna be a bit.
Yeah. Well, at least mine can drop from non-empowered.
What are you trying to get?
The sword. Well, actually, you're not this anymore. You're not right. I think your necklace was empowered. I'll have to double check.
You know, I should probably try working on that chest armor I'm supposed to have for my build.
Dang.
Actually, I might look at the build, see if there's anything I can, work on getting.
I mean,
Like the ring.
then it just means that I'm fighting Lagan a lot, and I don't actually have a big deal. Like, I don't have a problem with fighting him. Thankfully, the way that I build it, okay, his setup is he's like the one guy that I'm actually half decent at fighting.
You're sending them to Davy Jones' locker.
Yum 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 no.
What?
To the sushi plate. Send him to the sushi plate. Yeah.
I just had a thought. That would actually be really cool.
Froth and
I wonder
foam. Right, Fruit?
What was that?
Froth and foam. You'll get it one day, Raptor. You'll get it one day.
Okay.
The only
Is that
word
like
you
rocket
need to
soda with
remember-
alcohol?
No.
Oh, then I have no idea.
It's a froth and foam. That's all you need to know.
Okay.
You'll know it when you see it.
You'll know it when you see it. It is absolutely glorious when it happens.
Tell no one of this.
Yes, tell no one of this.
Head empty.
Right, Moss, I take it you just came across the froth and foam?
I think Moss was just making more of a joke about the Lagan
Oh,
stuff.
right at the end.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense too. God, did I love that part. Oh, memory lane. Gotcha. Fur, did you pick the part that gets you in the most trouble?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I checked it. Oh, yeah, the soul vessels need to be destroyed. Oh.
Okay, you do remember.
I mean, it's also if you go over the thing, it says just invulnerable until soul vessels are destroyed.
Yeah.
Oh, that might be why I'm able to see the creature names so often, stuff like that. Because I'm technically using controller primarily.
Yeah.
Let me
Let's
see.
see. Gold, glyph. Dang it, no experience. I guess I'll do gold.
I actually got experience, so I'm selecting that. And it's a maxed out one.
Rude.
Of 6%. Woo.
Woven flesh. Flesh.
Oh, woven flesh with 2 legendary potential.
Seriously?
Yeah. You want it?
None.
Or need it?
Raptor, did I put ribbons of blood for you?
Rivers of the ring?
Yeah.
Yes. That's the red crystalline, yeah, ribbons of blood. Yep, that's on my tree.
There you go.
Thank you.
Alright, I don't want to call it here, but But considering the fact that my model is lagging, my game is lagging, and it sounds like my computer is starting to lag.
Ooh. That's not good.
It might be time to let my computer rest. Also, the fact that I'm still busy doesn't help. Yeah, there's that too.
I might keep going.
I probably will too if you want to continue playing together through. Or we can go separate. It's up to you. It doesn't bother me either way.
Well, first I have to eat, then I'll figure out from there.
Okay. I'm probably
You
gonna.
guys are gonna ditch me to level up all by yourselves?
I mean, y'all are gonna ditch me tomorrow, so
Of
I mean,
course
fair
not.
play.
I would never do such a thing. Totally not.
Build.
Fine.
For free. Forced to make a night infinite amount of build.
It's not like Fruit doesn't have 1,000 builds on the back burner anyways. Alright,
I mean, I do have items in the
we're gonna
storm
call
build, just
things
not
here.
all of them.
We're gonna call things here today. We will be back to streaming tomorrow. I do hope that you guys have a lovely day. And I had fun as always.
Wow, not even gonna say who you're rating already?
Ghost of Dixon. That's who we're rating.
You didn't say that, I just saw the raid message pop up, I'm like, okay, I'll have to type this quick now. In a panic.
Yeah, we're gonna... I figured since Ezekiel rated us, it would be the least I could do to raid Ghosted. Which means absolutely nothing to most people in to just about everybody about why that makes sense.
Oh.
Exactly. There's very few people who actually know why that makes sense. Actually, there's like 4 people.
Do I know?
Everybody, you should know.
Do I though?
Good day.
I don't know.
Goodbye. Good luck. And most importantly, everybody, have fun. Bye!
Bye. Wow, Mono cut that close. Almost didn't
What
get
do you mean?
patch.
Oh.